What's up? What's going on, everybody? Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. What's going on? Just woke up. We back. We're fresh at it. What is going on, though? Let's see what's going on. We got Karma Justice in here. Michael. We got Michael Dennis. Michael Dennis in the building. Stephen A. I just waking up, so we're just getting started with today. Damn, my face looks swollen. I need to get to the dentist ASAP. I got a wisdom tooth growing in at 32. Is weird. But anyways, we're back. What's up, Capital AM? What's good with you, brother? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, everybody in here. What's up? Make sure you hit the like button as you come in. We're going to get today started. Yeah, we'll have some phone calls, but yesterday was weird. What's up, real life Southern Barbie? Let's see who else. Stephanie. I want to say Brenda Phillips, but hopefully I'm not saying that wrong. Fromple Feet. I mean, it's a Fromple Feet. Nelly. What up, Nelly? How you doing? Shout out to everybody that's pulling up. Tyson, what's going on? Jody, Amy, Standard Skateboard. My man's the name. Standard Skateboard. This morning, SWAT and Pullman took someone into custody. I was watching what was it, WSU or some shit? I just looked it up because somebody said it in chat. What up, Holly? Good morning. What's up, High Priestess? Good morning. Angela Hall, good morning. Heather, Lemon Drop, Mouthy Mama. Wow, good morning. Did you get any sleep? Yeah, I got sleep. I went to bed when I got off here last night from hearing that bullshit from the one last caller that we had. But anyways, people try to bash me for that caller. Like that caller was the dude said, all right, so the caller that we had yesterday came in and said, yeah, 10 people from the Sigma Chi asked me how to get away with murder. Make that make sense to me, please. Because you're selling me bullshit that I ain't buying. But anyways, people got mad because they were like, man, listen to him. He's being honest. Nah, bro, 10 dudes don't walk up to you and say, hey, yo, how about we get away with murder? It's just that just don't happen. But anyways, fucking people are weird. What up? I want to say your name right. I want to call you that. Luis, Mary, Shelly, little darling. See you later. Hold on, I need to present my screen. What the fuck am I doing? Here we go. Got it. Add. But yeah, I thought that was weird as shit. I don't know about any of you guys, but that was super weird. Like last night or yesterday, I was doing call-ins. I know I ain't slept much at that point, but I thought he said 5, which I was wrong. He said 10, which makes it even more worse, in my opinion. But anyways, the dude called up and literally said, yeah, 10 guys that went to the Sigma Chi house came up to me and told me how I get away with murder. Like, bro, stop. Don't call in my line with bullshit, because I know bullshit when I hear it, and that was bullshit. And there's people in the chat actually taking up for that. Like, you're bashing the callers. No, I don't bash callers. I bash bullshit, though. When I hear bullshit, I'll bash it. If you call me up with some bullshit, I'm going to call you out on the bullshit. That was wild, and him saying he was from Utah, wasn't it? Said that a SUV from Utah was there at the house. Oh, Mouthy Mama coming through with it. Possibly. Now, I thought that's what old boy said, but I don't know how much I believe that dude. Surviving the Matrix, asking people how to get away with murder is how you don't get away with murder. Exactly. Good point. Honestly, good point. Let's see. Fromplefee says people are weird. That ain't no shit. Yo, I'm telling you, people in chat actually believed what this guy was saying. That actually I was weirded out by how many people believed that shit. Like this dude, literally, I can't fathom how many people believed it. Like literally were like bashing me because they're like, yo, you're bashing callers. I don't bash callers, bro. Go back and listen to every call I had. That was the only call out of 8 hours worth of calls that I knew was bullshit. So, I mean, I'm sorry. They need to find this scumbag. Absolutely. We got to keep our foot on their necks. You know what I'm saying? Grunt the Aussie. If you go back to yesterday's live, actually last night's live, which was my last one, it was at like 12 in the morning. There was a phone call between me and some guy. The guy said that 10 Sigma Chi house dudes asked him how to get away with murder. Or how would he do it? and I wasn't buying the bullshit I was being sold. I thought he said 5, so I lowered the number down for him because I thought he said 5, but he really said 10, which even makes it worse in my opinion. He could join Joseph Morris. Yeah, if that's a subscriber of my channel, please hit unsubscribe and go elsewhere because I don't want no bullshit over here, dude. I want nothing but the real. I want people calling in with their opinions on this case. Or, we had people from Moscow calling in last night, and we've had some great calls. So I thought we had a very good day yesterday. We had people from the town call in. We had people from all over the place call in. So I thought it was awesome. What up, Freckles? Good morning, Freckles. Good morning, Michael Dennis. That was Jack S. said Michael Dennis. Damn. I haven't been on in a bit, but wow, I missed that fucked up call. Yeah, you definitely missed it. But hey, it is what it is, man. I heard JM was banned from YouTube. It's the rumor going around. I definitely heard the same thing too. I just found your channel, man. Brilliant work, brilliant show. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Metal Dog, thank you. I just started doing the call-ins yesterday, but I'm going to keep up with the call-ins. I love hearing from you guys. I think it's very important that the community gets their voice across instead of listening to me run my fucking mouth on this panel all day long. I mean, you guys heard my opinions up to so far. You guys know what I think. And I think it's great that we, have good discussions on here. I think it's great. And we're going to do it again this morning. Yeah, we're going to do it again this morning. We're going to do it as much as you guys want to, man. I love it. I enjoy it. I enjoy giving you guys a voice and a platform to use your voice. I mean, it's great. Michael said was on all day yesterday. Must have missed that call. It was the end of yesterday's stream. Bullshit. Freckle said, Nikki, good to see you. Yesterday was very good. Thank you, True Crime Snoopy. I appreciate you. It was definitely very good. Most definitely. Let's see. Try to make sure I don't miss anybody. Danny Van, how they said gullibility is what fuels these crazy theories. That's a fact. Thank you. That's most definitely. He's full of shit. Said he's full of shit. I went back and listened to the quality. What up, John? Welcome. John was here during that segment. I did get it wrong on him saying 5, but he said 10, which makes it even worse. So I'm surprised they didn't use the stick I was, giving them, but something up with that call. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Ocean Girl. Definitely something up with that call, Scarlett. They need to find this scumbag. All right, so we'll start this show off, guys. We're gonna watch. I just want to watch this video because I haven't got to see it, and then I'll open up the call lines and we can start getting some calls rolling in, and we can get them opinions going this morning, and we could talk about everything up to date. So let's watch this video real quick, and then we'll jump into some phone calls.
This is closing arguments, and it's 1 month. It has been a month since those 4 students out at the University of Idaho were stabbed and killed. Mass murder. 1 month later, we have no arrests. We have no suspects. Are there leads? Well, there's a lot of tips, I'm sure, flowing in to the Moscow Police Department and the FBI. And I'm sure they are tracking down every potential lead in this case. But here we are a month later, and let me tell you, the longer this goes, the
I'm glad you brought that up, and it's bullshit that people like that will go and spread. So this guy literally said, I'm from Utah. 10 Sigma Chi members came up to me and asked me, how would I get away with murder? And then I started interrogating them, everybody said. But in reality, I was asking them real questions. I'm like, why? I said, why are you on the phone with me telling me this? Why aren't you on the phone with the police? Why are you telling me this on my line on a YouTube channel? Why aren't you on the phone with law enforcement letting them know, hey, 10 Sigma Chi members said, they were at my bar where I worked asking me how to get away with murder. Yeah, why don't you call them? Yeah, you know what I mean?
Closer we get to that word we don't like to say, which is cold case.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that.
As this case is sort of unraveling in terms of trying to figure out all the things that were happening in Moscow that night, we have learned that there were some officers who were working that night with body cams who were talking to people very close to the house, as a matter of fact.
Angela.
And you look at the timestamp on there, that's 2:54 a.m.
Yeah, me too.
When
I
they're
heard
talking
that
to people. It's some, they're trying to find kids who are walking around drinking underage, that sort of thing.
Thank you,
this
Brittany. I
particular
appreciate
person
you.
you're looking at wasn't drinking underage. So, but that's what they were doing that night. So a lot of people have been looking at this video online and wondering, what's going on. This is very close to that window of time when the 4 students were murdered. And it's physically very close to their home.
What a sleep, man.
About a football field away from where the murders took place. So I'm going to show you a piece of that body cam.
Okay, so the only reason I was offline is because my power went out and forced me off the internet, or else we would have been up till 6 a.m. I'd have just been getting off and going to bed now. But now we're back at it for a full day of talking. We're gonna have call-ins. We'll watch videos, whatever you guys want to do. So
footage right now. It's a short piece. So take a look.
That's crazy.
All right, did you notice anything?
Did you notice anything? Got in trouble by police?
That video. All right, second time around. This is what we do. Don't worry about what you're seeing. Listen really closely. Tell me if you hear anything.
Thank you, sweet cheeks.
Let's watch.
I love you guys.
I'm leaning in. Even though it's right here, I'm like leaning in. Okay.
Shout out to everybody in chat.
A lot of people are talking about this online, like people do online, trying to find any potential clue. This particular piece of video is from about 3:12 a.m. Okay? 3:12 a.m. Some people say that they hear a scream.
Karma Justice says, update PD headquarters, setting up a press release, all media being moved there. Regardless of whether it's related or not, we will have an answer on this tragedy today. You really think we're gonna have an answer on this tragedy today? I'd love to hope so, but I mean, come on, we need that. That'd be good. I'm hopeful of it.
Scream faintly in the background, or something that sounds like a potential scream. Take another listen and pay attention to the video, because we're gonna show you when this alleged sound is heard. Let's watch.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I did.
Did you hear it? When the waves went red? Did you hear it? When the wave...
Did you guys hear it?
Did you hear it? When the waves went red? It's fast. It's super fast and it's super faint.
Ooh.
Is that the scream? If so, 312. That would be huge for investigators.
Thank you,
if that's what it is. Because then you narrow that timeline of when this murder or murders took place. If that's a scream. Remember, they're about a football field away, body cams rolling, and some people are listening very, very closely to it. Let's bring in our think tank tonight. Joining us in Atlanta, Georgia, criminal defense attorney, former federal prosecutor, law professor at Texas Southern University, Michael Sterling is with us. In New York City, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, and certified domestic violence expert, Marie Pereira is with us. And in West Palm Beach, Florida, former police lieutenant, trial attorney, Rick King. All right, Michael, Marie, Rick, great to have you with us. Together, one more time, I'm going to play it, okay? You guys listen closely. When the wavelength turns red, that's when this purported sound is heard by many people online. I heard it. I don't know exactly what it is, but let's do it right now.
don't think that's a scream, guys.
Anyone? No.
I didn't hear anything.
Let's do. Can we do it one more time?
I didn't
One
hear
more
anything.
time.
I heard screech. That's
It's
it.
really, really faint. Really faint. Could be, I don't know, a screech of a tire. It could be a scream. It could be an animal chirping. One more time.
Did a really good video yesterday. Heather said. Good morning. Good morning, Lala. Right? No, we are. All right. So if you've been watching my panels or anything for the past couple of days, then you know I've already dug into this video, the scream stuff. People already been in on this, but I'm just watching it.
Okay.
Before we start
faint.
phone calls.
It would be, though. Let me ask you this, though, Michael.
I heard it.
We're a month.
All right. So 1 for yes, 2 for no. Do you think this is a scream? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Is that a scream? Let me know. Let me know what you think.
In now. A month into this case.
Thank you, Jude.
No one's been
appreciate
arrested.
you.
No suspect has been named. No person of interest. Many people have been publicly cleared
Sounds like
by
Blake's willing.
investigators. Do you think this could go cold? A case with this much attention, this many resources, including the FBI,
A lot of twos.
could go cold on us?
Wow.
That's always a possibility, Vinny, especially with the amount
Thank
of
you for
time
joining,
that's
dude. I
passed by
appreciate
in this case. We don't see it happen as much present day because of the technological resources, the access to individuals via cell phone data, bank accounts, just the way that we're hyper connected in this world. We don't see that happen as frequently, so it's not as likely to happen, but it's always a possibility when this amount of time passes and there's been no person of interest named, you have no leading suspects, and you have very little.
That's a lot of no's.
In terms of who committed this horrendous crime. So, our hope is that it doesn't go cold, but that's always a
I
possibility.
appreciate you.
Now, Marie, if in fact that was a scream, big presumption, but if it was a scream, do you think?
Oh, thank you, Missy the RN. I do appreciate you. Thank you so much. She said Merry Christmas. Thank you, guys. You got a lot of sweet souls in here.
Think investigators would acknowledge that publicly?
I think they would, but based on the audio that I heard, and my hearing is pretty direct, I didn't hear a scream. Not anything enough to connect a dot and to solve this mystery, no.
Rick King, you're also a former police officer. Lieutenant King. Mm-hmm. Your thoughts about where we are in this case? I mean, obviously people online are picking apart any little piece of information that becomes public, like this body cam, right?
Yeah, thank you
but
so
to
much. I
me,
appreciate
this
you
is
guys'
around the
support.
time of the murders, and there are other points of the video where you hear other people in the background that are very close. There's a lot of students moving around the campus, 3 o'clock in the morning. Are you surprised that it's a month later with all these people walking around that there's a killer who has gotten away with this and there hasn't been an arrest and that there's not an eyewitness that saw someone speeding off or anything like that?
Well, you can't be surprised at how things turn out. I mean, witnesses are, I used to have a lieutenant when I was just a young rookie police officer who would talk about fingerprints and say that a fingerprint is a chance impression. And so the chance that there's a witness there, the chance that there's that someone sees something, those are all things that happen just like that by chance. I'm not totally convinced that the police or the FBI don't have some information that they're just not letting go just yet. I think, with cell tower information and the amount of forensic evidence that had to be at the scene, I think they may have something, but they're just not willing to let it go. Just as if they actually heard something within the sounds of that body cam recording, that they might not tell you that either. I mean, there's a lot of things that the police, but they hold close to the vest because they don't want to let the suspect know. And so as they're working their case and trying to build their case, they're not always going to tell you about it. And that's just the nature of investigations.
Well, one thing that has me very, very suspicious tonight is this search for this car. And let me put this on the screen. This started December 7th,
welcome, brother.
which is
Nice
a
to
week
see you.
ago. Detectives are interested in speaking with the occupants of a white 2011 to 2013.
No, I can hear it. Highlands, I can hear it. I mean, I could definitely hear the noise, but do I necessarily think it's a scream? No, I've heard it be raised and all types of stuff. So to be honest, to me, it sounded like brakes, but that's just me.
Hyundai Elantra. They've got the make and model, the year. You know, they have a little bit of a window here. With an unknown license plate, tips and leads have led investigators to look for additional information about a vehicle being in the immediate area of the King Street residence.
Okay, so what you got to do, Missy, to do that, to become a member on your iPhone, you have to go to the desktop version. Unfortunately, that's how it works on the iPhone.
During the early morning hours of November 13th,
or click this link.
Investigators believe the occupants of this vehicle may have critical information to share regarding this case. Okay? If you know of any, know of or own a vehicle matching the description, or know of anyone who may have been driving the vehicle in the days preceding or the day of the murders, please forward that information to the tip line. Okay? As recently as today, they're still looking for information and trying to figure out who's the driver of this Elantra. Now, the picture is a generic picture of that type of car. It's not the car. But here's why I'm suspicious, Marie, because if you own that car.
Hold up. T-REV, this is Jordan from Moscow, Idaho. I got an email from you the other day on weren't you on a different account though? On YouTube? Yeah, email me the info. I'm about to open up the call lines here after this video. I mean, we literally got 4 minutes left, so I'll open up the call lines and you guys can call in and we can start up talking about it. Keister Bunny's right on that. Keister Bunny Mob Crew did an audio. Yeah, I've watched it. We've watched it. Scream doesn't sound muffled enough to be coming from inside a house. So a lot of people think it screams. So who were the girls in the basement calling before one of them fainted, and how many had responded? Right, exactly. Thank you, Katie Bug. I appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Oh, damn. Back to back. Missy the RN. Thank you. I appreciate you. Missy the RN is Merry Christmas. I'm going to become a member. Katie Bug. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you guys. And then Paula says, I really do believe they know who did this. I believe they are getting all their evidence wrapped up airtight for an arrest and a conviction. The car, I believe, is all just a distraction for the public. Thank you for sharing, Paula. I appreciate you.
Car, you know you own it. You know if you own a white Elantra. If you were there at 3 o'clock in the morning, you know you were there at 3 o'clock in the morning. If you live anywhere in Idaho or perhaps the entire country and you've paid this much attention to the case, but if you were actually there the night of the murders, you know you were there the night of the murders, so you're paying attention to the investigation, why on earth would the driver of this car not come forward immediately? That's suspicious to me.
Because the driver of this car may be involved in it. And the mere fact that they leaked that shows that they're desperate to get any type of clue. Because that alone could be compromising their investigation. But they're faced with no choice in this situation where it seems like they have no leads whatsoever. And this case is about to go cold.
You guys are lovely.
Rick, is there any reasonable explanation for the driver of this vehicle to not come forward?
Yeah, if they
any
were
innocent explanation.
I don't know about innocent explanation, but the obvious explanation is that they have some tie to what happened. And I agree with Marie in the sense that they probably released that information hoping that somebody who knows that car or knows that car to be in the area would come forward. I don't know necessarily that it's about the actual driver of the car, more than it's about someone who knows someone who drives a car who may have been in that area.
Michael, let me ask you this. If this person who was driving this car, 100% innocent, not involved in the murder, but was driving through town that night, gets a little queasy, maybe it's a young person, tells their parent, their mom or dad, hey, you know, I think they're looking for me in this car. And mom and dad said, oh, let's talk to a lawyer. Is there any reason why a lawyer might tell that person to not come forward? If they're innocent. I'm talking about someone who's innocent, not a killer.
No, I mean, I can't think of a reason. I mean, I think that, when you got a client who's innocent, and sometimes when you have a client who may not necessarily be fully innocent, there are times where you do what we call is run to trouble, meaning that you run to try to dispel any notion or any idea that you could have been involved when it looks like there's a possibility you might have been involved. You run to trouble to dispel any such notion. So the best counsel, particularly in your scenario, would be to have them run to trouble, run to the police, let them know I was the one driving that car.
I'm with you, Carmen.
Here's what happened. I was staying at a friend's house. I didn't see anything. I got in the car, left that morning. I found out about the murders the same way everybody else did on the news or whatever. But you'd have them run to trouble and try to dispel any notion that they're involved.
All right, Marie, let me change you just a little bit.
I think they are involved.
They show up at your office, but you're not quite sure if this is the killer or not. You definitely don't know for sure that they're the killer. They're saying that they're not involved, but you, in the back of your mind, are like, could be the killer. What does their lawyer tell them to do?
Mrs. Garcia.
I would say to them, be careful, because if I bring you in and you are in any way involved with this, what you say will be used against you in a court of law. So if there's any doubt, let's sit, brainstorm, talk about this before I bring you in to dig a deeper hole for you.
Rick, and again, this is all, I'm just wondering why someone wouldn't come forward. Maybe they lawyered up. If they spoke with a lawyer, like, what is that conversation like? Does the lawyer want to know for sure whether or not they're the killer? Or does the lawyer just kind of lay out what your options are? How deep do you want to get in when someone is not telling you they're the killer, but telling you that, yeah, I think my son here who's with me, I think he's the one who's driving his car.
Yeah, I think what you want to do, or what I would want to do, is I would want to just say, hey, let's just lay back a minute and let's talk about options. And I think that's the better move at that point. You talk about options and you lay back until the situation comes to you.
All right.
I would say that's the only advantage that defense attorneys often have, is that, when you've got somebody who represent the accused, you've got the person who actually knows what happened. And so a lot of times that's the only advantage you have.
Yep.
All right, guys. A
potential new clue could put a
potential new clue. All right. So you guys want to call in? Let me know. Good morning, Snipe. Welcome, brother. Good morning to everybody. Cross, just drop the video. I'll check it out for sure, Holly. Sick as fuck, so I won't be in chat much, but I'm here listening. Thank you, Marlene. I hope you get better. Kind of got a cold myself, but all right. So the call. You could call in right now. I'll put it that way. There it goes, right there. All right, first call. Let's go.
Call from Connie Dreyer.
There it goes, right there. Hi, Connie. You're live.
Hi, how are you?
You're live. I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm doing fine. I'm in the medical field, and this obviously is just a theory, but the guy that everybody's concentrating on, the hoodie guy that was possibly Kayla's stalker.
Right.
Okay. So his parents, from what I've watched, is in the medical field. Right?
Doctors.
Right. How easy is it for him? And since I work in the medical field, I know it is very easy to get a hold of PPE, which is personal protection equipment,
Yes.
like the hazmat suit and the booties and the gloves. Okay, so if he took that in there with him as to not get anything on him, he could have, obviously, well, I don't think he would have the foresight not to throw. He's not going to throw it away there because that's, evidence. But if he was to have stuck that in his jacket on the way out, because you can roll it up in a ball, it's just, it's not really paper. It's like a silky type of paper. I don't know if that makes any sense, but it's, it's you wear it once and you throw it away.
Yes, ma'am.
So he could have rolled that up in a ball and stuck it in his jacket. Then there would be DNA in his jacket.
You think so?
Well, I mean, it's just a theory that I have, but I'm been in the nursing field for almost 30 years, and that stuff is very accessible right now.
Right. So, I mean, like, is that who you're leaning towards as far as who did this?
Obviously, I'm a woman, but that guy gives me. He just gives me the creeps. And when Kayla, I have a best friend too. Us women, we have our languages. We can even just look at each other and sometimes know what we're saying.
Right.
And for her to be, nodding her head towards that guy, and
yes,
then
ma'am.
snapping that picture. She's a smart girl. She did that for a reason. Maybe nobody was believing her that she had a stalker and that she wanted to get proof. This guy is, looking to keep following me or happen to be at places that she would be at. But he looked very unhappy when them girls took off.
Yeah, because I mean, he left right after. So what?
Yeah,
is
and it wasn't like, oh, okay. Well, the theory is that he was just he told another guy there that he was just want to make sure they were okay because evidently they were somewhat inebriated. But when they got in the car, they weren't looking at him like, okay, we got a ride, it's cool. They just left, and his body language was just, he seemed to be very mad.
So I could hear him in the background. You got a TV on? Maybe you do have the TV on. I could just hear you talking through it.
I'll turn it down.
Thank you. I appreciate it. No, I'm hearing you out. So because allegedly I think he was, he's weird to me also. But so you're saying based off body language, like what do you think? Because he walks into the footage and he's very, and I've mentioned this a lot. I talk about it a lot, but when he walks into that footage, there's minimal talk between him and the girls.
Yeah, because they're trying to avoid him.
Right.
They're, I like I said, it's just a woman thing. I don't know, the Lord is given, I think, in my heart, your spirit can become unrest, or you have your own signals like, okay, I don't want to be around this guy.
Right.
So they weren't engaging with him. He was following them. And then he, tries to make conversations with the other people, out there in front of that, whatever it is, a food truck, and trying to look nonchalant. But, and also while he's doing that, he's looking over. To me, it looked like he was looking at Kaylee. But, she definitely was letting her friend know, nodding her head, saying, look, he's still behind us.
Right.
And then they start talking and kind of, they're I would think they're giggling about it, like, like he's a weirdo or something, or, just, and with them being inebriated, maybe they didn't take it so serious. But if I can take this chance to tell young girls, always go in pairs, always be aware of your surroundings. And if you don't want to be around evil, don't go to places where there is evil. You can't. My mother had this saying. She'd say, "Birds of a feather flock together," and that meaning to tell me, if you're around places that are not good, I'm not blaming this on the girls. I'm not talking about the girls. I'm just telling all the girls. Just don't be in a place where you can be targeted. Unfortunately, we live in a world right now where everything seems to be evil.
Right.
But if you pray the blood of Jesus Christ every day, that person will have his time of being judged. I hope it's on this earth.
Right, and he doesn't unalive himself.
Yeah, and he will be judged.
Right.
And, the Bible says the Lord will forgive you 7 times 70, infinity. I hope that he will repent. I just want everybody to make it to heaven. And these children were just starting their lives, and you don't really
in this sense, to me, like, this person's a demon. Who committed this is straight up a demon. I mean, and I say that a demon, like somebody that could do something this gruesome, is not somebody who's going to heaven, in my opinion.
Well, I'll tell you right now, if you read Revelations, everything that our Savior said is happening. It's all happening. So, and I when in nursing, I would hear the girls talking and stuff. And one, I love politics, but they didn't know nothing about politics. And when it came to talking about my faith, I was threatened to be fired. They told me, you cannot be talking about, and these were hospice patients.
Right.
And the Lord says to go out and share the gospel. That's our job. And I was told, you are not supposed to talk about your faith or politics. And I told her, I said, okay, I won't talk about politics, but you will never, ever get me to stop talking about my Savior.
Right.
So we've got to, everybody, please pull him, talk to him. He's there ready to listen to you. He loves you no matter what you've done, but you have to repent. Please repent. Because this world is ugly, and I'm looking forward to the day that I can hug my Savior. And my heart just goes out to the families and to these children. And sir, that's really all I wanted to say. But, the theory that I came up with before about the personal protection and everything, I mean, it's been a month. They're not finding anything. I mean, if something substantial they had found, DNA or something, that stuff comes back. I've known of DNA coming back in 2 weeks. Okay, so it's a month.
Right.
They're not finding nothing because he came in there prepared. blood,
absolutely, absolutely. And I hate to cut you off, but it's been 5 minutes. I want to get more people on, but I do appreciate you coming up, man. Thank you so much for
Yes,
calling.
sir. Yes, sir. God bless.
God bless you too. Thank you. Good call. All right. It's open. Anybody who wants to call in. This lady needs us. Thank you for the 5, by the way. I appreciate you guys. Copper Pedal says this lady needs to stop lecturing people about her faith. This is not the place. Tennessee Sean says he was salty because they ditched him and called a ride. He thought he had a chance that night. Maddie loved her heart. She was white girl wasted. Kaylee just buzzed, in my opinion. I said that yesterday, that she was that Madison was drunk and Kaylee was like enough. Kaylee wasn't that drunk at all. Like, you could clearly see that. But the line's open again for anybody who wants to call in. I opened it. So let's see. Where the hell is the... Okay, I have it at the bottom. That's crazy. Let me read more comments. Let's see. Said bye, preacher. All right, let's be respectful. Come on. We don't all have the same beliefs like me. I don't walk around. I don't talk like that, but I mean, if that's what she believes in, that's what I respect it. I believe in God, but I don't walk around pushing it on anyone else. And I mean, personally, me, I don't go to church every Sunday. I don't go to church at all, period. But definitely, I mean, everybody has their own belief, right? I'm a Christian, but this little much, man. Amberly said, yeah, like I don't know. Everybody's different. Everybody is different, guys. Anybody who wants to call in, the number is down at the bottom. There we go. Let's call.
Call from Bridget.
Bridget, welcome. You're live.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm all right. I just want to say straight up, like, I just came across your channel actually today, because I've been researching, this case, but I just really appreciate your authenticity and your soul. Like, you just, I just love it. It's refreshing.
Thank you, ma'am.
And anyway, I just want to say, I might sound crazy, but I just cannot make it make sense.
Right.
I can't. And I've been through it since day one, and I still can't keep myself away from this, but nothing is adding up to me. I'm sorry. You got 4 people slaughtered in one house.
Yes,
How many
ma'am.
neighbors? You see how close those neighbors are?
Right. Absolutely.
Nobody knows nothing, huh? And that light that went on around, what was it, 3 a.m.?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
upstairs room?
They're saying between 3 to 4.
Okay. That's still, come on.
Absolutely. So what is your
strange.
theory? What are you thinking?
Okay, well, at first I thought it was Jack, Kaylee's ex. And I was so stern on that because of the dog. The dog was key to me because the dog, I heard Reverend Donna Summers, she did a reading, and I did my own readings, and we both came up with something about an apple, which was very strange to me. And the fact that the dog didn't have supposedly any evidence, traces of anything on him, and then the dog was fine, right? Nothing happened to the dog, right? That's very strange to me. Because if I'm going to brutally murder 4 innocent kids, why would I not kill the dog to protect my murder? Okay? Like, if there's a dog in the house and I'm trying to murder 4 people, I'm going to kill the dog first.
Well, the dog was locked in the bedroom. So
that's what I heard. Either
the dog was,
the
the dog was put in the bedroom. But in general, though, like, I mean, the dog is a puppy. He's used to partying. He's used to loud noise. So he's already in the bedroom. So they really don't got to worry about anything. You know, I don't know if the killer had went there and already had the dog in the room, or they already had the dog in the room prior to going out for that night. Maybe had him in the crate. I have no idea. They never mentioned that. But I do know he was in the room, and that dog has been at that house and used to party, you know, college parties and stuff. So music and noise would
Yeah.
be, you know, normal.
Okay, I get that, but still, there's something about that dog that I can't get over the dog. And I don't know what this Elantra crap is, but I say it's a total distraction, okay? Because, come on. Honestly, I don't know if
It
they're
could be.
just hiding everything and keeping every single thing close to their vest at this point. I'd like to believe that they have got the killer and they just can't speak about it yet until they get all their ducks in a row.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
this is just very bizarre to me. That's all I can say. And nothing makes sense.
Oh, absolutely.
And not to mention there was I don't know who the roommates were that were survivors. I believe one of them was Bridget and Dylan, correct?
No, it was Dylan and Bethany.
Bethany. Who's Bridget?
Bridget's a friend.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So I don't know. It's just like everything's coming out of nowhere, and then Chris McDonough with the glove thing, which was bizarre to me too.
Yeah, no. How were those vehicles left on the property for 2 days or for 2
Thank
weeks?
you.
For 2 weeks,
Mhm.
and how does a retired detective walk onto your crime scene, or not even on your crime scene, and spot a glove, and you guys can't even get the glove? I mean, there was a lot of
Mhm.
mistakes made in this case, and inconsistencies, and a lot of things that the law enforcement really messed up on, and even in the investigation, they messed up on times of what time the victims had got home and
Yeah.
things like that. Just small details that could
Mhm.
mean a lot, could be critical to a
Mhm.
case.
Now we could even go further and say this might have something to do with the fraternity. You know how they do those hazing and ritual bull crap,
Yes, ma'am.
So I even think about that. And then I think about the weirdo that was on the interview I just saw with, I don't even know, some lady interviewed him, apparently a neighbor. And he said some crazy. Actually, he was just on your live, wasn't he? The one that
He
was
wasn't on my live, but
conflicting
I watched the video on there.
about how there was 5 people and 10, and
Yeah.
he's from Utah, and I don't know.
Oh, yeah. The guy that
The
called
caller.
in. Yeah, that was weird. That was
Weird,
weird.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, that was
And there
weird.
was something
I
else.
appreciate you calling in. I got a 5-minute timer up for everybody just to
Oh,
be
yeah.
fair.
I'm sorry.
No,
I
you're
appreciate you.
absolutely fine. If you want to call back and
I
nobody's
love your
calling
show.
in,
I'll call back tomorrow.
you could call back today. I'm fine
God
with that.
bless you, and God bless everybody on your chat.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate
Thank
you, and
you.
I appreciate
Happy
you
holidays.
coming up here and speaking. Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Bye-bye.
Shout out to her. Good caller. I mean, I feel like, I don't know if 5 minutes is enough for somebody to come up and speak about it. I feel like 10 minutes is like almost, you know what I mean? Like, people need a 10-minute floor to speak about this crime. This crime is horrific. You know what I'm saying, guys? I don't. That's just how I feel about it. But I mean, I'll leave it up for 5 minutes because a lot of you voted 5 minutes, so I'll leave it at that for now. But Warren Chen says the dog was blind. The dog was blindfolded, so he couldn't witness the horror. Lines open, guys. I took it off Do Not Disturb, so I'll definitely come through when you guys call. But number, if you want to call in, the number is at the bottom of the screen, which is 219-885-9693. Again, if you want to call in live and talk, it's 219-885-9693. Welcome, Matthew. Okay, here we go.
Call from
Amanda.
Amanda, welcome. You're live.
Hey, Austin. One thing that I had been thinking about, because I've pretty much played it all in my head, every single possibility, and I just keep on thinking back to my personal experiences when I was 20, And one thing I hadn't heard anybody mention that just I keep thinking about is I don't know for sure, but I think that they had said that these girls were waitresses. Do you remember?
Oh
if
yeah,
that was
yes, ma'am.
100%. One thing I keep thinking is when I was in my 20s, I worked at Starbucks with a bunch of 20-year-old girls, and I do remember like we used to have regulars that would come in. And after a while, like we used to make jokes like, "Oh, that's your that's your work husband," because they would come in like bring the girls Christmas presents, and a lot of times these would be like older guys that if I wasn't at work, I would never be talking to these guys, and they would come all the time to like, like have their favorite barista. And I'm wondering if it's not somebody in the girls' inner circle, because I'm thinking Ellie probably already went through, and if they're saying it's not these guys, I trust them. My only other thought process is that it would be somebody at the school or it would be somebody at the girls' work. And
you talking about the Mad Greek? Was it Mad Greek they were waitresses at?
I think it was. I can't 100% remember. I want to say it was the Mad Greek. I wonder if there was like guys there that had just been watching them, or a guy. I don't know if it's how many killers there was. Maybe they had been, visiting them at work, and even maybe didn't even necessarily talk to them, but just was like lurking. And they seen that Kaylee was moving, and we're like, well, now's my chance. I mean, because if they wanted to know the layout of the house, they could just go on Zillow.
Right. Yeah.
So, I mean, that's it's not my theory. Like, my theory literally has been changing every day. But that's where I just keep thinking, in my heart, I really do think it was an older man. I don't think that 20-year-old did this. I was having a hard time believing the frat thing. I think it would have been really sloppy. I keep thinking this is an older man, probably seen them. And the only place I can imagine that he would have seen them was at work. I don't know. I'll let you get back to it, but that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah. So what would be your theory that somebody there was stalking them or stalking maybe one of the girls like
maybe
Kaylee?
He was like, maybe he's seen all these, hot girls working at a Greek place, been going there as a regular. Maybe he did talk to them a few times. In his head, he was like already, had these insane fantasies about them. Maybe they did know him, because I'm just thinking about my experience. Like, I remember literally having dudes when I worked at Starbucks that would be like, what time are you going to get off? It would be like booked outside Starbucks, and I would be freaked out. And I'm assuming these girls are hot. They probably had that. They probably had dudes that were like, or one particular weirdo that was going to Mad Greek and had this whole thing in his head, like, that's my future wife. That's how creepers are. And obviously, I'm assuming this dude's a creeper, given the circumstance. I'm not believing it's some 20-year-old boy. I think if it was a 20-year-old boy, he would have already been caught.
Yeah, actually, I agree with that. But at the same time, I don't know, man. I like you just said, my opinion changes very often with this case.
Yeah, my opinion changes. Sometimes I think it's Jack D. I mean, I did see he is putting some weird stuff on Kaylee's Instagram, on her comments that just didn't seem like how you talk to somebody you love. But,
I'm wiping off with a rag and shit like that.
Yeah, that was totally disgusting. That was misogynist in my opinion. But I'm like, does misogyny equal that you get to kill 4 people and get away with it?
Right.
There's also a chance that maybe they do think it's one of these guys and they're just not telling us.
I mean, they want this vehicle.
All the time.
They want this vehicle for a reason, though. A lot of people are saying vehicle distraction, but why is it nationwide? If it's a distraction.
Well, I'm wondering they could have already got everything on the vehicle and just not told us.
Right.
Like, my opinion is the guy said he'd already been getting so many leads that he had to open a call center to handle them all through the FBI. I'm thinking they already are far past the white vehicle, and we're just over here still talking about it. I think they probably already nailed the guy who has the car. I don't believe the whole getaway driver. I really think this was one person, and in my heart, I really think it was an older person. Not a serial killer, but just I really am thinking it was a guy that was like, man, Kaylee's getting away, I gotta get her, and just went rogue. But I think that Elliot probably already knows who had that white car.
Right. I mean, I don't know, man. Like you were saying, my opinion changes a lot.
My brain changes every 2 minutes. I'm like, I know for a fact it's JS, and then I'm like, no, like I don't know anymore. I'm just speculating. That was just one thing I hadn't heard anybody mention, is that they did go to work, and these are really beautiful girls, and the predator is going to go after a girl who can't escape. They always go after you at work because they know that you can't run away. So there's probably some weirdo that was trying to talk to her all throughout her shift. And she was like, dude, I'm working. I can't talk to you right now.
Right.
You know, and he was like, oh, she dissed me. And then it just got escalated from just something like that, just completely escalated. Then she's leaving.
Yeah, it's like she was leaving. I don't know. It just, I don't, there's so many different ways and interesting theories with this case that I've seen from other creators that done a good job on just putting stuff together. And there's so many weird people within this case that it's like who fits it, and it's like it could be any one of these people.
Yeah, 100%. One video I was going to say when I had you here was there's a lady on YouTube named the profiler Pat Brown, and she did a really good video yesterday about the difference between a serial killer and this situation, and I thought that was really fascinating. The fact that she was saying there's no SA, then it wasn't a serial killer. So it was just a guy that was really angry, not a serial killer, though.
This oh my god, this blows me away. I mean, I just want there's got to be some significance to this vehicle though, I'm because it's nationwide.
I do think there is a significance. I wonder if that's what that one guy this morning had said that they were going to do like a briefing today. I wonder if that's what it's about.
Well, my thing would be like if they knew the license plate, right? Like a lot of people say that, oh, I think they know the license plate. If they knew the license plate, it would already be all over the news like it would be with any other case that they put out there before. We're looking for this license plate.
Because it seems like they don't want to tell us nothing.
Well, they don't. They never
have the names of the girls.
I mean, but what murder case do they ever want to tell us anything besides if they have a clear license plate? They're gonna tell us the license plate number, and they're gonna say, "Hey."
I hope that's the killer. I really do. I want to see this guy. I want to see it. Yeah, I want to see him behind bars. I hope that it's true.
No,
I don't know though.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, and thank you so much. God bless you, and I hope you have a good holiday.
I appreciate your show. You too. Have a Merry Christmas. Bye.
Yeah, you too. Thank you. Good caller. All right, it's open again for anybody who wants to call in. Thank you, Vicky. I appreciate you. Well, I think I'm catching a cold because some callers will be worth more than 8, you know? Yeah, we had some people calling from Moscow and stuff like that yesterday, which I thought was great. So anybody who wants to call in, the phone number is at the bottom of your screen. You can call in right now. There we go.
Call from
Lisa. Hi, I was calling. I was going to tell you.
Oh, you might want to mute the background.
Yeah, I'm fixing to.
It's okay. You take your time. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you noticed that when at the food truck when that hoodie guy was there,
yes, ma'am.
watching them stalking, and those frat guys came, remember, to get something to eat. Did you notice that?
Yes, ma'am.
Anyways, he said something to them. He said something to them at the food truck. Did you notice that?
I've watched that footage probably 100 times or more, so I've noticed a lot of things going on in that footage.
Yeah, and then that guy that was in the background, he did his hands about Maddie that she's gonna go home and go to sleep after he hugged her.
Yes, I noticed that too. He did the sleep emotion. He went like that. Yes, yeah, I seen that.
And he's the guy that when they were getting the food at the truck or whatever, he's that I guess when they were leaving, remember if you watched the hoodie guy, he walked off and he looked at them and like they said something and that was it.
Right.
And I'm thinking because it has to have been more than one person that did that, and I'm thinking they all together who did it. That it was planned, it was set up.
So
I think that
you think it was fully set up?
Yes, I believe it was. I believe that
they all planned it to do this for some reason. I don't know what the reason was, that jealousy. And I don't know if you've seen them. I watch another show besides yours. Get out of my way, I can't see. Another thing too about where they showed that house, and they show a guy on top of the roof because they said it was their neighbor. That you could see their house right across the street. The guy's on top of the house, college kids, and down in a shot of something. Did you see that one? That video?
Which one now?
I don't know. It's a guy I talked to. When I don't talk to him, but I listened to him. His name is Jonathan. He's a detective, and he showed a video of a guy on top of the house, and you could see
the one right here where you're looking to the right. If you look on my screen.
I think so. And the guy's at the top, the college guy, and he's down in the drink at the top, and that white car's in it.
Yeah, I got it. I got it on the screen right now.
Yeah, and you can see the house of Maddie's and them's house in the background. They said it's just down.
Yeah. I have it. I have that on my screen right now. That's what that white car on the right is now. I was comparing that car, the white car to the right, to the white car on the left.
And that guy right there that you can see, that looks like the hoodie guy too, don't it?
Yeah, I mean, I can't. The guy that I can see it, I can't really give a definitive answer on that because it's hard to really see him. But I mean,
then I heard on another show that or another thing, because I be on YouTube all day watching everything, and they show where that guy, the ex-boyfriend, lived just down the street.
Right.
Just Jack's. What is
Jack D? Jack, they both live right down the street. With the one that Jack S and Jack D allegedly, they both lived within a mile from the murder house.
See, and you know how they say that, I guess Jack was jealous because I guess Kaylee was going on, you know, they called it off or whatever. Kaylee did, and maybe they got together because he was jealous. You know what I mean? And this guy had his back, and they all did it together. It's crazy. This is crazy.
I mean, it's definitely crazy. I mean, so what is your theory ultimately? Like, who are you focused on? Who were you narrowed on from this last 4 weeks that we got? Who do you think?
I think it's the hoodie guy and all the frat guys and what do you call the ex? And why would you lock up the? She loves her dog. Why would the dog be locked up in the room?
Right.
Why would they lock the dog up in the room? Because they know he's gonna bark. They know he's gonna defend his. You know, they know the sound of a hurt. You know what I mean? Of their owner being hurt.
Yes.
They're gonna bark and attack, and they knew that's what's gonna happen. Get blood all over the dog.
They did put on, if you read the Moscow like updates and stuff like that, they did make an update about the dog being locked in the room and that he was in no part of the crime scene at all.
Say that again?
I don't know if you've seen it, but on the Facebook, they made an update about the dog stating that he was in no part of the crime scene. He was in a whole room nowhere near the crime scene.
Yeah. And so who put the dog in the bedroom? And it's 6 rooms. 6 rooms, and were the 2 roommates that lived, were they in the same room or were they in their separate rooms?
They were. You said the same roommates were all the way. Well, the 2 roommates were all the way down at the bottom. The other, Maddie.
Yeah, the first floor.
Maddie and Xana and Ethan were 2nd floor, and Kaylee and Madison were 3rd floor.
Yes, the first floor. Remember they were saying the basement, but no, the first floor. Those 2 roommates that lived.
Yeah, Bethany and Dylan.
Were they in their own room or were they in the room together?
I can't answer because I don't know that.
I
just know they're on the 1st floor. I know that. I don't want to go out there and say they were sleeping in the same room because I do not know that to be a fact.
And I wonder what. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I wonder what time.
No, you're fine. This is your time to speak.
Okay. Oh, thank you. What time was it that when they got up from wherever they were at, whatever they were doing, but they got up and that somebody was passed out. Who did they say was passed out? And remember they called their friends over. Who was passed out?
They said, well, somebody passed out on the lawn. I think.
No, yeah, that's later on. Yeah, no, but remember that they called their friends over.
Yeah, and
well,
somebody went in, seen the
they called
scene
their
or whatever,
friends.
and ran out and passed out on the lawn. That's allegedly what happened.
Oh, now they changed it up now.
I mean, that's what I've heard from the start, but that's all rumor, in my opinion. Until
but no, this was at the very, very beginning. So I guess now it's all changed because at the very beginning they said the roommates woke up and one of the friends was passed out on the floor, so they called their friends. You know, why the hell are you gonna call your friends for if somebody's passed out? You're supposed to be the friend. You're supposed to help them up. And then somebody I seen on your thing on the Texas, it said on texting whatever, it said that one of the girls was up texting at 3:00 in the morning.
Right. Well, you got to thank Madison and Kaylee. Kaylee called Jack 6 times.
No, not the ones that are passed. I'm talking about the ones that survived.
Oh, you're saying that they did what? What did they do?
They said on your people that are texting, they said that the girl that started dating.
Yes, ma'am.
That she made she wasn't asleep. She made a phone call at 3:00 in the morning. I thought she was supposed to be asleep and didn't hear nothing.
That I can't confirm.
But you know, if you go back and you see their texts and all that, you could see what's going on. That guy, that Jonathan that I listened to, he goes into the people's texts and the Instagram and all that.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So I'm.
Bethany passed out a few houses down. They're saying that's what a lot of people in chat are saying. Now I've heard so many different stories. So
yeah, it's crazy. That's they said that 2 were in their room asleep. It's just crazy. It don't make no sense. Something. And I just, in my opinion, I just feel like they were in it too. They probably know something too.
Right. I mean, yeah. I do appreciate you sharing. The 8 minutes is up, though. I do appreciate you calling. If you want to call back in a little bit and nobody else is calling in, you're more than welcome to.
Okay, I did. I remember I called you last night. I'll call again when I have something else to say.
Yes, ma'am. That's what this is for. This is for the community to speak. So I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
I was going to ask you real quick. Who were the 2 girls that survived? It was
Bethany and Dylan. Bethany and Dylan.
There you go. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Good call.
Call from
Ganja.
Okay.
What up, Ganja? You're live.
What up?
What's going on?
Okay. So I think Dylan has something to do with it. I think she set it up somehow. I don't think she had anything to do with the murders, but I think she set it up.
So you think that you said Dylan?
Yep.
So you think
there's just too much pointing at her, man?
So what would be your theory with that? Like, who do you think she would set up for that? Do you think it was revenge or
jealousy? I really do. And you know that ring camera with the ski mask?
Yes.
You know, that's Dylan's boyfriend.
Oh yeah, I got that picture on the computer too.
Wow. I just think there's just so much going that's pointing towards Dylan. I think she was jealous.
So you think Dylan was jealous of Kaylee, or who do you think she was jealous of in general?
You know, that one I don't know. It could be Kaylee, because wasn't Kelly the one moving to Texas, or was that Maddie?
Kaylee. She was already packed up from what I know and was about to move to Texas, and that's what's been put out there.
Maybe she was jealous that, you know, she was getting her life together. Because didn't Dylan come from like a broken home?
That I didn't dig too far into Dylan, so I can't say. I'd be lying if I said yeah, but I mean, from what I know, I mean they were roommates. That's really all I know about her. I mean, I know that supposedly she lawyered up now. I mean, from what we've seen, there's minimal stuff about Dylan and Bethany.
Right, it's so quiet. It's weird. I mean, they were there. There should be more stuff about them. I understand they're looked at as somewhat victims, but you got to look at the closest people first.
Yeah, no, I'm sure they are. Maybe that's why they lawyered up. See, we can't. That's another thing that I can't say is because I always do go like, why did they lawyer up? I'd be stomping the pavement for my friend. Were they interrogated and the officers made them feel some type of way? Is that why they lawyered up? See, that's another thing we don't know. And like I said, you always hear me on here saying, "Oh, I wouldn't lawyer up. I'd pound the pavement for my friend." But then again, were they put in an interrogation room and was the fingers pointed at them? You know what I'm saying?
Made him feel some type of way.
Exactly. That we
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
agree. Something's gonna come out for sure. I feel like something's gonna come out before Christmas. People are just going too nuts about this. Just like that Leilani case. You know, everybody was wanting her in jail.
Yeah, that they definitely wanted her in jail. She's there now though.
For sure. All right, well, I just wanted to call and give you my opinion.
Well, I appreciate it, Ganja. Thank you. This is Ganja Mama, right?
Yeah.
Shout out to Ganja Mama, one of my great mods.
You're doing good, bud. You're doing good. You're on fire.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Ganja Mama, and you do a great job in modding in the chat and stuff. And I appreciate all my mods. Y'all are awesome.
No problem. Much love.
Thank you, Ganja.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Good call. Good call. Let's see. Okay, here we go.
Call from
Angela.
What's up, Angela? You live?
Hey, how are you?
I'm chilling. Just woke up a little bit ago, and getting the day started.
So this is a question I had, and I did put it in the chat. I know I called last night. You know, I'm really big on the frat theory. The only thing that kind of throws me off is like, that's a pretty big murder for like a first-time killer to commit, right? Like I was like pretty heavy. But my question is, on the 4chan thing, they said that the Davids, right, had it all planned out that they were going to leave their phones at home on YouTube like autoplay. So how, like, that would be cell phone data that gives them an alibi, right? They can say, no, we were at home. Like, how can you disprove that? Like, if that theory is true and that's what they did, like, what can the police do if, they said they sent out like 50 search warrants? What if these, like, that's what weirded me out about the 4chan post was like, it was so specific. Like, who the hell would think of that?
Right. It is super
like
suspect.
To leave your phone at home, autoplay on YouTube to show that you're like, to give the impression you're active on your phone. Like, who the hell would think of that?
Somebody studying for law. You know what I mean? I'm just thinking, like, who would think of that? Somebody who knows stuff about the law or studying law or is just so much into crime.
Someone that thought
something.
about how committing a murder.
Right. That too. Absolutely.
Yeah. Someone that really thought, how can they get away with it? I don't know. That's just something that I thought about, and then how the police would be able to, just prove that or, get past that. Like, even if they think the kids did do it, as a defense attorney, you can say like, look, these kids were at home all night. This is what the cell phone data shows. They were active on their phones, watching videos, whatever. That's just like, it's kind of scary to me, that the thought was even put out there, because that's obviously, in my opinion, like, I would never think of that. Like, that's like way premeditated. And then, like I said, it's just, I don't know. It kind of scares me, because how solid are these alibis that people are giving? And then the police are just clearing them. Like, how solid really is the alibi? Like, cell phone data can't even really be that solid or reliable anymore if people can think and do crazy shit like that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm with you on that. It's so, like, I'm just thinking in general, like, are you leaning towards the 4chan theory?
I really do. I mean, I am. That, or I don't know. I don't want to say like serial killer, but people have mentioned before, these were like beautiful girls. You know, they could have had internet stalkers. They were super active on social media with their shit just wide open. That was my other theory, because like, if it was someone local, I really think they would have had someone by now, and they might, right? They might have it, you know, pretty much nailed down to one person. But my other thought is like, what if they had these internet stalkers, you know, an older man, maybe someone that's killed before, because for your first murder to be like a quadruple homicide, that's a lot. Like,
That's a bit, yeah,
usually,
exactly. That's a mass murder.
yeah, right. Normally people, you know, like, you work up to that. And then I think of things like, you know, people like Ted Bundy, like, total just whack job, like, would just randomly kill people for no reason at all. Like, just zero reason whatsoever. So I don't know, you know, and it's too easy to find people these days. And then plus, if these girls are posting on, you know, TikTok or IG or whatever it may be, I mean, it's not hard to find people these days. Like, it's just not.
No, absolutely. It definitely is not hard to find anybody these days, for sure.
So I think I'm leaning more towards not specifically the 4chan theory, but that shit was so specific, down to the nicknames, how it went down. Like, it just, I don't know, something in my gut is telling me it had a lot to do with the frats and Ethan. I think that's more of there's more to that. Or I'm leaning on possibly like internet stalker / you know, serial killer in the area.
Right.
So.
Yeah, this, oh man, there's this, everything that I read every day, that I just start, my mind goes in circles with this case. There's so many different people that fit the narrative for this,
right,
and it's mind blowing. I looked up that David Loach dude and realized he shaved his head like a week before.
Yeah.
And someone sent me pictures of it too, and I have those, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, yeah. If you could like post them somewhere, or I'm sure you'll show them in one of your videos. Also, 10 to Life. I don't know if you watch that channel or if you're familiar with it.
Yes. Oh yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Of course. Yeah, absolutely. I watch 10 to Life. I watch Harsh Reality. I watch Grizzly.
Yep.
I watch. There's a select few.
Sure. Same, but 10 to Life, she just recently, I don't know if it was last night or this morning, posted a new video that was actually pretty good as far as clearing up, like, you know, where the case is exactly, you know, the speculation, like supposedly the fact that someone even ran outside and passed out, and that was the unconscious caller scenario, like that hasn't even been verified. Like that supposedly was someone made a comment on an Instagram post, and then it got transferred to Reddit, and then it just became this big rumor. It could be true, it could not be true, but I'd recommend like checking that out. I haven't gotten through the whole video yet this morning, but she just put one up. I think it was last night, but she did a good job.
I actually added it to my playlist.
Awesome. Very
the one
cool.
that you're talking about.
Yeah. Yep. Very cool. Okay, well, I'll let you get to other callers. I just wanted to bring that up because I was thinking about the cell phone thing, and I'm like, damn, that'd be a really good alibi, but like, who the hell thinks about that? Like,
yeah, exactly. Who does think about that?
Yeah, like you got to kind of have a sick mind to think like that far ahead and in depth. I don't know. It just threw me off and gave me, you know, something to think about. So.
No, I'm
all
with
right,
you
Ted,
on that.
you have a good day.
You too. Thank you, Angela, for calling in. I appreciate you.
Of course. See you later. Bye-bye.
All right, hold up. The 401, call back right after this video. I'm going to play this video, and then we'll get back to the calls. I'm going to play this video right here, and we'll get back to the calls. This is a highly requested video, so let's check it out real quick, and then I'm going to open the lines right back up.
This is a brand new Jack Decor video where we take an even deeper dive into the happenings in Moscow, Idaho, and we try to get to the bottom of, did Jack live in the house that I previously showed you? I think after watching this video, you might form an entirely Idaho, and we try to get to the bottom of, did Jack live in that house that I previously showed you? I think after watching this video, you might form an entirely brand new opinion if you ever doubted me. Let's jump right
Okay, so like I said again, I'm opening the calls back up after this video to everybody. I keep seeing people asking me to play this video. Shout out to Drip Drop for the deep diving that he does. He puts out a lot of good videos, and he says he's got some new information. So let's check it out.
Get into this and find out. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Crime Circus. My name's Drip Drop, and I'm your host as usual. Tonight, we have a brand new Jack Decor video, and I just want to start off with the disclaimer. Jack Decor is presumed innocent of any and all crimes. Anything discussed in this video is purely speculation and opinion. However, I'm going to show you some pictures that might shock the conscious and provoke some thought from you, the viewer. I've previously released another video on Jack Decor. If you haven't seen it yet, check it out right here on Crime Circus. I've also released a video on Jack Showalter, the alleged hoodie guy. We're going to dive right into some new information I've uncovered, some photographs that I've obtained, and we're going to have a discussion about this case. For those of you that aren't familiar, 4 college students passed away in Moscow, Idaho. Nobody knows who did it. It's a complete mystery, and this video is not accusing Jack Decor of having anything to do with it. But we're just going to ask some questions and have a little discussion about this case. Maybe we can get one step closer to solving it. First, shout out to the Troll Hunter for sending me some of these pictures and helping further some of my theories. Crime Circus is a worldwide effort between me and you, the viewer. If anybody wants to help support this show, please look for my Patreon link below. My supporters make this show possible, so thank you all. About 90 to 95% of you out there were convinced after my last video that that was Jack's house. Maybe 5 to 10% of you doubted me and said that's not the same house, I got it wrong. Well, I hope every single one of you is watching this video, and I'd like to hear what you have to say about these photographs I'm about to present. Let's jump right into this, starting with a big boom. What do you think of this picture right here? I previously showed you this picture where Jack may live. Some of you doubted. Well, let's take a look-see at this picture right here. We've got Jack on the left and Kaylee on the right. But what's extra interesting about this photo? What do we see in the background? I do believe we see the very house discussed in my previous video. And that was a Crime Circus exclusive theory. Some people stole my video and didn't give me credit, but you heard it here first, breaking news from Crime Circus. Anyways, for those of you that still aren't convinced, let's zoom into the real estate photo and have a closer look. As you can see, that's the exact same window. It's the exact same bricks. It's the exact same concrete below. And you can also see part of the door, which is also an exact match. So, what do you think now? You remember that video that allegedly showed Murphy running around that house? Same house. There's a photograph of Jack and Kaylee at that house now. I could probably end this video right here with my point proven, but this is Crime Circus, so we're going to go a little deeper now. As you can see from the satellite view here, we've got what may be Jack's house on the left side, and over on the right side was Kaylee's house. There's only about 216 feet in between these two houses. That's less than a football field away, and I've previously said that's about a 30-second walk. I now think that's about a 20-second walk.
Exactly.
Anyways, let's take note of this house in the middle with the white roof. You can see it's surrounded by rocks and a chain link fence in the background. And what do we see here? We see a picture of Jack and Kaylee. Some people have told me that Kaylee was way out of Jack's league. You leave me a comment and let me know down below. What do you think? Was Kaylee out of his league? Or do good guys actually win sometimes? Then again, in the end, she had broken up with him and was allegedly moving to Texas alone. So maybe nice guys really do finish last. Moving on, looking back at this satellite image from above, we can now see we have in our possession a picture of Jack, allegedly at the house on the left, as well as allegedly at the house in the middle with the rock yard. So one might think Jack could be very familiar with cutting through directly in between those two houses, or even secretly behind in the tree line where nobody would even see anybody creeping through. So let's take a closer look at this tree line.
Welcome, Meets. Good morning.
And check out some images of behind the property. As you can see over to the left side, that's part of the tree line behind the property. And if you look off into the distance, you can see the house that Jack allegedly lived in, that Jack and Kaylee took that picture in front of. And I've previously showed you the TikTok video as well as realtor photos inside that house showing that is the same house. And looking closer, you can see the other house that Jack and Kaylee were photographed at with the rock yard. So you could either cut in between those two houses or through the tree line. It's a very short walk. We're going to take a quick look and look at a few more pictures from behind the victim's house to show you the tree line and give you an idea of what kind of tree line we're looking at. So what do you think about these photographs I've just presented?
So a lot of you do think he was out of his, or she was out of his league.
Did you? Some of you still aren't convinced? Okay. Let's have a look-see at this picture right here. This is a picture of Kaylee and an unknown friend at what I do believe to be possibly Jack's house. For those of you that still aren't convinced, we're going to do a side-by-side comparison of the realtor photo as well as this photo of Kaylee, which I do believe is allegedly Jack's house. You can see it's just over to the left side of the house, right near the steep hill, and you can even see the reflection of the cinder block retaining wall that's holding up the steep hill away from the house. You can see the windows are a match, the retaining wall is a match, the foundation is a match, the bricks are a match, and that is Kaylee in this photo. Do you see what I'm getting at here, folks?
Good morning, Brenda.
Some of you doubted me. Some of you said that was not Murphy in the previous video. Some of you said the lights don't match. Folks, this is the same house. That's undeniable at this point. So what do you think now? Smash the like button, leave me a comment, make sure you're subscribed, and let's move on. I previously mentioned in my last video release the possibility of somebody being able to walk on or off the roof. Some of you thought I was crazy.
Yes.
I'm not looking so crazy anymore. Let's check out this clip right here. As you can see here, this is clearly the house in question that Jack allegedly lived at.
There's that video right there that we were watching on Instagram, guys. Yesterday through the lives.
And that the dog Murphy was allegedly running around as I previously showed you. You can see the victim's house off in the distance. It's not up for question or debate if this is that house. What I would like your opinion on is this Jack on the rooftop of this house right here? As you can see down in the parking area, there's a white car parked down there. And I'm not sure if that's the white car, but the police are looking for a white car. Anyways, you can see the victim's house off in the distance, and there are people on this rooftop of the house that I showed you previously, and it's just like I said. People can walk on the rooftop, on or off, very easily. They can either come in or out the window, or right off the backside to the hill where it's a very steep hill. This is an easy access rooftop, just like I previously told you, and the evidence is continuing to come out by the day. What do you think of that? This is thought-provoking stuff. And what I'd like to find out, was that Jack on the roof in that video, or was he recording the video? Some of these people look so similar, it's hard to tell who's who. Anyways, now a handful of people have left me comments telling me Jack D is the hoodie guy. Well, I didn't really want to believe any of these comments at first. They seemed a little absurd. The consensus seemed to be that it was Jack S. Well, let's just dive right in and look at some pictures of Jack and the hoodie guy. Let's try to figure out who is the hoodie guy. Is it Jack Decor or Jack Showalter or somebody else? I want you, the viewer, to help me analyze these photos. Now let's have a look-see. As you can see, the hoodie guy is on the left, and there's a picture of Jack and Kaylee on the right. You can see Jack on the right-hand side has his hat on backwards, and it's black. Now let's overlay these images and see how we feel after analyzing these photos. I've lowered and increased the opacity of Jack's face overlaid over the hoodie guy's face so we can see if we think it's a match. Well, what do you think?
Oh, shit.
It's kind of hard to tell because it's so blurry and pixelated, but that's Jack's face overlaid over the hoodie guy. His head does seem to fit inside of that hoodie quite well, and he also has that black hat. Now looking at this picture of the food truck, you can see he's standing in the distance about 10 to 12 feet away from Kaylee and Maddie. Now looking at this picture of Jack on the right, you can see he also has white Nikes, skinny black pants, a jacket, a hoodie, and a hat.
Shit.
These two individuals are dressed very similar. And yes, the Nike shoes are not an exact match, but it shows which brand he likes. And a lot of people have more than one pair of shoes.
All right, whoa. All right, so 1 for being yes, 2 for being no. Do you think that Jack Decor is hoodie guy? 1 for being yes, 2 for being no.
Now you can see this unidentified individual known as the hoodie guy standing next to Joe V. A lot of people are suspicious of Joe V, and I don't blame you. I might make an entire video on Joe V because I do think there's some things worth discussing. Moving on, this is when Kaylee, Maddie, and the food truck guy all enter the food truck scene. As you can see, the hoodie guy is awful close to Kaylee, and it kind of even looks like he's touching her. Now let's check out the hoodie guy and Kaylee standing next to each other to observe their height. I'm going to place an image on the right side of the screen now of Kaylee and Jack. Let's see the difference in height. Let's see if it's a match. Or if hoodie guy is approximately the same height as Jack when standing next to Kaylee. What do you think about these photos? What do you think about the height between Kaylee and the hoodie guy and Kaylee and Jack? Is the hoodie guy and Jack approximately the same height based on this photo comparison? Smash the like button if you think it's a match. So what do you think? Do you think Kaylee was a little out of Jack's league? Was she ready to move to Texas and meet a real man? They say everything's bigger in Texas. Anyways, Looking at these various photos here, we can see that there is a chain link fence partially surrounding that one house with the flat white roof. That chain link fence matches up in all these photos. And then also, interestingly, in this photo on the left, you can see the victim's house. And then just over to the right, past the little blue house, you can see allegedly Jack's house.
Yeah,
this is to put everything in perspective.
Lot of no's.
Everything is super
yeses.
close here, and that would be a very short walk to get from one house to the next. But that doesn't mean that Jack Decor is a killer, and we have to presume he's innocent. Here's another picture of the hoodie guy from behind. This is just to show you his dress, attire, style. Jack Decor seems to dress very similar in...
He said everything's bigger in Texas.
Innocent. Here's another picture of the hoodie guy from behind. This is just to show you his dress, attire, style. Jack Decor seems to dress very similar in many photos. Interestingly enough, I've seen a lot of people speculating whose jacket was Maddie wearing. A lot of people have rumored that Maddie must have been wearing Jack Showalter's jacket and that he gave it to her at the bar. Well, I've discovered this photo of Jack and Kaylee, and Jack appears to be wearing the exact same jacket that Maddie was wearing that night. Let's do a side-by-side comparison of Jack wearing a black jacket on the left and an image of Kaylee at the food truck wearing a black jacket. What do you think? Are we onto something here at Crime Circus? Is that an exact match? Does this mean anything? Does this further any theories? Or does it all mean nothing? In my opinion, that jacket looks very similar. It might make one's mind wonder, did this crime happen over a clothing dispute over a jacket? Why would Maddie be wearing Jack's jacket and not one of her own jackets or her boyfriend Jake's jacket? Is the hoodie guy Jack? These are just questions I'm asking. I have no way to know one way or the other. But with our hive mind, maybe we can figure it out together. Now looking at this picture here, this is taken from the tree line behind the house at night. On the top of this photo, you can see part of the balcony and directly into what was Kaylee's room. You can see she's got a neon sign that says good vibes. Well, apparently somebody brought some really bad vibes into that house on November 13th, 2022, between 3 and 6 a.m. So as you can see, this would be a peeping Tom's dream right here. Anybody could easily see inside of this window from the tree line. Now here's an extra zoomed in picture of Kaylee's room from the tree line. And as you can see with a good zoom, you could see in there way too clear. And I don't see any sort of blinds in what was Kaylee's room. So that's pretty creepy that anybody could be watching you at any time. Keep your blinds down and your doors locked. A couple people wanted me to do a comparison of Jack Decor and this unknown masked man who apparently took some pictures on Snapchat with the location that pinged very closely to the murder house. And these pictures were taken at about 3:30 a.m. And these pictures were taken on the morning of the crime, allegedly very close. Does this masked man have anything to do with this? Who is the masked man? That's what we must ask ourselves. All we can see here is his eyes and his lips. Do those look like Jack's eyes and lips? I'm not convinced, but what's your opinion? Some of you want to have a discussion about Dylan, one of the surviving roommates. Well, what about Bethany? She survived too. Here's a couple images of Dylan and Bethany. They've been radio silent. They haven't given any interviews. None of their statements have been made public, and we just don't know what they experienced while they were in that house. I could do a deeper dive on them if you want me to. Here's another picture of Jack Decor with the white shoes, skinny black pants, a white t-shirt hanging below the hoodie, and a jacket on top. That does seem to be the exact same dress attire that the hoodie guy in the food truck video is wearing. And some people have told me that there's no way Jack could have done it because he was a pipsqueak, he was 100 pounds soaking wet, and he was non-athletic. And some people have even said he's a virgin. That's all speculation and rumors. None of that's based on fact. Let's look at a few pictures of Jack here. You can see he's highly athletic. He was actually a champion tennis player competing on a very high level. Here's a couple pictures of Jack when he was just a boy. You can see he was very talented. He's good at juggling. He's good at standing on top of a giant tennis ball. He may be good at standing on top of a rooftop. He looks super athletic. He looks intelligent, and he looks like he knows how to swing his hand super fast, super hard, over and over to hit that ball. Here's a few more recent pictures of Jack. You can see he's quite tall. He likes to wear his hat backwards, just like the food truck guy. He likes his hoodies and jackets and skinny black pants.
Eminem, is that you?
I'm not so sure I could fit in the pants that tight. Anyways, hopefully you found this video thought-provoking. Hopefully it's making you think and ponder different possibilities of what may or may not have happened in this case, who may or may not be responsible. And I just want to remind you, everything in this video is speculative, in opinion only. Nothing is to be considered fact until it's proven as fact. All we can do is side-by-side comparisons of photos and come to our own opinions. Supposedly, Jack Decor has a really good alibi. His roommate said he was sleeping. Have you ever checked on a sleeping roommate? Do you think any of your roommates have ever checked in on you? How does anyone really know if anyone's sleeping if their door's shut, especially if their door was locked? Nobody could possibly know if somebody is still in their bedroom. Do you think I should keep investigating this Moscow, Idaho case? It's still an unsolved crime. Somebody out there knows something. One or more persons committed this crime, and they have yet to be held accountable, arrested, or brought to justice. This has to be a living nightmare for the victims' families, and all I want to do is do my part to help investigate this case for the greater good. If you want to support this channel, please consider joining my Patreon. Shout out to all my recent Patreon signups. I appreciate you. Anyways, until next time, remember to stay safe out there because you know it's a dangerous world.
Oh, whoa. That was crazy. All right, I'm opening up the phone line, man. That was a good video. Honestly, I got to give it up to Drip. He made a good video there. I see a lot of mixed comments in here about it, Drip Drop, but I mean, regardless of what we think about his appearance and what he does in his videos, he does some good diving, man. He does some good diving. I'm gonna take this call. That was interesting. Let's talk about it. Hold on, let me answer this real quick. That's crazy. He does a good job with these videos. Though.
Yeah.
Hey, you're live. What's up?
Hey. Well, I was just watching your video, and I don't know about.
That's Crime Circus's video, but yeah.
Yeah. Like I don't know that guy is really the hoodie guy. I mean, yeah, it kind of looks like him, especially when he was actually wearing a hoodie in one of the photos.
Right.
But I don't know. I have my doubts. His face, I think that guy has very big eyes in comparison to the other one, but it's just a speculation, of course. I was searching on the Google Maps, and there is a picture of when you go into that area where that house is, and you go into the trash can area, and I looked in there on the floor, and there was a picture of a girl, and that was last year. So that's just like I noticed that right away. And then the other thing that I can say about the father that's talking a lot is that it looks suspicious, like everyone has been saying. Then the other thing that I noticed, or well, I kind of more have questions on because I don't have any answers, is the waiting that these girls died. Like they say that they were on top of each other or on the same bed, but then they were picked up.
What we do know right now is that
did they die
according to
outside
him,
of the
police
house and then
allegedly
maybe
were
they were
knocking on many
transferred
neighbors'
to
doors
the house?
the morning of
Some
the
guy
murder,
said
asking if they had heard anything.
Hold on one second.
And he
I don't
admitted
know.
that
No, I'm gonna stop
they
it.
knocked
I'm
on
gonna
his
stop it.
door
Let
and
me
he
find
talked
where
to
that's
him and he
coming
shared
from.
what he knew and he shared about
What,
that
the
night.
picture of the girl?
I did ask him
No,
specifically in the
there's some
interview,
freaking
have
audio
you talked
playing in
to
my
police
background right now.
since?
Hold
Have you
up. I
talked to
see
law
it.
enforcement since that time? He said he
Let me
had.
stop it.
He, you know, it was.
I don't know where the heck that came from, but go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
It's okay. And so like I know that they were picked up and there are rumors that maybe it was an Uber, somebody picked up these girls. And that's when the girl that had a jacket that this guy is saying that maybe it's the jacket of the other guy, but I don't know if it's the same jacket. It does look oversized on her. But like, how do we know that maybe they got killed inside the car, the white car that they say that maybe they went into, and then they were transferred, right? But then their dog was already hidden or locked up as if it's all prepared, or like, you have the dog all hidden. Maybe the persons that were in the first floor or basement, maybe it was all prepared. Maybe they did this, and they said, okay, now it's all hidden. Now you can do your thing or transfer the bodies. I mean, there's just so many thoughts that going into my head, like how it all happened. But then again, there's this one guy that says that he heard a scream. If he heard a scream, then that means that something happened in that house and not outside of the house, like as opposed to in the car. Maybe there was a fight. I don't know how all four people can just get killed in one house at the same time. It's just weird. That's pretty much all I have. I don't know any more aside from what I have seen on YouTube, just like everyone else.
Right.
But I was just mainly thinking, like, where did this occur? and especially when we see 4 guys also being stopped by the police. I thought that that was weird too, but we don't know if maybe this is a crime of many or just one person. The fact that there's one girl that got stabbed many more times and has more damage than the other girl made me think that maybe this is actually a female that did this instead of a guy that everyone's pointing at fingers as a guy. Well,
the screen video was debunked. I don't know which. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the screen video. Definitely. And I mean,
it was debunked. I don't know which one you're referring to.
Well, no, there was this guy. I don't know if it was actually a phone call or somebody that was actually set up in a video that he heard a scream. I don't remember because I watched so many videos on this same case. But anyways, I did hear a guy say that he heard a scream. Actually, no, I just remember it was actually a video of a guy saying it. So there is a face that says this fact. So, but and then they were asking like, how come he's coming out now? Like, why is he saying this now? Like, they're speaking out about this, and so that is just one thing, like, where did they?
Yeah, the screen video was debunked 100%. But yeah, but the neighbor coming out saying the neighbor did edit on his Facebook. He put that he heard nothing that night. Then all of a sudden now he heard he heard a scream. So that, I mean, that's what was said. But there was a screen video that was put out online that was completely made up. And from what I'm hearing from the community is that his YouTube is now gone.
Wow. So, okay. So then that's it. That tells you that there's a big possibility that this happened outside of the home instead of inside. Yeah. Like maybe they were brought already dead. But then maybe when they brought them dead, maybe the other people wanted to attack them and then they end up being dead in the house. You see, maybe there's 2 places where people got killed. It's just crazy.
So you think that they were killed outside the home?
I mean, I'm thinking that maybe the girls were killed outside the home and then they were brought in to make it look like they died all together with the rest of the other 2.
There would be, but I feel like if they were killed outside the home, though, you're carrying in bodies. There would be blood all over.
But maybe how people just bag them, and I don't know what they do. But somebody took a picture of blood coming out of the house, like it was dripping.
Yeah, there was
that picture.
Yes, I've seen that picture.
Yeah, I don't know. These are just like because of so many different stories that people are saying. I heard a scream, then they're like, no, it was not like that. And okay, so then you just gonna start thinking like crazy, like, okay, I'm gonna just think about how it could have been, like somebody's trying to cover up for somebody, maybe it did happen outside, and just to wash the clues away. And then that girl being stabbed like so many times, that's what I was thinking. Maybe it was a jealous girlfriend, a jealous ex that went on to her like that. Well, that's pretty much all. I do hope that this case gets resolved because there's a lot of people that are interested in it, and it's very sad, but also it makes me angry because these girls were going to graduate and they paid so much money, like their parents, and this has to happen to them like that. I don't know, it's just not fair. I don't know how it makes others go and feel safe in going to school, and now you have to think about your safety on top of everything.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't agree with what you're saying, but that's your opinion and I respect it.
Okay.
I agree to disagree, but hey, I mean, I think they were killed inside all together, because if you were killed outside, there would be so much more blood evidence outside. You get what I'm saying? Like but you said something about bags or something like that. But I mean, like I said, I disagree, but I respect your opinion 100%.
No, I don't.
And my platform is for you to speak your opinion. So
Right.
I do appreciate you speaking your
I was
opinion.
just trying to throw an idea, but
yeah, that's what I want people to do.
Right. Just throwing ideas out.
Oh, absolutely. That's what I want. That's what
Great.
I want.
All
I
right.
want everybody to speak their opinion. I appreciate you coming up, and I hope you have a wonderful day. And I appreciate you tuning in, and thank you for sharing your
All right.
opinion.
Thank you. All right.
Thank
Take
you,
care.
guys.
Bye-bye.
All right, lines open, guys. Yeah, I definitely don't agree with that at all. But like I said, everybody is open to have their own opinion. So, but I definitely don't agree with that at all. But hey, I mean, shout out to her for her opinion.
Call from. To accept, press.
Hello, you live?
Yo,
What's up, man?
what's going on?
How's it going, brother?
Hi, good. How are you?
Hanging in there. So, what you think about everything? The floor is yours.
All right. So I mean, that circus video, whatever. I mean, that was interesting, but so in my opinion, I was in a frat, and I mean, I don't know if you've seen that 4chan stuff.
Absolutely.
I mean, that seemed pretty specific, like just like what they were saying in that. And I mean, in a fraternity, you can get like a lawyer for the fraternity, and I'm sure right away they went and got a lawyer. And I mean, the first thing they're gonna say is don't speak to anybody, don't say anything. But I mean, there's usually in a fraternity there's 40 to 50 brothers, so there's gonna be somebody that wants to talk. But like the whole thing is brotherhood, don't throw anybody under the bus, this and that. But there's going to be that one person that realizes the situation, and they're going to want to talk, but they're going to want to do it anonymously, so nobody knows who it is.
Right.
So I mean, and another thing that I was thinking is Kaylee and Maddie at the food truck. They didn't seem like they were under too much distress. I mean, yeah, they said the fuck you or whatever to the other guy, and then like Kaylee taking that picture, yeah, I mean, it was a little suspicious, but I mean, I feel like if they thought that there was like a major threat, that they would be acting a little different. Like the way Kaylee was talking, ordering the food and stuff, like she seemed like she was in somewhat of a good mood. And what we don't know is the whereabouts of Ethan and Xana. Like that's what the big question is.
Well, they were at the supposedly they were at the Sigma Chi party till 1:45.
Exactly, yeah. But nobody's like came out and said that specifically, like knows their whereabouts. And I'm saying that the fraternity probably has a lawyer, and I'm saying that out of the 40 to 50 people in the fraternity, if they were at the house, somebody's gonna know exactly where they were and what they were doing. And like I just find it weird that 4chan came out so specific, but everybody else wants to not say anything and just I don't know. I just found that 4chan very weird, and I'm sure if they were at that frat house, somebody in the frat knows exactly where they were and what they were doing, and they're just not trying to talk about it. But I mean, that's just one of my theories. I have like 105, but I've been with you every day since the start. So I mean, I don't know.
I
But
appreciate you,
that
brother.
was just one of my ideas.
So I mean, we're like that 4chan theory. I don't know when you found out about it, but do you believe that at all?
I mean, I can't say I do or I don't because I don't know what's true. I don't know if it's true. It could be anybody putting it out there. I just mean, like, it was very specific how they say it was talked about before. Like, they talked about doing it before other times. And they said that they put the YouTube videos on autoplay, and they had the nicknames for all the people. I mean, I don't know. I just think it was very specific to make up. But at the same time, I can't say it's true. I really don't know. But
Right.
I just found it weird.
No, absolutely. So Let me try to think here. So, what is your opinion on this whole thing? Like, what is your number one theory? Like, what do you who do you absolutely think has the most motive here to do this sort of crime? I mean, because this is a mass
Honestly,
murder. This is 4 people. This
nah,
is,
yeah,
you know,
totally. I mean, my first theory, my gut always goes back to Jackass, but I mean, the boyfriend, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend, there's a lot of motive there. I mean, he's leaving, whatever. The dog, the whole dog situation. I mean, my gut goes with Jackass just because that's like the weirdest alibi. I mean, who goes from a night of drinking to driving 5 hours to a cabin in the woods? It's just a weird alibi to me, but I don't know. I really don't know.
so you think it's a weird alibi that he left? He supposedly got kicked out of the club. He's and waited for the girls, came to the food truck, watched them order food. They get in the vehicle, leave, and he drives 5 hours to a cabin.
Yeah, he just drives 5 hours to the woods.
I find that very suspect too.
Weird. Yeah. So I mean, that's my gut instinct is him, but I don't know. I feel like we could be totally surprised, and it could be somebody that we're not even talking about.
Right.
But
what I mean, like, what is your number one though? Like, who are you leaning towards? Like, who you know what I mean?
I'm gonna go. Yeah, I mean, my gut goes with Jack S. That's my number one. But
So allegedly, you think Jackass? No. Okay.
yeah, allegedly, all allegedly, yes. But I'm also gonna go out on a limb and say that somebody in the fraternity is involved.
Okay. So do you think there was more than one person involved in this and the killings, or do you think it was just one person that acted alone?
I mean, I want to say it was one person that did the killings, but I'm going to say other people probably knew about it.
Okay. You really think they would all be this quiet?
Well, I mean, see, I don't know. That's what I don't know. I mean, that 4chan is very specific, and like the whole thing in a frat is to like have your brother's back or whatever. But I mean, then again, Ethan was in the frat, so I don't know. Who knows? I really don't know. I'm just going off on a tangent, but
Nah, I mean, that's your time to speak, man. You got 52 seconds left. Is there anything else you want to say?
no, that's pretty much it. But
I appreciate you calling and sharing, man, and I appreciate you tuning into the channel. I just, I try to use my platform. Not only did I, I've been speaking for the last 4 weeks, but I want to let everybody else come up and give their opinions and theories, because you guys look at me all the time. So it's about time I give the floor to some of you guys and let you come up here and say what you feel, because not everybody has the same opinion as me. And not everybody's going to have the same opinion at all. And it's interesting listening and hearing what everybody really thinks, what they found. You guys all send me wonderful information. So, hey, man, God bless you for coming up here, and I appreciate you.
For sure. I appreciate you. Keep doing your thing, bro.
All right, brother, man. You have a wonderful day. I'll see you in chat. What's your name in chat? And where you from?
Scott.
Scott. Okay. Where you from, Scott?
Rhode Island.
Shout out to Rhode Island, man. And happy holidays to you. I'll be looking at you in chat. I think I've seen you in there. Blue name?
Yeah.
Okay, Scott, man. I appreciate you calling in, and I'll chat it up with you in chat.
All righty. Be good, bro.
All right, brother. Thank you. Shout out to Rhode Island, by the way. Lines open for anybody who wants to call in. Good caller. Good caller. Let's see. When the warrants drop in, Scott Perkins says, who would have thought we all coming together to catch a killer in Idaho? Right?
Call from
Poodles of Barnegat Bay.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
Poodles of
Call
Barnegat
from
Bay.
John.
Hey, what's up, John? You're live.
Yeah, I just have a quick statement here. I noticed in the footage when the police are speaking with the The kids on the, what do they call that, band field after the altercation at the frat house?
Yeah.
There's a white car parked across the street with the headlights on. Was one of those kids actually in that car?
It's very possible.
Okay, well, I just wanted
I
to
don't
mention
know
that.
that. I don't know that to be fact, but
Well, and it's the body cam footage. If you go back to that, you can look on there and see that there's a white car. It looks like it's running. The headlights are on, and it looks like the same car. So
a lot of people said it was unmarked, like that was a officer's car, but
oh, okay. Well, it looked like the same type of vehicle.
right.
So I don't know. I just never heard anybody make mention of that, so I thought I would bring it up.
Oh yeah, no, I made a video on it actually.
Okay.
I made a
I'll have to
video
go
on
back
that
and-
body cam footage, but in general, what are your theories? Who do you think could have done this horrific crime? And I know you guys listen to me all the time. I want to hear what your theory is.
I don't know. If I had to say who I thought, the hoodie guy, I mean, that's just a lot of weird stuff around him. He doesn't look like he's doing anything unusual. And everybody made a big deal about him bumping in to one of the girls there at the food truck, But it looked like to me they were just stepping up on the curb, and it was just kind of an awkward angle that he took, and then he got out of the way so she could go ahead and go order food or whatever she was doing. So some of the stuff that I think people get hung up on, and the dog. I mean, I'm done with the dog.
Yeah, the dog's already been crossed off. The dog's already been, a lot of people bring up the dog not barking, the dog this, dog that. Well, we know this for a fact now, and we could kind of leave the dog out of it. The dog was in the room locked up and was no part of the crime scene, and they specifically said that on the Moscow Facebook. If you go to the Moscow police Facebook, it is on there in specific detail about the dog. So I know people get hung up on that dog, and it's like, okay, the dog's a labradoodle, he's a puppy, he's used to partying. Let's get past the dog and let's get down to some motive here and find out who our perp is. Because the dog right now plays no part. Even if the dog did bark. You know what I mean? People say, what if the dog bark? What if the dog did bark? So there's everybody. If everybody's plastered in the house and sleeping, you don't hear the dog. They maybe be used to the dog barking if the dog did bark, in fact. So
and it looked like everybody been drinking. So you crash out after a night of drinking, that you're not going to wake up on everything.
Right.
So anyway, that's all. That was all I had. I'll get off of here and let somebody else get a chance to call in. I've been trying to call in, man. It's hard to get on.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you calling in. And where are you calling in from?
Kansas.
Kansas, man. Shout out to Kansas. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. I do appreciate your phone call and sharing what you think, or just sharing what you had any questions about.
And I enjoy your channel.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Okay. All right. You have a good one.
All right, brother. You have a blessed one. I have a blessed holiday too. I'll be looking for you. What's your name in chat?
I don't have any chat.
Oh, so you just listen.
I try to stay away from all the social media, but they've got me hooked on YouTube, so I can't get away from that now.
I hear that, brother. Well, hey, I appreciate you tuning in. I appreciate you calling, and you have a wonderful day, sir. And hey, shout out to you from Kansas, man.
All right, man. Have a blessed day. Bye.
You too, sir. Awesome call. Awesome call. Line is open for everybody. Let's see. Twitter quadruple homicide is connected to Hannah Clear. A Twitter user claimed that the quadruple. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot about that. Highlands Outdoors. I've been seeing a lot about that. Line's open though for anybody who wants to call in. Andrea, we can speculate, but we got to stay on track and stick to the facts. In my opinion, not worrying about the dog. Facts.
Call from
John.
Hey, what's up, John? You live?
Hey, buddy. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. How about yourself?
Good. I have some perspective. I'm a former Daytona Beach police detective, and I'm looking at this photo that you're showing from the rooftop view. I don't believe that's an Elantra. I believe that's an Altima.
Okay.
A Nissan Altima. If you pull a Nissan Altima up and you look at that rear side window, you'll see the angle goes straight up. An Elantra has more of an elongated angle going up. There's a lot of speculation on this information here. That's clearly not an Elantra.
What year would you have? Would you prefer me to look up? Like what?
I pull up a 2013. It's very similar, but I haven't looked at any others. If you go to 2010, the taillights are different. The taillights usually change within 3 years. They change taillight headlights, but the cab area and windows usually stay pretty much the same on vehicles, unless they make drastic changes.
Okay, you said you were a former homicide detective?
Yeah, I was a detective in Daytona for many years.
Wow, so you got some expertise in you, man.
Yeah, I've worked narcotics most of my career, but I did stints in homicide and personal crimes. But there's a lot of misinformation. See, there you go. You got it up right there. Flip that. Get a side view.
Yeah, I'm about to get me a side view one right now. Here we go. Save as image as Nissan Altima. This is a 2013. Okay, there we go. This is like a side view right here. Yeah.
I'm seeing this not only on your chat, but everybody's chat. Whoever was standing on the roof for himself, and they keep showing this car. I think it's. If you look at the front end too, the headlights are.
Why is it not showing?
Angled back.
Okay. Okay, there we go. There's like a side. That's far. I mean, hold up. Let's see. It's a 2013 Nissan Altima also.
Look at the side. Look at the back window where it comes up to the trunk line.
Okay.
Look how the angle goes.
That's a Corolla before an Altima, says somebody in chat. It's a 4-door Elantra. Let's see. So are you saying, okay, so you're saying the one to the right is an Altima?
Are you saying, okay? Yeah, the one right here, yeah. That one where the guy's standing on the roof and they've got this rooftop picture of him, and they're comparing this car to the Elantra, saying, oh, that car was there at some point, or they lived there, or they're implying that, and I don't think that's true. Looks like an Altima to me.
Okay, so do you think that left photo? Do you think they have it right on the Elantra?
It's so granulated. She took a picture using her iPhone of the video in the store. So it's pixelated. So I'm sure when CID went and picked that up, they've got the actual video. They've got software that they can enhance that quite a bit. So there's a better photo. I believe that they know who this is already. I believe they've already got the info they need. They're just waiting on DNA, and they're going to move forward. They're tight-lipped. People need to give Moscow and the feds break. I mean, they've got to build a case. People need to shut up and let them build their case, and that goes for the parents. I understand. They lost their children. It's horrific. I can't imagine. But the frustration and getting online and saying that that they're cowards and all this stuff. Look, if they arrest somebody and they get off, which we live in a litigious world, and there are steps you have to follow to put together a case. People are ignorant. They don't realize what has to be done.
Yes, sir.
To get a conviction. So they need to shut up and let the police do their job and stop this innuendo and these accusations, because it's wrong. People do not even comprehend how hard it is to build a case, especially a capital case like this.
Right.
You want to dot your I's and cross your T's and make sure everything is right. And I believe they already know who it is, but they've got a very good idea, and they're putting together a case.
That's what I was going to ask you. Like, who do you? I mean, did you, from just looking around and with everything that you can see, like, did you have a person in mind?
Well, I've watched. Somebody just called a moment ago talking about the officers that were with the intoxicated, the kids that were drinking. They probably have a city ordinance against that. And that car in the background was a Ford Fusion. I believe it was, an unmarked car. I think one of the kids even makes a comment that it's an unmarked car. So you can dispel that as well. But I believe, this is a crime of, mystery. It's probably one of passion of somebody that was dissed. Perhaps one of the girls disrespected somebody at one of the clubs, or maybe the male roommate had an altercation. I'm hearing that, but again, if any of that's true, I would have expected by now somebody would come out and say, "Hey, I was there. He got in a fight. He got in an argument with so and so." I mean, there's just too much propensity for that info to get out if it was true. That's just my opinion. But all this innuendo and all these false accusations and accusing the police of not doing a good job, trust me, this is 150,000% their focus. They want to solve this case. That's why they're asking for help, but they're not going to divulge pertinent information. It's just not what you do. You can't do that. You could jeopardize the entire case. So people need to shut up and let the investigators do their jobs. There's a lot of eyes on this. I get it. But the sideline quarterback, this entire thing, act like you know what you're talking about. I'm just saying, well, act like, I would have done this or I would have done that. You have no clue. You're ignorant. Shut up.
That's why I say, if you haven't heard it, that's why I tell people, hey, I have my opinions, but if you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it's not true.
Right, exactly. And they're going to tell you if there's something out there. This Elantra is pivotal. I believe that is the Elantra that went by the store. The timeline is there. I do find one thing that I would say is careless on their part, if it's true, is I would have immediately went to all surrounding businesses to pull video. DVRs, high dollar DVRs hold, like a Walgreens, a CVS, a Walmart, they hold video for 2-3 months. Some of these smaller entities have cheaper systems and they only hold it for a week or so.
So would you say I was right with being like, so this, I was thinking this and brainstorming, and just from all my knowledge, my grandfather was a homicide detective in Virginia Beach for a long time, for 25 plus. And I know I'm sitting here thinking, they're probably in the room right now watching out, days of footage.
Right.
To see who was around or if anybody was watching them. They're looking for that vehicle. I can only imagine they're sitting in a room right now going through days and days of footage.
And they are. They are. Trust me, they are. Any video that they could have pulled, and again, there's accusations they didn't pull it in a timely manner. That's hard to believe, because the first thing, you're talking about a small town here. There aren't too many outlets, I believe. If I heard right, at the dead end road leading to the crime scene. I'm not sure, but I think I heard that somewhere. So there's way in it. And also, if you pull the video from the body cam, if you go back and you look, they show officers behind the crime scene up on a hill in a parking lot area. I believe it's a parking area with a house close by. That's up behind the building. And if you watch that body cam photo or video, when the officers encountering those kids drinking, you can see the headlights. And if you look at the headlights in perspective to the house, the headlights are up and backed away. I believe that the car was parked behind the house, up in that lot, and what you're seeing there is the car leaving, and then it disappears because it gets behind a building that's in front of the house, because there's probably a road leading down. I haven't gone on Google Maps and looked at all this stuff. I'm just using my common sense. If you look at it, the lights are up above. They go from left to right, and then they fade out. That's telling me that that car was probably parked behind that building, and that car left that lot because just a few days ago they showed officers back there looking through that lot. It's when they show the back view, where they're showing the back porch. I believe that's where the perpetrator was. I believe if he was stalking or whatever, he was looking for his opportunity, and that's where he came through the woods. That's where he ran back through the woods. He got in his car. He came down, and you can see the lights are above the building because he was up in that lot. And no one has pointed that out yet. I can't believe it.
Chat's screaming for they want to know, since you're a former detective, they want to know who do you think did this? That's what they're asking in chat. I don't know if you want to answer that, but
it's hard to speculate. I mean, hoodie guy, if you look at his body language, the way that he's watching the girls, they're not really paying much attention to him. I don't think the FU was directed at him. I think it was directed at the other guy that's done interviews. I think it was probably in jest. But he was clearly dissed when the two girls walked away and they caught their ride, and he wasn't looking. He was kind of like, he looked perplexed, and then he booked. He didn't run, but he hastily went off and he went in a different direction. But then, hey, where he had his car parked, and then he was again, all these allegations about him being kicked out of a frat, being involved, kicked out of the club the night of the incident. No one has come forward to say that they witnessed that. That's extremely odd to me. So it could have very well happened, but wouldn't you think that someone would reach out to you and say, hey, I'm Joe Blow. I was there that night. I saw him get kicked out of the club. Or, I'm part of the frat. I saw him get kicked out of the frat and all this. And the frat guy's going to stay together. That's bull crap, man. Come on. You're talking about a capital murder. Somebody would drop a dime on this guy in a heartbeat if they knew he did it. So, it's pretty easy. You can probably go to the DMV for Idaho and look this guy's name up and see if he's got an Elantra registered to him. The money this kid is purportedly to have, he's probably not driving a 2013 Elantra.
Right.
I mean, he's probably, according to media, which I don't know is true, his parents are millionaires. He's, part of a very wealthy family. He's going to be driving a 2013 Elantra. Doubt it.
Well,
these are things people got to think about. Looking at what I can see, I mean, yeah, he's a good suspect, but they know they've got a good idea who's done this. I'm pretty sure, and if he is the suspect, they're just building a case. He's not in Africa. Even that you could easily find that out. He's not in Africa. He's here. He's not running. I'm sure he's been interviewed multiple times. But again, there's all kinds of people that could be suspects. You could have a stalker, just a mere stalker, somebody that just likes blonde girls, or encountered them somewhere and thought they were snobs. Didn't like it. They dissed them, or the male gentleman in the house. He could have gotten an altercation with somebody. I don't know, but and I want to address the foundation of the house where it looks like blood's running down. That's very plausible because, you know, where your framework goes, if he's up against the wall and, you know, a weapon that they're describing was used and there's multiple stab wounds, there's gouging wounds, they probably didn't have much clothing on because they were in bed. So they may have very well even been naked, you know, who knows? So there's nothing to absorb the blood in the first place. And you're going to pump out a large volume of blood. If you're up against the wall at the sill, that blood will flow and leak out down the foundation. So that very well may be blood.
Yeah.
But it also may be just a sealant. It could be multiple things, but it looks like blood to me.
Well, I appreciate you sharing, man, and your insight. I'm gonna get some more callers in, but hey, I appreciate you really coming up here and expressing that, being a former detective. I'm sure it gave a lot of people in the chat some insight and definitely breaking that down. I do appreciate you coming up here and sharing. Sir, where are you calling from again? You said Florida?
Yeah, Daytona Beach area, Port Orange, Florida, actually, which is next to Daytona.
Thank you, sir, for calling in, and I appreciate you sharing your thoughts. A lot of people enjoyed you. Some people didn't, but I mean, you know, we all have a
give the officers and the feds a break. Let them work this case. You know, they're doing their job, and they're trying to get a conviction, not just an arrest. You want a conviction.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Right. And I thank you, sir, for your service that you have done, and I appreciate you calling in.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
All right,
you have a good holiday. Good caller. Good caller. Hey, man, not everybody, you know. I'm not gonna shut up. No, he's I respect what he's saying. Like, let the police do the work. I am letting the police do the work. We all are, but we're doing our own work. And that won't. Damn caller. Why does it say that?
Call from
Dark Horse.
Okay.
To accept, press.
What's up, Dark Horse? You're live.
Hey. Okay, so I watched a good portion yesterday. I had to get off last night, but I'm not sure if this was ever said. I can't remember who the creator was. I think maybe Olivia, who put up all of the different police reports from that night. And there was the one that they called the Moose Lodge, but it's actually the Corner Club.
Yes. The Corner Club.
So that police report actually said, well, there was no report, but the call actually said that the boyfriend was calling in and saying that there was a guy harassing women there. Is it possible that Kaylee called Jack and had Jack go and walk them to the food court? That's my first thought.
You know, a lot of people said that. So no, keep going. This is your time. Go.
No. Okay. So then, marshals typically will be able to process warrants from to another state. The guys that were coming out, I guess they look like cowboys from Washington or something. I think that they're marshals, and I think that they were there to pick up some evidence that maybe they had picked up at Jack S.'s parents' property. Does that make sense? So, I think the marshals went and served a warrant at Jack S.'s parents' house, and then went back to the murder home and gathered more evidence because maybe something matched. But I do think that if Jack did go to the Corner Club to pick up the girls and walk them to the food court, that would have made Jack S. really angry because wasn't he kicked out?
Jack
he
S.
was kicked out of the corner.
Allegedly, he was kicked out of there.
For being creepy with girls and stuff.
Allegedly.
Well,
yes.
If Jack was, and I'm not sure if this is true or not, but if Jack S. was kicked out of the frat for being like that, and there's all this animosity, and then Jack goes up and calls the police,
and tells the police at the corner club that he's got to go, then he's kicked out of the corner club. That would give him enough motive to be angry enough to come back and murder. In my opinion.
Yeah, no. I mean, so is that what your theory is? You think that Jack S allegedly did this?
Yeah, no, I definitely think Jack S did this. And I do think that Jack D was with the girls at the food court, is what I think. I think that Jack D went and got the girls and walked them back to the food court, and then was upset because they, instead of walking back with him, they got in the car and left.
Okay. So do you think that it was pretty weird how they got in the car and left, and then he just walked towards them, but didn't fully walk towards them? It was like maybe he was looking for a hug, and they just got in the car and dipped, and he sped off and went around that corner. Because if from watching that footage 100 times, you notice that it was like Joe pointed, "Hey, they're leaving." Type of thing.
I think maybe Jack, if that was Jack D, I think maybe Jack D thought he was going to catch a ride with him, and the girls just took off. That's why he was like, he starts to walk towards the car,
right?
And then the car just takes off, and he was like, "What? I don't want to cuss, but what the hell?" Right?
Yeah, you can cuss. That's fine.
And I think that he got. Anyway, I think it was Jack D that was at the food court. I believe that he was upset that the girls left without him because I also don't think that I don't think that Jack D's relationship with Kaylee is as contentious as people think, because otherwise, why would he go if that was Jack D? And I only really believe it's Jack D, one, because of the phone call to the police from the corner club, and then the fact that when they walked around the corner, that dude's arm was kind of on Kaylee, and he was following Kaylee. He kind of left Maddie in the background. You know what I'm saying? So I think that was Jack who was just sort of escorting them from the corner club, because dude was being creepy and was probably upset that he had gotten kicked out of another club for being creepy with women. So I think that Jack D left with the girls to go to the food court, and either Jack D believed that he was going to walk them all the way home, being that chivalrous, whatever, kind of guy he is. He would walk her back to the. I think he thought he was going to walk them all back to the home, but they didn't. They got in a car and left. That would have upset me, But I don't know. I think the guy at the food court is Jack D, and I think that Jack S did it.
So you think that the food truck is Jack D? You think that's actually Jack the Core?
Yeah, I didn't believe that until I saw Drip Drop's video, and he showed he paused on the screenshot of this Jack, whoever this Jack is, Jack D, Jack S, with his hand kind of on Kaylee, and he was following close to Kaylee. Like when you're walking next to your girl, you kind of put your hand in the small of her back. That's what it looked like to me.
Yes, ma'am. So, I personally thought that it was Jack S at the food truck, but I mean, even after watching his video, I still think it's Jack S. But that's just me. Yeah, because if you look, if you watch at the celebration of life, when Jack D's on stage, he's got a beard. Dude at the food truck didn't have no beard.
Oh, you're right.
So, I mean, as good as that video was, and as much as that overlay fit,
yeah,
did he just grow that beard that fast?
No,
I don't think so.
But I do like the picture of the guy that had the mask on, the masked guy. I wonder if you can see it again and see if there's like evidence of maybe a beard underneath that face mask.
Right.
But that to me looks just like Jack D.
Yeah, the thing for me is Jack D. What, the masked one? The masked one is supposedly Dylan's boyfriend.
Ooh.
Yeah, the mask picture that's going around is supposedly Dylan's boyfriend, allegedly. So
I must have missed that yesterday. Was that yesterday? You guys talked about that, or this morning?
We talked about it probably a lot more than probably every stream it came up. To be honest with you,
I can spend a good 8 hours with you, but after that, I got to cut it off and get stuff done.
I could spend a good 24 hours, and I don't know, and then I'll take a nap and get right back at it. I don't know. This case is addicting, and it's addicting for the reason you just want justice. I want to see the day that justice comes in, and
I said yesterday, every 5 minutes, my opinion changes about this case, and here we go again.
No, absolutely.
So,
it's tragic, and it's near the time that of holiday on Thanksgiving. I don't know. A lot of people are giving the dad shit, and it's
I think one of the things that really kind of attracts a lot of people to this case is they can all see themselves, somebody in their family, or even their own kids. All of my kids are grown. My youngest is in college, so it touches people's soul in a different way. I think that I don't want to say relate, but they can relate, and they just want to see the right thing happen here.
Right.
Anyway, thank you so much for your time.
No, thank you, Dark Horse. I appreciate you calling in, and I appreciate your support. I always see you in chat, so I do appreciate your support and you being here and supporting the channel in general, and you having the tenacity to call up and share your theory and opinion.
This is the very first time I've ever called anywhere, so I'm shaking. Don't know what to say, but
it's okay. I appreciate you. I enjoyed listening to you and your take on it. Thank you. I hope you have a wonderful day, and hope to see you in chat.
Oh, I'm there all the time.
And thank you for your support. Seriously, your support goes unnoticed. It's not unnoticed. It's noticed. It's very noticed. I always see. So I mean, I know. I notice a lot of these names that are in here. So, but your support definitely never goes unnoticed around here. So.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you. And you're just about the only person that I can stand to listen to.
And I remember you talking about a trial that you went to and some stuff that you went through, and I hope that pulled out good for you. And I don't know what you went through, but
it wrapped up the case. But then now there's a different aspect of it. I literally have to change my name. So we're going through that now. But
yes, ma'am. I hope
it was rough.
I hope that everything is going well for you, and
it is.
I remember you telling me about that, and I hope that it went well. Yeah. And I remember you saying it did go well. So
he got 248 years in prison.
Well, thank God for that. And now you'll never have to look. I mean, you don't have to look over your shoulder no more, but you always got to be aware.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dark Horse. You're a wonderful phone call.
You're welcome. Well, thank you so much, and hi to everybody in chat. And thank you for all you do, because gosh, your voice, I think, is the loudest on this case, and I just appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you so much, Dark Horse. I appreciate it. Bye. Good phone call. Good phone call. Yeah, God bless her. She's a beautiful soul. She's been showing support for a while, and it never goes unnoticed for me. A lot of you guys are great. The call line's open for anybody who wants to call in. Man, this case is just. I hope we get I'm hoping to look and get a break. But thank you. I appreciate it.
Call from
Austin.
Yo, what's up, Austin? You're live. What's going on, brother?
What's up, man? I'm just waking up again. In a row. I wake up and get my TREV fixed. Hey,
I appreciate
couple quick comments, bro. I like the 8 minutes instead of the 5.
Absolutely.
There's a few of them people that were really going good, and at 5 minutes we had to cut them off yesterday, and that was kind of annoying. But
I know, yeah, I agree with you.
Suck when you get the shitty ones and you can tell that they're going to be a crappy call right off the back. That's when it sucks for the 8 minutes. But either way, bro, good adjustment. Really like it. Really enjoy it.
It's only going to get better. I'm gonna the minutes may change. You never know. I'd like to try to get interesting calls coming in, but I do this because the community deserves to have a voice, and that everybody deserves to have a voice, not to just listen to me run my fucking mouth all the time.
No, I fully agree, man. And you're onto some stuff here, because the call-in portion of it is really making your show something unique. So I really believe that you're onto something here. And I'm from Idaho too. I should tell you that. So we do appreciate you, keeping the awareness on this case, because that's what it really needs. That's what puts the pressure on the law enforcement. Without people like you keeping it in the mainstream, keeping everybody up on it and on the facts, it would just be, it would get lost in the wind. So we really do appreciate you keeping on it. I don't have too much to add. I'm still on Jack Showalter. I always have been, and it's the jacket. I called in yesterday and made the same comment to you. It's the jacket, man. The jacket comment where, he said, "She stole my jacket." And then I can still just see that Fox News picture of them holding up that jacket the next day next to the fire hydrant.
Right.
And everything that keeps coming out, and I keep going back to that, and I can't get over it. And I'm on with your caller that you just had before this nice lady, the gentleman from Florida. I'm kind of with him in the fact of, I think that they know who did this. I don't think they have enough right now to charge them and get it to stick. I think they've got enough evidence to point them in the direction, but I really think that they're looking for video. What I think they want the video of is, I think they're trying to put a face to that car. I think they know who was in that car. I think that they're just trying to they want all the info on this Hyundai because they're trying to get somebody that has a video that can see that face. That's what I believe. But that's just a hunch. That's not going off nothing. But yeah, that's where I'm at. What do you think? Because I know I've listened to you for about 3 days now, and I can tell you're kind of on my boat. You're not coming off the jackass either. And do you know the jacket that I'm talking about? Did you see the jacket comment? And have you seen the picture of them holding it up? Do you know what I'm?
Which one? I mean, there's plenty of ones that I've seen, like the one with where it looks like there's a knife in his coat.
No,
there's
I'm
a bunch of different ones.
I'm talking about the jacket that was left on the crime scene.
Okay.
And there's a picture of like two detectives like holding the jacket up next to a fire hydrant.
I've seen that going around. Yes.
Yeah, that's the one that I'm talking about. And do you remember like early on in the enhanced audio, somebody had said that they enhanced the audio, and he had said that she stole my fucking jacket, bro. Do you remember that too?
Yes, I've been sent all of that stuff, everything.
Yeah, no, I know you have, but I'm just saying those are the two. I know you're kind of stuck on Jackass too. I can tell by just how you talk and stuff that you're not ready to let him go either, and I'm not either. That's where I'm at too. And it's really that jacket, bro. It's the jacket comment, and then I just see the picture of them holding that thing up the next day, and I'm like, man, dude, it feels like him. And
somebody sent me that picture, but when I seen it, I had never seen the picture before. So I was like,
really?
Yes, I was like, what is this?
Yeah, but if and individually they're not that damning, but together, when you put it together, him saying, she stole my jacket, bro, and then there being a jacket outside, and it looks really, really similar. So
MJ says jacket was near crime scene, not at crime scene.
Yeah, it was near it.
Somebody sent me the email like when did I get that email? Days and days ago. I still got hundreds and
bro, your poor email is probably your poor email is probably overdone now.
I got 3 full pages of emails that I need to really fine comb.
Yeah, I feel you, man. But like I keep trying to go down different rabbit hole tangents, like on the frat house and stuff. And that guy has some intimate knowledge, and there's some stuff that went down at that frat house that we need to know about. But I can't come off jackass in my gut. It's really like, it's just what I keep coming back to, and I keep trying to dive down the other rabbit holes, but I keep coming back to jackass. And the only thing that holds a little bit of validity to me about like the frat boys and stuff is the longer it goes, the more I feel like it's more than one person. And I don't know why. I don't know why I feel that way, because it should be the opposite. Like, the longer it goes, it should just be one person, because two people can't keep a secret. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like, if two people are involved, you definitely think this thing would crack open. But I don't know. I definitely think Jack S is involved to some degree. 3 days ago, I just said it was definitely just one person, but today, I don't know. I'm kind of feeling like there's a conspiracy and there might be more than one person or even a group of people involved, which, if that's the case, that's really good for us, because that'll crack wide open. Time is on our side in that fact. But yeah, I don't know. It's just the jacket. I can't get over that jacket, and I won't. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I mean that. I don't know, man. I don't feel like that jacket plays a big part of anything, but
yeah,
I really don't think it does. What plays a big part is a lot of the shit that they fucked up in the beginning of the case with timing and everything that they've came out with in general, and also the Hyundai they want is just it being nationwide and them wanting it. They want that vehicle, and I keep saying this over and over to everybody I talk to the case with, or I talk about the case with, is that they wouldn't put that out there. It wouldn't be stretching all the way across the United States, and like I said, nationwide, countrywide, whatever you want to say. It wouldn't be that far out there if it wasn't that big of a deal. Like, I firmly believe that whoever's in that vehicle knows something or did it, and they're not. They just said they believe they have critical information. Now that's big.
Oh, I fully agree. And I do believe that Hyundai will crack the case open, but I think that they already kind of know the direction that Hyundai was going and shit. I really think that they're just trying to get the video to see if they can see who was in that car. You know what I mean? But the fact you were right in them fumbling the things at the beginning, because they fumbled a lot of this case, bro, and it feels like they're still fumbling it. I mean, we shouldn't be a month in and just now gathering these cameras, I mean, somebody should have gone and there's businesses close to the entrance and exits of that place. You should have at least pulled those early, because how many places, like one of your earlier callers said, Walmart and stuff, they're going to have it for a month, but
that was a detective that said that.
Yeah, these mom and pop places, they ain't going to have it for a month, man. You'll be lucky if that shit stores for a week,
Well,
so it feels like every day they're fumbling something, but
what part of
I'm
Idaho
trying to stick with them. I'm about 90 miles away from the scene. I'm in a little town called Kamei.
Okay. Well,
so yeah, we go shopping in Lewiston, which is about 30 miles from Moscow.
Oh, okay. Wow. I appreciate you
We're in
calling
the
in, man. 8 minutes went by. I'm gonna let some other people get up on here. I know there's people that want to speak and voice their opinion, but I do appreciate you tuning in with me, man. And you stay safe out there in Idaho.
Yep. And we'll call back.
Yeah,
keep up the good work.
Definitely call back if you want to here in a little bit, man. I have no problem with that.
Oh yeah, no, it'll be later today, but we definitely will.
God bless you,
later,
brother.
bro. Keep up the good work. We appreciate you.
Thank you, brother. Good call. Why didn't the FBI? Exactly. I'm with you on that, Belinda. 100%. 100%. It took the interview room to go find that glove, right? That's crazy. It's just
Call from
Levi.
Yeah, what's up, Levi? You live. What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's up, man? This is the first time I ever called in something about this, but this case is addictive. But I do agree with the detective. I do think they already know who the suspect is. And but my thing is, so the girl that she already graduated, but she came back with her friend that I guess that week to spend time with us.
Mm-hmm.
And isn't it the same girl that just recently broke up with her boyfriend? Well, she is out of state. I think that's the guy that balances stuff on his face all the time, or chin or something.
Yeah, I know you're talking about old Jack.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
Jacks.
So
Jack
I don't,
D.
yeah, I can't keep up with all the Jacks, but I mean, he's not. I don't think he's a suspect because he was like out of state 5 hours, 6 hours later.
Oh no. You talking about Jack S? Jack S. You
Yeah.
said was out of state, but Jack S. Jack S. was with them at the food truck allegedly. Now that's Jack
Right.
S. in that camera. So you're telling me he walked as soon as the girls left to get in that vehicle, he gets in a vehicle and goes 5 hours to a cabin after being at a club all night and drinking?
No, that didn't happen. There's no way. He at least got to get some sleep or something. Something got to. You ain't gonna drive that far.
I mean, I
But my
don't know
thing
the
is-
fact that I can't. I just jumped the gun there and said he was drinking, which I don't know that. I can't say if he
Right.
was or was not drinking. But
Right.
I mean, if you're at a club, I would think you're having a couple drinks.
Right, definitely. I mean, college students. That's all you did when I was in college was drink. So, but my thing is, so the girl came back to that town. I think that she was the target. I think her and her boyfriend off and on broke up. She might have had some, another guy at the college kind of led on, kind of broke. I mean, the phone record is going to show that, which the police is not going to tell you what all the records indicate, which they're trying to build a case anyway. I think the guy was targeting her because she was back there, and then she was sleeping in the bed. So he killed both of them first, which she was just targeting her, but her friend was there. Killed the friend too, because she was going to tell on him. Came back downstairs. The two, Ethan and his girlfriend. I think Ethan came out, heard something, killed Ethan and then left out fast. That's why the other two downstairs didn't get killed. I think it has to do with something like that. And the guy already been at that house before because she's invited him over. He was familiar with the house. He could have even been waiting on her. And I do agree with the detectives already having a car there, like somewhere in the back, just waiting on him to come back, like stalking him out.
Right.
I think there was some bad blood between him and that one girl. I think that it's some guy that she was seeing on the side because she kept breaking up. They kept breaking in and up. I think it was that guy.
So who's your number? Like, what you think it was?
I
Jack
think
D?
it's not. I don't think it was Jack, or it's whoever she was seeing. Like, it ain't came out yet. It's whoever she was seeing at the college. He might have went to the college where they met. Like that he kind of let him on a little bit. She felt like, because she was calling. She was trying to call her ex-boyfriend, who she was with for like 5 years, at that night, and having her friend call him. So, like, I think that guy, the one that she was seeing on the side, he's the one that killed her. Because he knew that she was about to get back with her boyfriend. I don't know.
Who was she seeing on the side, though?
That's who it is. I mean, I don't know, but I think that's who it is. It could have been Jack D, whoever she was leading on or seeing, and he just didn't take the breakup, and he knew that they were going to get back together, and that's what happened. And I think the other 3 people in the house were just victims. So he didn't get caught. And I think that he knew the house. I think that he could have I think that he was just stalking them that night or was there with them. It could have been that Jack guy. But I think that, even there's a window down there on the 2nd floor on the back side. He could have went through that spare window and waited there. And there weren't even it was an empty room. So whoever killed him was there, been to that house, been to probably to the parties there. He knew the layout of the house. He could have even left out the front door and left the front door open, because they said the front door was open all night to somebody said 8:30 in the morning.
Well, supposedly their doors were all. Supposedly nobody around that town locks their doors, is what I heard from a lot of different people. But that's all allegedly. Some people are hard up on locking their doors, and some people aren't.
It's definitely somebody they know. It was targeted. One of the victims was targeted. I think it was her, and he killed everybody else coming out of the house. The other girl was there, so he had to take care of her. And then when he came back downstairs, that's when Ethan heard something. That's when he killed Ethan, and then he killed his girlfriend because she was there too. So, and the other 2 victims were no threat to him, so that's why he left out. But I think that girl was targeted. I think that because her and her boyfriend broke up all the time. I think she was seeing somebody else at college. She just came back to see her friend. It was this opportunity. She probably turned it down that night again, so she's getting back with her boyfriend. He went to the house. He just had enough. That's what I think the police already know who did it. I mean, they just building the case too. I do agree with the detectives. And I think it might be the guy that drives the Hyundai. That might be the guy that she was seeing or something. So, but I think it's going to be somebody personal like that.
So you think it's going to be somebody close, not a serial killer, nothing like that?
No, I just think he just was pissed off at her and just got out of hand and just,
So what do you think they want? Why do you think they want this vehicle so bad?
Because he could be the one driving the vehicle. So I think they already know who did it. I think it has to be. I think
I've seen that.
It just doesn't. He has to be the one that's driving that vehicle. So they just making it out to be like, oh well, the detective's like, well, this person could lead to information. Nah, they just need that vehicle. They're just building the case right now. So, and there's a lot. There's people there that know what happened. They just can't say anything either. You know what I mean? They know, people need to talk, but they can't really talk.
Right. So what is who's your exact person again?
My exact person, I can't really.
You're saying whoever she was seeing on the side, but that's that would be unknown because we don't know who she was seeing on the side or if she was even seeing anybody on the side.
But the detectives know. But the detectives know who it is. The detectives know who the killer is. They just building the case right now, and her phone records will show, her text messages will show. They're not releasing all that kind of the evidence because they're building a case against him, and he might take off, or he might already taken off.
My thing is though, with the vehicle though, they want this vehicle for a reason, and my thing is here is a lot of people they might know the plates or they might know this or but if they knew the plates, they would put it out to us because they would want us to call that in. You know what I mean?
Right. I totally agree with that.
That's just my part on when people say, "Oh, I think they know the plates. I think this vehicle's a distraction." Well, why is it nationwide if it's a distraction? If they're looking for a vehicle, they want it for a reason.
And my thing is too, they're focusing all this. They could just be focusing all this, just telling us this. Well, this is just this vehicle. This vehicle might not even mean nothing. It could just been parked there, and they just want to know why it's been parked there at the time of the murder. Well, those kids across the field were there at the time of the murder too. It's a lot of, but I think it has to be. It's personal. If you're a serial killer, you're just not going to go. It takes a lot to go. You're going to go all the way up to that house. No, it's a lot of work to get to that house. It's one way in, one way out, the back road. This was targeted to one of those girls, and I've been in frat parties and had altercations right there, fights, whatever. I don't think one of those frat guys are just gonna come over there and murder 4 people.
Yeah, I hear you on that. Well, I appreciate you calling in, man. The 8 minutes are up. I'm gonna let somebody else get up on here, but I do appreciate you calling in and voicing your opinion, man. It means a lot to the community, and we all, everybody putting their heads together and deep diving and just trying to figure out and get justice for these families because Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, and Xana definitely didn't deserve what happened to them, regardless of the fact of any situation that's behind it. But I do appreciate you calling in, man. Where you calling in from?
Georgia, Gainesville, Georgia.
Yeah, shout out to Georgia, man. I'm a Braves fan, so I see you out there.
Oh, yeah. All right, see you, bud.
All right, brother. You have a good one, Bubba. Thank you. Good caller, man. Maybe they're jealous of her friends. Lines open. Anybody wants to call in? The cops will clear a suspect as a tactic so person possibly involved will relax and start making mistakes. Very true. Frat seems cultish to me. This is a poor Murphy, right? Let me see.
Call from
Edgar.
Hey, what's up, Edgar? You live, man? What's going on? Edgar?
Yeah, hey, what's up, man?
What's up, brother?
Hey, not much, man. So I've been looking at this car picture, man, and to me it just looks like 3, 4, 5 different vehicles. But for some reason, that the car on the left side the screen. To me, it looks, man, it almost kind of looks like a Tesla. You know what I'm saying? Like if you pull a picture of a 4-door Tesla, man, it kind of almost looks identical to it. The lights and everything, how they curve on the front, the headlights.
Right.
Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like to me. But all right, so everybody keeps talking about, you know, Jack D, Jack S. You know, but man, to me, I'm surprised that nobody is really talking more about the next door neighbor that you know allegedly had heard a scream, and then he went back and said, "Oh, well, you know, I thought about it, and it just sounded like it was a drunk guy at a party yelling." But then before those statements came out, he said, "Well, you know, when I got home from work around 1:45 a.m., it was just a quiet night, you know, nothing out of the ordinary." And I'm sitting there thinking, man, this guy keeps just contradicting himself. He says one thing and then he switches it around, and then he switches the second statement around to a different thing. So it's just kind of weird to me that nobody's really, you know, talking about him more. You know who I'm talking about, right? The Ian or whatever his name is.
Yeah, the neighbor. Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about. The stick juggler.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, and then you know that was kind of weird to me too. How he came out and asked to be interviewed again, and I don't know if you saw that interview with the I can't think of her name, but she ended up interviewing him through like a FaceTime chat, Zoom or something, and that seemed kind of weird to me that he wanted to come out and do an interview. But I mean, I don't know, man. At this point, anybody that gets on camera and does an interview is a suspect, you know. So
yeah, that's so. I mean, what is your like? Who, if you had to pick who to narrow down in on this case, who you looking at?
man, it's hard to say. It's really hard to say, man. I mean, there is a lot of you know, there's a lot of good points that different people have made. You know, like yourself on all these different, you know, dudes like the Jacks. You know, it's hard to say, but to me, I'm thinking it's somebody that nobody has any idea about, that nobody's really talking about. And I'm not leaning towards the Eamon guy. I'm just saying, in my opinion, I believe it's somebody that we would have not expected it to be.
So you thinking it's somebody that we're not going to be expecting whatsoever?
Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe it's somebody that's like, you know, like, oh, okay, yeah, I remember, you know, somebody brought up that guy, but nothing ever came out of that situation there. I think it's going to be somebody like that. I think all these people that were allegedly, you know, assuming that they're the suspects might not be the suspects after all. But that's just my opinion. I also believe that you know, they already know who it is, and you know, like the last few callers have said, the authorities are just trying to get more evidence in order to have a conviction.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything?
But yeah, man,
any other points you want to touch up on?
Nah, man, that's about it. I mean, you know, I just started listening to your channel about a week ago, and man, I think you're doing an awesome job, man. And you know, just keep up the good work.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Where are you calling in from?
I'm calling from Dallas, Texas, man.
Shout out to my Dallas Cowboys, man. I appreciate you. You know, man.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're a Dallas fan, but yeah, shout out to Dallas, man. I appreciate you calling in.
All right, man. No problem, man. You take it easy.
You too. Good caller, man. Lines open for anybody who wants to call in. So hold up. Hold up. Before no, don't call in yet. Let's play this real quick.
It's sleepless nights. It's feeling sick to your stomach. It's just being left in the dark.
Kaylee Gonzalez's mother recounting the chaos on the day she found out her daughter and Kaylee's best friend Maddie were killed, along with Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin.
There's nothing you could do. Absolutely nothing. Just, we were running around for hours just not knowing what was going on, what happened. Because we found out by people calling us. And the sheriff showed up about 3 hours later.
When you saw the sheriff, did you know?
Yes. And I had said that. I said, it's not real until the sheriff pulls up.
Gonzalez says she and her family support the police and the work investigators are doing, but they're critical of authorities for what they called poor communication with victims' families.
You found out about the white car from a press release?
Yes. Yes.
Did they send you the press release?
No.
That's crazy.
This morning, new clues related to that white Hyundai. Fox News Digital reporting this new surveillance photo from a gas station showing what appears to be a white car driving at 3:45 a.m. on the night of the murders. Meantime, Gonzalez also told me the county coroner called and told her 17-year-old daughter graphic details from the autopsy over the phone.
She asked, are you sure you want to know this? And my daughter, thinking that she did for whatever reason, said yes. And she proceeded to tell her.
And you haven't spoken to the coroner?
No.
The family says they met with authorities Monday to express their grievances. A Moscow police spokesperson declined to comment on allegations relating to communications with the family. NBC News reached out separately to the coroner, but received no comment. This morning, 8 days into the search for the white Hyundai Elantra, Gonzalez says it's becoming harder to remain optimistic.
Are you confident the police are going to solve this crime?
I have to be.
The Gonzalez family also says they're speaking out on behalf of Maddie's family as well. They say that family is too grief-stricken to talk. They say that Maddie was their only daughter and that Maddie and Kaylee were the best of friends. Craig.
All right. Aaron McLaughlin, forced there in Moscow. Aaron, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching.
That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Can't believe that shit. All right, I'm gonna open up the lines again. Anybody wants to call in? The lines are open right now. But damn, what do you guys think about that? Like, that's crazy. Law enforcement does not have to call the parents' information before they let it out. I understand it's their child, but that's not how investigations work. There's other I don't know. There's other investigations where I've seen law enforcement be really close with the family and the family understand things right off the jump. So I've seen different. All families are different. All investigators are different. Irene, did you hear about the Pullman? I'm welcome for what? Law enforcement. Appreciate you, though, Lex. Law enforcement has 5 cars to process. That's going to take time. It's going to be interesting to see what they find. Anybody who wants to call in, the line is open though. That's crazy though. I'm mind blown by that. I just don't understand it. My heart breaks for her, says Aaron. Damn, all that sad. Well, he says that's what's ridiculous. Why would it hurt to let them? Why would it hurt to let the damn know right before they release it? Law enforcement that has been beyond ridiculous in this case. That's a fact. The coroner has 0 level of professionalism. Lord, help bring peace and closure to these families. Jessica says that is awful. Dada says the coroner is lying too. All right, here we go. Let's see.
Call from KT.
KT, you're live. Welcome.
Hi there, T-REV.
Hey, how you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
Do you get any sleep ever?
Yeah, I slept. I went to bed as soon as my power went out last night.
Okay. I I just wanted to say that you have a great station here, and with you bringing people up to talk, you're going to have one hell of a station. Like,
Thank you.
It's awesome listening to everybody.
I appreciate that.
I have a theory. I have a few theories.
Okay.
I think it was Hoodie Guy for sure. His whole attitude at that truck that night was disgusting, actually. And the way he was standing there behind the girls, you could see when they came around the corner, he wasn't even with them. She almost bumped into him because she was looking at her phone and she was on one side of him. He went straight and she went around him and almost bumped into him. So they weren't even together when they got there, I don't believe. And I think that those two girls could be the reason he got kicked out of the bar. And so he might have been standing waiting for them. They could have even been the reason that he got kicked out of his sorority or his fraternity.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I'm thinking. And I'm also thinking that maybe he had somebody helping him. He might have even been like two people. They keep saying that the wounds were so different. He could have been mentoring somebody for all we know.
Yeah. So you think Hoodie Guy did this?
I'm saying Hoodie Guy. If it's Jackass, then it's Jackass. But I've looked on his Facebook and everything, and I see how, and even his mother is like, she's a hunter too. So I don't know. I just think it's very weird.
Yeah, I mean, so what do you
think,
what do you think he did when he left that food truck? Do you think that's in the food truck? There's a lot of speculation that that's not him.
Grabbed his car and got there before they did.
Yeah, but did you see where he lived at?
He lives right around the corner from her, doesn't he?
Because I mean, you wouldn't need a car to get there.
No, but they did to get home, right?
Yeah, they did to get home.
He went to the right. They went to the left, right?
Yeah. So you're thinking that he went and grabbed his car that was parked around the corner, or?
Yeah, and then went right over there, hid the car or whatever, and went right into the house.
Yeah.
Or to the back parking lot to watch. That's just one of my. Yeah, and I'm up in Canada, by the way.
Oh, shout out to Canada. I appreciate you calling in and sharing your opinion. Is that all you wanted to say, or you got more to say?
Yeah, that's it. I won't use the whole 8 minutes.
You don't, I mean, it's totally up to you. Some people have more to talk about, some people have less, some people are just keep it simple and don't.
Yeah, no, you know what? I started following you about a week ago, and I had seen you on Lost Souls.
Mm-hmm.
And you had commented on Lost Souls quite a bit in the chat, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're both in there. So I'm following you because I follow her, and she's great too.
Yes, ma'am.
Scarlett.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, keep up the good work. You're gonna really have. I wouldn't be surprised if you get up to 1 million in no time.
Well, thank you so much for that. That's the very high comment. I appreciate you on that. Thank you. That's uplifting. I just for me, it's important to let the community talk because people watch me talk all day long. So it's like.
That's right. And they love to come up and talk.
Not only that, not everybody likes to come on camera and stuff like that. You give
no.
So.
Well, this is better. This is kind of like radio.
Yeah, no, I don't know how the quality sounds back, but
it's great.
Okay.
It's great. Everything is great about this station, about your channel.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I just want to give everybody else a voice because a lot of you, like I said, a lot of you guys go to all these channels and you're watching us talk about the cases and the videos that we make. It's, I was sitting back thinking like, hey man, like the community needs this, they need to have a voice too, not always just, me reading the comments out. Some people want to call in and actually speak what they feel. And I feel that's what I want to, dedicate some of my platform to is to give.
Well, it's great because you're getting everybody involved, and that's good.
That's how it should be. Because you guys are already involved. I get tons of emails, good stuff. I get tons of great emails on a lot of information I wouldn't even have found if it wasn't for a lot of the community. So,
well, it is. It's all of the eyes together.
without you guys, we're shit. You know what I mean? Like without you guys, that's why I feel it's important to give back to the community.
And without you guys, we're bored.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, ma'am, and I appreciate your very great compliments that you gave me. Where are you calling in from?
I'm from
Canada, right?
Just outside Toronto.
Toronto,
And I'm
okay.
PC. Yeah.
Toronto. Well, shout out to Canada. Is it cold up there?
Oh, freezing! We're gonna have a big snowstorm today.
Oh wow!
It started. I think Idaho has more snow than we do, though. Right now.
We usually get a lot of snow too, but we haven't been getting any yet. Thank God, or else I'd be out shoveling. But thank you for calling in and sharing your opinion.
Okay.
I appreciate you.
Oh, you'll hear from me again.
Yes,
Have
ma'am.
a great day.
You too. Thank you.
Great. Bye.
Shout out to her. Good call. Good call. Thank you. Gotta just go way off topic. Try to keep it on topic, you know. GM says we need to be. What's the Boise Department of Trans Cams can tell us? It's a station, not a channel. Love it. Yeah, it's a station, not a channel. Love it. Watch. We are. I watched that. I watched it. That's Jackass. But yeah, he did a good job on that video. It does have twists, and that's why document everything. You forget everything. Says Susan. I miss Art Bell too. Sometimes peeps are purposefully spreading rumors about Jackass to damage his reputation. Hoodie guy is innocent. That's a troll. Thank you, Bonnie. I appreciate you.
Call from Jen.
Jen, welcome. You live.
Hey, how you doing?
I noticed that area code.
Oh yeah, I'm in Indiana.
I noticed because that's the same area code I got.
I was just calling in to share some of my opinions.
Absolutely.
I mean, as far as the parents go and the communication, I understand there's a limit on what they can involve families in as far as investigations go. But if you are planning to release information to the public, it almost seems to me like it's a common courtesy to give victims' families like a heads up, like reach out to them, like this is what we're releasing. You're releasing it to the whole world anyway. Why have victims' families blindsided by information when they're already experiencing so many emotions?
Right.
You know, I mean, I wonder if it has something to do because the police are only human. And obviously certain families have been more vocal than others. And as humans, we can get a bad taste in our mouth about people. And maybe it's just something they just didn't want to deal with. But, you know, a higher standard and everything, it just feels like it's a courtesy that should be afforded to the families, especially if they are reaching for any information that they can get.
Right.
Yeah. But I mean, as far as, I mean, I have personal opinions on the case, and I'm not confident that this is going to be solved by this one. I mean, he might have targeted someone in the household, but what happened for that person to become a target? It can happen again to someone else. I don't feel, I mean, I don't think it's a serial killer, or at least maybe one in the making. But I think we might wait a couple years or two before something happens again that is linked to this, that can link someone. Because I don't think it's any of the main players that we've been hearing and talking about.
You absolutely could be right about that.
So, yeah, I mean, I definitely think it's someone local. I definitely think it's someone, not necessarily us, would be shocked to hear about. I think when it does come out that possibly we may never have heard of this person before, but people who were friends with the victims, I believe they may be shocked. Like maybe he was.
So you feel it's like a Delphi situation?
I feel like he's around the group, but I don't feel like he gave off stalker vibes. You know what I'm saying? I think he was someone that maybe may not have even paid too much attention to his potential obsession or interest. But in his mind, things were playing out a lot more vividly than what was actually happening in real life.
Right.
You know, things like that. So I think if and when he is caught or she caught, whoever it may be, that, yeah, people close to the victims will definitely be shocked. And I'd be very surprised if it was some of our main players that we've heard about. Because I think if it was one of them, there's got to be a rush on the evidence processing. You know, the main people that we're talking about are main people that are really close to these victims. I would think that there would have been an arrest by now. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, so you think this is gonna drag on for a year or two?
Honestly, if we don't have an arrest by probably mid-February, that would give a lot of time for the main evidence to be processed. I think, yeah, I don't think it's like a serial killer need, but I think that if something were ever to replicate itself, like it did for these victims or his potential target in this case, if that situation would replicate itself again, which caused him to do this in the first place, I do believe he'd be more confident to do it again. It might not be in the same town because it's college. The kids will eventually move on. It might not be noticeable because if it happens in a year or two, the age grouping might be different than these kids because obviously he's growing. He's aging, things like that. But I do think it will be linked to DNA evidence, but I'm not confident that it will be solely based off of this particular crime.
Wow. So,
but that's, that's.
You got 2 minutes. Keep going. This is your time to speak your opinion and what you feel and how you feel about the case. And that's what I want to give my platform for, is for people like you to come up and state what you feel.
Okay. Well, other than that, I thought the car was a distraction.
Okay.
But then the gas station attendant came out with the video footage, and the amount of police activity at the gas station leads me to believe that they truly are interested in finding this vehicle. But everybody's assuming to the point where it had something to do with the parking lot behind the residence and King and Queen Road. But there's also another section of road that you can have access to. It's the Walnutta Drive. And honestly, if someone was planning something, Walnutta Drive would be a better position to park a vehicle than on Queen or King Road, because there's only one way in or out of King or Queen Road, where you have a little bit more freedom on this road that's kind of behind and off to the west of the house. Right. But you still have access to the wooded area. So I'm believing, my thought is maybe that the white Hyundai was not actually on the road, but there was activity on that Walnutta Drive around the same time that was suspicious. So, there might be evidence over there, but I have not seen any police activity on that street.
Wow.
So, you've seen how they roped off the parking lot behind the home and things like that, obviously the home itself.
Right.
But there's been no. Yeah, I mean, if you look at a map, that's a good area where someone could park at like 3 a.m. and still have the freedom to get away without feeling so caged in, because the king queen area is kind of locked in and caged in. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's only one way in or out of that place, out of that road, but the other road behind it. So I'm thinking there may be some evidence in that wooded area on Long, which would be interesting to see. But that's the end of my 2 cents.
Well, I appreciate you sharing your opinion.
No problem. Thank you for letting me share it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Have
Where are you
a good
calling
day.
from? You said Indiana,
I'm
right?
calling from northern Indiana. Yes, sir.
Yep. I know. I realized. I noticed the area code. I'm actually out here now, so I know that area code when I see it. But yeah, thank you for calling in and voicing your opinion. I'm glad to see I have quite a few people from this area that call in.
Well, I just found you recently, and it's a wonderful channel. Keep up the good work.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Have a good day.
You too, man. God bless you. Good call. Lines open for whoever else wants to call. Very interesting for sure, Tam says. Betsy, she says, Ethan was killed by his friend who was at the house. Kaylee and Madison saw who was there. It could have been a professor, teacher, spirit box. Yeah, that did come through my spirit box. You're right. Remember it said teacher? That is crazy. And then it also said frats are involved with a male voice, and then the female said 2 of them, which was insane. But yes, I do spirit box. When I do spirit, I'll probably do a spirit box session tonight if you guys want it. If it's highly requested, I'll definitely do it for you guys. I mean, I do it all the time, but sometimes it's good to take a break, because when you do a spirit box, you're opening something that's very powerful. Here we go. Another one.
Call from
George.
Hey, what's up, George? You live?
Oh, am I on?
Yes, sir. I see another neighbor.
Oh, okay. I got you on. Hey,
I hear the echo in the background.
yeah, I'm gonna turn the TV down a little, okay?
Yeah, you're fine. Go ahead and do that, and I'll start you.
And I'm from Northwest Indiana too.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, I'll throw my 2 cents in. Okay, I've been checking this whole thing out, and it's terrible what happened. 4 innocent. I call them kids. I'm 60, but as I'm looking at all this and following it, and I know that you're taking like who people think did this thing.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you want to speak about.
Yeah. Well, the more I'm hearing about this, and number one, I think more than one person did it. I'll say 2 people did it.
Okay.
Okay, because it would be hard to contain with one person.
Right.
And so I'm also going to say that I think the neighbor, if he didn't do it, he knows who did it. The neighbor there, the chef that Ian, what's his name? He's got a kind of a weird name, and he in the interview, and I saw how nervous he was, and how he was fidgety. Now I'm looking at his body language, and I believe that he's lying a lot, and I heard he's also an ex-con. That man, he's a chef, works with knives.
Yeah. He said, remember in an interview with Hidden True Crime, he said that with his felonies or something like that.
Yeah, and I mean, I didn't know that, and then when I heard that the other day or yesterday, and then I went to work, and the lady agreed. We both agreed. We think it's him. My coworker thinks it is too, and she agreed with me. I said, if it ain't him, I believe he knows who did it.
Right. He had some. There was some weird characteristics with him, but that's just looking at his body language and stuff like that. But that doesn't mean he necessarily did it. But allegedly. It was weird to me.
Well, why would you be lying about it? Why would you say you heard a scream, then all of a sudden you're telling other people you didn't?
Yeah, he said he didn't hear anything, and then he edited it to where he said he did.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And just based on being a felon, and do you know what he was ex-con? What he was in prison for?
I know there was a distribution charge, I think he said, and some other stuff he was mentioned about ecstasy or Molly or something like that.
Okay, so now we know that he was a druggie.
Right. And then he said he was an introvert, which I thought was interesting because if you got a distribution charge, either you were selling or you had enough. I don't know. I mean, if you get a distribution charge, which is what I thought he said, that means you're selling drugs and dealing with people, in my opinion.
Yeah, right. And didn't he say that he went over there one time with a bottle of wine and
yes,
and gave it to Kaylee or something, and he cooked with the wine? Isn't that what he said?
Yes, sir.
And so he was in that house at least one time, wasn't he?
Well, he said that he had something about the bottle of wine and bottle of wine and shaking her hand.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But he was in the house before, correct?
I don't remember hearing that statement.
Okay. That's what I'm curious, if he was in that house before.
Yeah, I don't remember hearing that statement.
I thought he was over there one time. But it's awful weird. And then also too, the other night, my mom was over visiting me and my son was here. We saw the video of those two police officers. We saw those four silhouettes in the background. If you look closely, one of them was carrying something in their arm, in their hand. It looked like a big white square thing. I don't know what it was. They had it under their arm.
Hmm.
Do you know what part I'm talking about when the police had those three young college men for the underage drinking?
Oh, yeah. You're talking about on the body cam footage?
Yeah. And then we saw those four bodies in the background.
Walking by?
Well, to me, they were running by. Like they were in a hurry to get to wherever.
Yeah, that was all over the place. I've seen about that too and watched
but
a couple
if you
videos
look
on
close, you look closely, that one of those guys had a thing under his arm. And I don't know what it was. To me, it looked like a white square thing. I don't know what, but I'm just going to say that I think the neighbor did it, the chef, okay? And I think if he didn't do it, he knows who did it. Based on being an ex-con and based on being somebody that's good with knives, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I wanted to share. I figured I'd put my 2 cents in as well. I'm following it as much as I can, and it's a terrible tragedy. I hope they find the killer or killers who are perpetrators who did this and put them away forever.
Yeah, most definitely. They deserve justice, and there's a lot of things that's messed up. I feel like the detectives aren't that close to the families because they're finding things out in the press before they even are told anything.
And
but I mean, it happens in investigations. That's not the first investigation I've heard of that happening in.
Well, I want to thank you too for having this. And I told my mom, she's probably watching this she lives in Portage. I told her, look at this.
That's right down the street.
Yeah.
I got a doctor. My doctor's in Portage.
Yeah, you're in Hammond.
Mm-hmm. My doctor's in Portage.
I appreciate you, young man, taking the time to let us express ourselves and, put our 2 cents in. I really do. And I thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And you have a nice day and keep up the good work.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
All right. Bye-bye.
All righty. You have a good one. Good call. Good call. Good call. Let me see ones in the chat if y'all want to see that. Do y'all want to watch this video of the neighbor? You guys want to see this video of the neighbor, guys? Let me know. Let me know. Let me see one. Do y'all want to watch this neighbor and then go over it? I mean, I've already watched it, but I mean, caller is way wrong. Oh my god. I mean, every caller is gonna have a different opinion. You know, that's if we all had the same opinion, what the hell would this world be? I see a lot of people. I saw it already. Yes, T is blowing up. T's okay, yeah, T's blowing up. Let's see. Yes, please call or please show us. A lot of people haven't seen it and want to go over it. So I mean, I see a lot of ones. Reddit. I read it. I read it on Reddit for sure. I already did. MJ, I read that. Carrie Koo says echo, echo. What echo? You talk about his phone call? Alicia says yes. So they're saying they're selling drugs. 11111. Okay, I see a majority is ones, so we'll go over it. Let's see. Let me pull it back up. Got it over here, guys. Let me see. This is the one that we're talking about here, and
we'll have him on again. Live streams. I have a very important guest with me right now, somebody that I hope can bring us more insight. I am with, will you pronounce your name?
Here we go.
Enon.
Enon Harsh.
Enon Harsh.
Hold on, whoa. You said there's a second interview? Hold up. Where's it at? You said there's a second interview? Now I haven't seen the second interview. Where's the second interview at, guys? Talking about a second interview. I haven't seen it. I've been doing calling so bad. Did I miss that? Really? Let me find out what y'all are talking about. Hold up. The second interview. Where's the second interview? Where is the second interview? I'm looking for the comments there. I emailed it to you. Okay. Y'all said a second interview. Let me refresh this. Okay, so this interview. What? All right. Here we go. I got it.
Nah. Fuck no. We're live. I honestly need to get
Hunting for anything that
I am not trying that quote are already known. I try to ask specific details of something that she already knows that is already out there, but I want to have confirmation. And apparently, just because she had the law practice, she's not obligated to speak to me.
What's the timestamp? What's the timestamp on it? You said somebody said fast forward, then what's the timestamp on it? Anybody got a timestamp? This is new for me. I've never seen this. Didn't even know he did this. This guy talks real nervous during the interview. I'm guessing you're saying at the bottom of the screen.
I knew that she was there because I actually called the Moscow PD, and that's where I got the most information from today, guys. Honestly, I got the most information from.
I haven't seen this. Here we go, guys. Buckle up.
Moscow PD, not by the news stations, not by fucking anyone, but for the proper example of fucking PD. And I totally get that Enon can tell me better than this, that Moscow is a small college town. But if you need...
Hold on, who timed you out, Turquoise? Who timed you out?
Information from apparently a large news firm. For example, Ashley Banfield, which I love, by the way. But still, they totally got Enon's information wrong. yeah, it is totally just fucked up. Because if we are led to believe that news stations actually are more about the clickbaits, more about the advertisement, because we can tell it in the story of yesterday. I mean, we covered in that yesterday that apparently Steve Gonzalez said that there were apparently gouges instead of stab wounds, and that the coroner that I tried to call like fucking multiple times is not the one who apparently who said that. What are you led to believe?
I mean, personally, like I've almost never believed the media. You know, it's like I almost feel like at this day and age, it's almost expected that they're gonna do some clickbaity shit. You know, like we've been seeing this on Fox News for decades. You know, and so it's I feel like you really got to take it with a grain of salt because you know they're not. You know, they hear everything secondhand, and you know it's really crazy because they've been this murder happened a while ago, and it's like they're like constantly on this blog just like looking for crumbs of information, you know, but it's like it's all about the money to them, you know, like they get their money off of the views, so they're just hunting for anything that can get someone to click on their article, you know what I mean? And yeah, it's kind of ridiculous at this point because it's like it's so long, and it's you think that the little bit of media attention is pretty good at the beginning because it might like bring some awareness, like maybe some facts that aren't known, but you kind of wonder as it drags on like how much it actually helps like law enforcement and to actually find the killers.
No, exactly. See, and that's why I invited you, in fact, Ian, to get like more aware of the aesthetics on where you live, for example. Because a lot of individuals see that's what I think is funny. Because you have this Brian Enton, whatever that reporter is. I mean, you know him probably because you watch the news, right?
Not very much. Well, not until recently, I guess I should say. But I'm pretty much, you know, I don't really pay attention to social media, my phone, the news really at all. Pretty much usually got my own stuff going. So until recently, I've kind of just been ignoring it. But yeah, I look it up every once in a while. You know, it's like I'm not completely aware of it, but sometimes killings will kind of like grab my interest. You know, there's like the Gabby Petite show case, and there's like this murder podcast I was listening to, and it's kind of interesting just to like, you know, listen to like unsolved mysteries. I remember like wondering for a while with the Gabby Petite show, it was like, was it this boyfriend? Was it some crazy like random person? Because there's like another murder in Utah.
Did you say Gabby Petite show?
And really, I mean, it's like it's just fascinating the unsolved mystery because it takes a while to catch them, right? Because they can't just get a suspect. They have to like find a suspect and then have enough evidence to where they can actually like put them behind bars and not have like an O.J. Simpson fuck up, and so they usually like find someone. I feel like it takes a while after that for them to get a bunch more evidence before they want to release it.
But Ian, kind of introduce yourself. Who are you? What did you witness? And we can go into the aesthetics after that.
Yeah, I'm Enon Harsh. I grew up in Pullman. I was born in France, but I moved here before I was like 1. I was homeschooled, went to high school, into Pullman High, graduated there. Did a bunch of traveling, came back, started doing cooking, a bunch of cooking. I recently moved to Moscow a couple of years ago just because it was cheaper. I could get another bedroom for my office, and then I had vaulted ceiling so I could juggle in here. And yeah, I've been like working in Pullman because it's Washington wages are a little bit better, and some of the restaurants are better too, I think. And yeah, so been living in Moscow for a couple of years. Pretty much a regular dude, in my opinion. I just worked late, so I got home kind of late that night, and as this like regular activity, wind down routines, drinking some teas, juggling, practicing, maybe play some video games, and then I went to bed, and like I was, it takes me about an hour to fall asleep, and I, like thinking back, I thought like, I heard like a little scream from like that vicinity, but it wasn't like.
Hold on a second. Nope. You're talking really fast. So if you could just hold on a second and not go all HD on us.
Yeah, so I was winding down after I got tired, like I was in bed, and I was just kind of like falling asleep, And it's interesting because, you know, like normally on a Saturday night, you hear a bunch of screams, right? There's like just parties, people yelling, people walking by. That particular night it was pretty quiet. Like I heard, and like I kind of just dismissed it as the party scream, like when I was dozing off, but it wasn't like, I don't know, it didn't seem super unordinary to me, you know, but I was also just like half asleep. And the only other thing I remember that night was, you know, there was like one neighbor that returned home while I was sleeping and closed their door. You know, so I heard like 2 door shuts, the car door and the apartment door. Another thing I just kind of dismissed, and I still don't think that's important. And yeah, that's, you know, that's kind of, you know, the only like other thing I found that was kind of interesting is a couple weeks, I don't want to say a couple weeks, but, you know, a few weeks before, I picked up a couple of hitchhikers on campus, right? They were trying to go to the next party and it was really cold and they're like, we're not trying to walk or whatever. And, they were going to, a couple houses down, they're going to like a party over there or whatever. And, you know, like the girl's pretty cute. She was kind of hitting on me and I was like, oh, this girl's pretty cool. The dude in the back was like, he was a little bit sketched out. He's like, yo, like, people know where we are if you try to kill us. Like, people know where we are. And I was like, okay, that's kind of weird, bro. I'm just like, you know, talking to this girl. She's pretty cute. And like, you're like thinking I'm not going to stab you. I'm literally just giving you a ride. Oh, I had to get some gas first. So maybe they were like a little bit sketched out. We took like a detour. But,
whoa. What? Hold up.
Sketched out. He's like, yo, like, people know where we are if you try to kill us. Like, people know where we are. And I was like, okay, that's kind of weird, bro. I'm just like, you know, talking to this girl. She's pretty cute. And like, you're like thinking I'm not going to stab you. I'm literally just giving you a ride. Oh, I had to get some gas first. So maybe they were like a little bit sketched out. We took like a detour. But,
hold on. When was this?
This dude is inserting himself. Oh my. Is he inserting himself or is he just a fucking weak? All right.
This is like, I think November, like early November. I remember it was snowing, so it was like it was winter, but it was like a little bit ago. But it was yeah, it was winter. So pretty recently, but not, you know, like it was a while, like a little bit a while ago. But yeah, they were from. What was interesting to me is they were from Coeur d'Alene. And, you know, I know some of the people that were in the house are also from Coeur d'Alene. And just like the dude being like sketched out, like it kind of gave me like a vibe. I was like, did someone in Moscow like threaten him earlier or something? Like, is there some like weird dude? And this dude's like, you know, like scared or something? Because he brought it up multiple times. And I was just like, you know, I didn't think I was very scary, but like, you know, I guess when you're hitchhiking, whatever, but they were only going like, you know, like half a mile or whatever. But, you know, after events, like I've been thinking about it. I'm like, yo, like, what if this dude was threatened by somebody, you know, like what if there's like some guy like going around who's making people feel really uncomfortable? So I don't know. I don't really think anything of it. I think it was just like the dude was really drunk. He went on a detour to get some gas and he thought something, but I don't know. Like after these recent events, like maybe there is something more to it. I don't know.
So I obviously got a couple of questions, and I hope you have the time for that. Otherwise, I would not ask you to do a live.
Oh, you're good.
We're gonna open up the phone lines after this interview, and we're gonna talk about this because that so far everything he said is weird.
Got about 15 minutes. So.
That's fine. That's fine. What is the nearest camera within the Greek area?
That's a good question. I don't really know, honestly. You know, it's Moscow. I don't think there's very many cameras, like in general. Well, my apartment didn't have really any lights or cameras. Like it was like a really kind of dark area. They recently put up lights and like motion sensor cameras that go out after like a certain hours, I think. I'm sure some like neighbors had some cameras, but you know, this is Moscow. I'd be surprised if there were any in that area. You know what I mean? Like people leave their doors unlocked here before this. People leave their windows unlocked. Like this is a safe town, you know.
Oh my God! And within that house, you obviously are the neighbor, right? And you live in the brick part of the apartment, right?
The brick part? No, I think the apartments I'm in are wood, but.
Oh no, that's fine. Just they got a clear picture.
Yeah.
Is there any way because I have seen like videos that only extend like to the wooden part of in front of the house. But if you go in front of the house, is there any way that you can go on foot? Is there like any walkway?
I think so. I think there's, it's like, I think there's like the driveway like out front. So I think they just go out front, and I think most of the side is open. Like there's the driveway out front, but I think all houses, I think all sides of the house are accessible. Because I know when I would
Also
like,
also from the back then. So you do not necessarily.
yeah, the back. So that's where I think possibly the killer came, because the back area is pretty desolate. You know, most of the people who live in apartments, they park close to their doors, which is on the other side. And if you go the other side, then like it's like kind of like a dark parking lot, and it's right above that house. And usually it's only full when there's like parties and like other people are trying to use this parking lot. But like I would go over there and spin fire sometimes, just because it's like, it's like kind of off in the corner, you know what I mean? But yeah, I think if someone was doing it, that would be a place to go in and out without being seen or really heard. The only people that go over there is like people who take their dogs out and stuff, and not very many people taking their dogs out at 3 a.m. or whatever. So yeah, the back of the house was definitely, that's where the yard is too, and that's where they have their small little gatherings. So it's like you can park anywhere on that side of the hill, and you can just walk down, and there's their sliding door.
So Enan, I'm gonna bother you one more time because I totally forgot this to ask this actually on Facebook though. Can you send like an angle just to me privately though, because I'm curious about that. Just an angle on where you live and where the house is, so I can get like a bigger picture out of that.
Yeah,
because I always thought, to be honest, that you lived in the brick area. So if you go like into that brick apartment part, like behind the building on the left side, I thought you lived there. But apparently,
yeah, that's where I am.
So, yeah,
I guess maybe it is brick. I've never really noticed, but yeah. See, the inside of my apartment's wood, but it probably is brick. But yeah, that's where I'm at. So, but yeah, I can send you some pictures too, and then you can just like kind of scope out the area in general for your personal interest.
No, but go ahead, tell your story, man. Like I said, I want to hear your story, and
I mean,
getting a lot of hatred out there.
Yeah, I guess after that, I was I'm pretty much a hermit. I spend all my time like in my house, going to work. Sometimes I go out with some friends or whatever. But like, I was just living my life. And then I was taking out the trash out one day, and some random dude approached me and asking us questions. And he was talking about the white Hyundai, and so I was like, oh, this guy's got some information. Like, should like talk to him a little bit. So, and then I was just like talking to him like, oh, it's like Boise statesman, probably small time. And then like I go to work the next day, and they're like, bro, like you're famous on the internet. And they're like making those quotes and like so yeah, and I was just like, whoa, and like we just like looking at all like the Reddit conspiracies and like like looking at some of the news articles, and like I mean like it's hard not to laugh at like some of just like the straight insanity of how much this blew up. I'm like, yo, like when there's a dude taking out a trash, like yo, I like was thinking really hard on the case and thought I might have heard a scream. Like I had like, and I like there's like a few like vehicles I saw that I could remember that I tried to like say just in case it would help, but like.
That's a black luxury. I just saw that comment.
Yeah. Yeah. I was like, I was just thinking of like any cars that I normally don't see that night, and I was like, that's the only one I can remember. So.
Have you ever been contacted by Moscow PD?
Yeah, they came the very first night of the murder. They came and knocked on my door. They asked everyone questions. I don't never released that information because they didn't, for obvious reasons. They're trying to keep their investigation private and stuff. But yeah, they came in, talked to everybody. And I talked to them once after that, and yeah, that's it. I think someone was telling me they're coming by yesterday and trying to say what?
Really, yesterday?
Yeah, I wasn't home though, so. If they tried to knock on my door, they didn't get me. So, but yeah, they said the FBI was going around asking questions.
For obvious reasons, I'm gonna ask you: are you the killer?
No, I think that's obvious to anyone who's not a, completely stupid
no.
or flat earther, or, I don't know. I guess it might look kind of crazy, just because of my life or whatever, but I don't know. The recent article too, I was looking at Fox News, they said, and like I said, I take everything the media says with.
All right, hold on. Yeah, I take everything the media says. Go back. I just put up the poll. Make sure you vote on this poll. Let me know what you think, because honestly, I see some characteristics and traits in this guy that I've seen in others in the past. I'll leave it at that.
Completely stupid or flat earther, or, I don't know. I guess it might look kind of crazy, just because of my life or whatever, but I don't know. The recent article too, I was looking at Fox News, they said, and like I said, I take everything the media says with a grain of salt, but they were saying that the knife was kind of like a loose term to describe it, because they're now like saying it's more of like a bigger, like, blunt object and from like a really strong man. So apparently there was like big gate gouges in them and stuff. So I'm kind of picturing like, it's kind of interesting in this area because some of the surrounding areas have a history of lead poisoning. So we've got like some of the locals and like surrounding areas, we've got like some lead poisoning issues, and I'm kind of just like, almost envisioning like we got a cult here too, which is kind of interesting to me. And then we have so I'm just like imagining like some like hunter dude maybe.
Cult?
Yeah, we've got there's these people.
The whole incel thing, right?
Say what?
The whole incel thing. At least that's what I read. Or
well, we have this community called Christ Church here, and they're like they're nationalists. They advocate like violence under God, and they're also they wrote a book about revisiting the concept of slavery and described like slavery as a handshake between the white and the black man. And they're pretty sexist. They're like, they think your wife should be disciplined or she won't and they're like, if your wife's not hot and you don't, it's because you didn't like discipline her enough. And like, they're pretty crazy. They've got a lot of weird ideals. And a lot of the girls that leave their church come out pretty traumatized, and they have like
too.
They've got like a history of like molestation and like rape that happens over there. So like they're also really rich, and they're national too. So they've been buying a lot of the Moscow buildings and then trying to put their businesses in it. And they say they're trying to turn Moscow into like a Christian town. And so they definitely have an agenda. This dude does like speeches, and he's like really well known, but like, to most of the community members, he's like completely batshit crazy. Now his name's Doug Wilson. You guys can look him up. He's got a bunch of crazy books he's wrote. So I don't know, but like, I'm not saying they did it, but I'm saying like I could see like, something associated with them could turn into a killer or something. But also I'm also thinking, like our lead poisoning issues, and then this like, this was describing like a big man. Like in Idaho, we've got a lot of like big hunter dude vibes with like blunt objects that I feel like could do this. So I'm like imagining someone just like, like going off and like, I don't know, hiding in the bushes or something. Like they're waiting for like a deer, and then like waiting for like the whole like neighborhood to get quiet, and then go in and do that shit. You know what I mean? So that's my most recent theory, but I don't know. It's a weird ass case.
I try to stick to the facts, obviously, but what did your neighbors say?
He said, like, I don't, there's something. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know if you feeling the same way I am, but there's something off about him. I'll leave it at that. There's something off about him.
Yeah, I mean, it's so interesting to think about, because like, one, stabbings don't really happen in Moscow. They don't happen like this, and also it's like, it's kind of scary because it happens to sorority girls, and it's like, if it happens to these like normal ass people, kind of makes you feel like it could happen to anyone. Like, I don't know. It's just for such a non-evidence crime, these seem like such an unlikely target. You know what I mean? Like, if it was like cartel profession.
How did you get that there was no evidence, though?
I mean, I don't want to say no evidence, but like not enough evidence to like close the case. And you know, they've been on this case for like how many weeks now, and like it almost feels like they don't have like, you know, even a suspect, you know. And I don't know, I feel like most of like the murders or violence that happens in this area is located pretty quick, you know what I mean? Like when I was in high school, there's a dude that was shot and they found him like within like 2 days,
Right,
you know what I
right.
mean? And so like for this case going on this long, it's really kind of fascinating.
What do you think what happened, though?
You know, I really don't know. Like I think I'm thinking of a few possibilities, you know. Maybe like some dude went in to like rape the girl and they weren't like expecting to
She
find
has
her
smashed that
boyfriend
like
there,
button.
so he just like went crazy and killed a bunch of people. I'm also thinking
Not for
maybe
him
just
either.
like a serial killer who gets off on killing girls, maybe like some dude who's like really professional, who's really good at it and goes around just doing it. I'm also, I mean, I don't want to, you know, cause any more suspects, but I was looking at that incident from the grub truck. I wonder if there was like, you know, a friend of someone who's got beef with
He's not
them.
it, though.
Say what?
Believe me, he's not it. He's not it.
Okay, word. Thanks. That's reassuring, actually. But yeah, no, I don't. It's so bizarre to me because like when I think about, you know, a motive behind it, my mind it draws so many blanks. You know what I mean? So it's hard to think outside of like psychopath or, you know, because like I don't know, just the thought of like a high schooler that had some beef with her, or like someone that had beef from college with her or something, like it just doesn't make sense to me, you know. So I'm really leaning on some like professional killer or I really don't know,
There's
dude.
a hard
It's
definition between a serial killer and like a professional killer, isn't it?
yeah. I mean, I guess it's the same thing, right? Yeah, it's just it's weird, dude. Like I don't know. When I think about
I'm gonna give you. I did this once before, and it actually gives up a lot of insight. See, you live there. A lot of people don't actually. And if you see, I can turn myself into the mind of a killer and do like a probable thing that I would do. But you actually live there, so you have more like probability on the things that you would do. Because I do not think that individual went in the front entrance in any single way. I think
you think it was
came
multiple
from the
people?
back. But that's my opinion.
No. I think it was from the back for sure. I think they went in through the sliding door. I'm almost like I don't want to say I'm certain, but you know that just makes the most sense for me. You know what I mean? Because that's the most accessible area to the house, right? And I feel like sliding doors would be easier to break in than front doors.
What were
I
the
think so.
aesthetics of that night, Ian? I mean, you came at home. I mean,
it was. You know, it was surprisingly.
Drive the car.
It was surprisingly. Yeah, I was driving. It was surprisingly empty. You know, sometimes we have like cops will like post like speed traps on that road. I think it's Lake Road because you know there'll be like drunk college kids are trying to catch, but they weren't there. So, and there weren't a lot of cars in the parking lot. Usually at that time, there's a lot of cars because there's like parties around the area. But it was for Saturday, it was surprisingly empty. You know what I mean? So that was like the only thing I really noticed strange about that night.
That cop also said that, right, Heather? I mean, remember that entire body cam footage that we said?
Mm-hmm.
It was surprisingly silent.
Yep. And they were all out in plain clothes that night too, so
yeah,
they were hiding.
Yeah, so weird.
I was actually joking. Oh, go ahead.
So like leading up to a month ago, November 13th, when all of this happened, you didn't witness any confrontation or parties or anything whenever you came home. Like, nothing leading up to
I think you
this.
need to repeat that.
Yeah, sorry, you were cutting off a little bit.
Okay.
Let me repeat it. So, leading up to the night that all this happened, you being a close neighbor, you didn't notice any confrontations, anything in the weeks leading up to this?
No, I was at work from 1 p.m. to like about 12 a.m. and then I stayed a little bit after, just bullshitting with some coworkers. So yeah, I was at work all day, and then I went home, and it was already pretty quiet by the time I was there.
So you obviously have been getting a lot of hate, and I know the individuals that gave you a lot of bullshit that actually contradict to the things that you are actually are being said, especially that fake video. I think that's disgusting. Did an entire video out of it, and like I said, I'm an honest dude, and I fought as well that just by sheer text that you were a sketchy motherfucker. But you're all right. What would you like to say to this individual that I love my post though, because I know he's watching? Because what would you like to say to this individual that made this video?
I mean, I haven't even seen the video. I try to ignore most of this stuff, but I mean, lol, fuck, damn. I mean, I don't know, dude. It's kind of fucked up that you're trying to get fame off of, like, making fake videos, especially when it's a murder crime. But I mean, fuck, dude, do what you do, I guess. Like, if that's, I mean, I just think it's kind of silly. Like, I don't think it's helping you at all. But good luck. Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy, dude. I'm not gonna try to hate on the people hating on me, but like, it's kind of ridiculous.
No, exactly. You see, and that's why I'm giving you a podium, because a lot of people see. I can get over all the hate that individuals actually tell, because I actually want to hear a genuine story. And it's not my first vote, because I did it with the Delphi case, and I am doing this with you as well, because the story always have two sides. It's not always one-sided. And generally, people are judgmental, and that's fine. That is totally fine. But it's up to you if you actually give a fuck.
For sure. I appreciate that, dude. Yeah, I agree too. So thanks for the podium, dude. I got a jet. I got some things I gotta get ready for. But thanks for hosting me, dog. Thanks for your show. And
we'll talk to you later. And actually, thank you.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, good luck with your with the rest of your show.
Thank you.
Peace out.
Guys, thanks for even actually joining. Yeah, that brought actually a lot of clearance, because we were actually questioning if the back entrance was actually the most likely way.
All right. Let's go ahead and open up the phone lines on that one, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I opened up the lines. Y'all can call in if you want to. I just think he's weird, but anyways, yeah, that was sussy. Anybody wants to call in, the lines are open. So I took it off Do Not Disturb, so it should go through now. Let's see if we get a response. Huh. That picture, what? Somebody messaged me about something. All right, we're good. Oh, here we go.
Call from
Bridget.
Hi, Bridget. You're live. What's up?
I'm so sorry to call back in. I didn't mean to take up any more time, but after what I just heard, I cannot.
You're fine.
I cannot believe that.
You don't got to be sorry for calling back. There's no rule that says you can't call back twice.
I just don't want to hog up everybody else's opinions, but holy shit.
Yeah.
Okay? I was in the chat. I know everybody's feeling the same way I'm feeling and thinking.
I see a lot of oh, he didn't do, or I mean not a lot, but I see a couple that are like, nah, but then I see a lot of people that are like, whoa, this dude's fucking weird.
I think
most people can agree that he's very odd, but I think personally that he's just trying to get his 15 minutes of fame or whatever the hell, recognition or some kind of, I don't know, spotlight. But he is very creepy. He's very creepy. And he had those demon eyes. I don't know. The laughing, I don't know. That is so crazy to me that someone could actually go on someone's live like that in an interview on camera and actually laugh. Because I don't think a damn thing is funny about this. Okay? I don't think this is funny at all. I think it's pretty disturbing.
Yeah,
and for someone to be able to crack a smile on camera about this, no, sir. I'm not saying he did anything, but I'm saying that I'm calling him out as a little evil bastard, and something ain't right with that boy's head.
No.
That's all I got to say about that. And you know what? The stupid car, I'm sick about hearing about the stupid car. I'm sick about all of it, honestly. Give me a frickin' break, okay? This has something to do with the frat boys, and this is something to do with someone that was close to someone living in that house.
Yeah.
Does it matter who the target was? No. Not anymore.
It doesn't matter who the target is because 4 people
No,
are
it
dead.
doesn't.
So
they're all dead now, right?
Right.
What the fuck does it matter? It doesn't.
Right, exactly.
Somebody was targeted, and somebody knows something, and I guarantee it's somebody from that frat house that knows something.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. I don't believe in coincidences. I'm sorry. I don't believe in coincidences. So you're telling me there's a frat house across the street and nobody knows nothing, right? And they're all going to the same school. Nobody knows nothing. Nothing?
Yeah,
And
that's weird.
I think possibility that police department is a little bit shady because I've heard of different murders that have gone unsolved in that town. Yep.
It's super weird.
Yep. Just saying.
I'm with you on that for sure.
This is how I think outside of the box. It wasn't the neighbor. What the hell would a neighbor? Are you kidding? Is that a joke? The neighbor? Really? Okay. Yep. Because the neighbor decided to get up one day and was like, I'm just going to slay 4 people, 4 kids for no reason. Yep. All at once. Yeah. That's what I'm going to do with my day. After I take the trash out. No. And come at me again with this timeline about that 911 call. Come at me with that. Excuse me, 11 o'clock in the next day? What?
Exactly.
You kidding? Don't play me.
So do you think he could be a suspect?
Who? That wackadoo? That wackadoo is not a suspect. He's an idiot, okay? He is a total schmucko that just wants to think he's famous for 5 seconds or something. I don't know what he's doing. I think he's just stunato and trying to get attention. That's what I think. I don't think he murdered anybody. I think he's too stupid to fucking murder anybody and get away with it. No way. Somebody in that house, it was very, very personal. This was not random.
Right.
By any means.
So you think it's a very, very personal thing, but
Very personal.
You think this wacko is just fucking inserting himself in this case and
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. There's idiots like
the clout, right?
Yes. There's idiots like that everywhere, all the time, trying to get on YouTube and this and that and whatever, TikTok. Who knows? But I can spot an idiot from coming off the elevator. He's an idiot. He didn't do nothing. He wouldn't even know how to fucking accomplish this shit. Somebody in that frat house did, though. And if it wasn't in the frat house, it was somebody that knows somebody in that. It's connected to that frat house. Okay.
Right. Yeah. No.
And I want to know where that jackass went. Where'd he go?
He disappeared, right? He went somewhere, right? With the dog, right?
Yep.
Uh-huh. How convenient.
Yeah, I think I mean this the dude's weird. He's inserting himself. I don't necessarily think that he did this, but in general, though, I feel like he is just. I don't know. He's
Do you really
inserting
wanna know?
himself and he's eating up this shit. Maybe it's for the sticks that he's throwing around. I have no idea. But why did he add? Why did he? Puppy, watch out, baby boy. Why did he insert himself like this? And why did he edit the?
You want to know
He
why?
didn't hear
You
any.
want to know why?
No,
You
why
wanna
did
know
he
why?
edit the
'Cause he's a
screams and
sicko.
all that? You know what I mean?
He's a sicko. That's why. He probably wished he did this. That's what I
Right.
think. He's a sicko. He's a probably psychopath, like whoever actually did commit this murder is, and he's trying to insert himself, living vicariously through him. Okay, let's put it that way. That's how sick that retard was. Okay, excuse my language. I don't mean to, but come on, how stupid. He sounds like an idiot,
Yeah, he does for sure. He
and I
does.
think he is sick enough to vicariously try and live through whoever the hell the murderer really is. That's what I think. Because I think he's sick and twisted too, and he wishes he did it.
Yeah,
That's what I think.
he's a weird character though, you know, like what like the weird statement about the knife, the whole what did he
I
say? Something
know.
about that? That was weird as
It
fuck.
was
I'm sorry.
blunt, or he said it was blunt, or something. Yeah, he was like pretty. What do you call it? He was like describing it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean, in his own way or something. Like I don't know. Yeah, everything he said was just whack. Like, why are you even going on? Nobody cares. What are you talking about? You don't even make sense. Like you're just going off, rambling about. I don't even. You know, that's what makes me think that he's just trying to live vicariously through this murderer. And it's sad for him. Too bad. Whatever. But he's just a distraction, just like this Elantra.
Yeah,
I think they know who it is. I think they got the killer. I really do. And if they don't, well, geez, I'd move out of that town pretty quick.
Well, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you. I do appreciate you calling in.
Thank you very much. Sorry to
Where you
bother
calling
you.
from
And
again? I keep forgetting. What is it?
Syracuse, New York.
Syracuse, New York. Shout out to New York. Shout out to
Shout
everybody
out.
in New York.
Yep.
Thank you. Shout out to her. Everybody's like, yo, I'm hating. I see a couple haters. Come on, show respect to all the callers as much as you can. I mean, even if you don't agree with her opinion, right? We all have different opinions. So. Next, whoever wants to call, go ahead, call up. Somebody said, next caller, please. Y'all are tripping.
Call from El Tati.
Hello.
Hi, this is El Tati calling.
Yes, ma'am. Welcome. You're live.
Thank you.
Is there?
Yes?
Yeah, you're here.
Oh, okay. I'm just going to say I definitely don't think that this guy is involved at all.
Okay.
Seems like we're just throwing all these suspects into the pool, and we already have plenty, and there's one logical answer, and it's staring us right in the face, and this guy is not it.
Mm.
Yeah.
So, I mean, who do you eyeing on?
Oh, well, it's just a theory, and it's not a fact. I'm just really leaning towards the ex-boyfriend right now at this point. I think there's a lot of evidence, circumstantial evidence, of course, that says it's him, but that's my opinion only. You know, I feel that his alibi really isn't that good of an alibi. He had motive, means, and opportunity, in my opinion. A few things look very shady, I think. like, you know, they were going out for a very long time and they just recently broke up. And some of his Instagram posts are very disturbing, in my opinion. And she never answers his posts on any of her social media. And he has so many posts to her, and she completely ignores him. He follows her on all her social media, and she doesn't follow him on anything. Some of the comments he makes are crude, in my opinion. Also, he juggles like that axe on his chin and a whole file cabinet on his chin. He's very agile. There's a probability. Oh, okay. Is that enough?
No. I'm listening to you. I just said right because I'm listening to everything you're saying.
Okay, the probability of him maybe taking steroids might be a possibility because he went from very small to very big, maybe to keep her, to impress her perhaps. And steroids make you a little crazy. That was odd too. He's towering over people now, and he was very scrawny, and he's not anymore in appearance to me. Also, I saw on another channel, now I don't know how true this is because I don't live there and I've never seen it in person, but that his roof is very low. He lives extremely close to her.
Right.
He had, and then there's like just trees that you could use to get over. Now, I don't know how true this is, but I've seen this. And he could have easily made a pathway to there if it's possible. I wasn't there. I don't know. Also, I'm sure that this guy knows the house very well. And it was a crime of passion. That's what they said at first. This would have been a crime of passion. Kaylee was, according to the father, the worst. Also, they had to know the locks, the rooms people were sleeping in. I think they had to know the house very well. And the dog, sure, a killer might love his dog, but he's not going to love this dog, and he's not going to let this dog foil his plan. Just on a happenstance that this dog might bark. If he will kill 4 people, he's not going to hesitate to kill a dog. And he's not going to let the dog foil his plan. So those are some of the reasons why I think it could possibly be the boyfriend.
Yes, ma'am. So you're leaning more towards Jack D.
Yeah, that's what I'm leaning to. And I think people are just throwing people into the mix like that Jack S. I really don't think anyone from the food truck did it. I think that's irrelevant. If we didn't have that tape, we would have never heard of any of these people. I really honestly believe that.
I mean, the food truck, I mean, he was with the girls. Jack S was with the girls at the nightclub or the corner club.
But everyone's saying he got kicked out. What did he do? Wait outside for them in the cold?
That's what that's exactly what I said. And I actually went off Grizzly's timeline, which she had put out, and from other things that I've seen too, which said he got kicked out of the fraternity for anger issues, and he got kicked out of the nightclub that night for being weird. But that's all allegedly. We don't, that's things that we heard and seen put out. You get what I'm saying? Like we don't.
Right.
I haven't heard that from anybody else. I haven't heard that from law enforcement. So it's all speculation.
And then there was a rumor that he drove to this cabin for 5 hours. We don't know if that's true. Then there was a rumor that he went to Africa. I know that's not true. I've read that many times that he did not go to Africa. And that would look so suspicious. And I also read that he gave up his DNA. So, and he had people come out and talk for him. This Jack D, as far as I know, had no one coming out to speak for him. He hasn't said a word, which is just suspicious. I think he should have spoke out and claimed his innocence. It would have been better for him. It would have impressed me.
Right.
You know, this jackass. I just think if we didn't have that video from the food truck, we would have never heard of these people, and it would have just like ever, and it would have just been like water under the bridge. You know, I don't think saying "f you" to someone is a motive for murder. And I don't think they were running away from him. I think they were running toward the car because it was cold. That's just my opinion. Okay, so that's
I respect it. I respect all opinions, even if that's not the person I believe that did it. I still respect the opinion, because I mean, like I said, if we all had the same opinion, it'd be a boring ass world. And not only would it be a boring ass world, we wouldn't be able to capture people because not everybody is right. I'm not always right. Nobody's always right. You know, you get what I'm saying? So it's like that's why you got to put the puzzle pieces together here. So I mean, like I tell people on my channel all the time, if you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it's not true.
Exactly. So this is just theory. As I said from the beginning, this is my opinion. This is a theory, and I have a whole other theory too. Just because I don't know who was killed first.
Right.
So
like people say in the chat, you know, respectfully disagree. And that's what I'm saying. We're going to get that a lot. There's going to be people that respectfully disagree with me, you, Johnny, Bobby, Ricky, Mary, you know, everybody. So it's like, you know, that's why I like taking these calls, because everybody has something different to say, and some people have the same stuff to say, but you know, everybody has a different mindset, and everybody looks at things in a different angle, and everybody digs differently. Not all of us dig the same way, you know?
People have different reasons, but I just think throwing this guy into the mix is silly.
Yeah, this guy, I mean, he threw himself in the mix, but he's doing it to himself, though.
Yeah, but
you get what I'm saying, though? But he's a distraction.
Yes, he is.
I feel like he's inserting himself, and he's being a distraction, and you know, all of us who are like, oh, he's suspect as shit. It's just it is a distraction.
It is.
And it can throw a lot of us off. But at the end of the day, I don't know, 10 minutes ago when he said that thing about the knives and all that, it was just like, okay, is he doing this for, like, what is he doing it for? Like, why is he saying shit like that? Why is he saying things a certain way? There's certain characteristics about him that are weird and that I find weird about him that I've seen in serial killers, but that doesn't mean he's a killer. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know. That's just my personal opinion.
I totally don't think it's a serial killer. I heard two profilers explain why it isn't, why it's not like fun something. Yeah.
No, I don't think it's a serial killer either. I think it was somebody that was close to one of them, and that's what I personally think.
That house is like a maze, and it had so many cars parked in front of it. He had to go in there not knowing how many people he was going to have to kill. He could have had to kill people. He didn't know how many guys were in there. Each of the girls had a guy with them. He didn't know.
Well, my thing is, though, you know, no stranger is going to walk in. I mean, I'm not going to say it hasn't happened, but what stranger do you know or is going to walk into a house without scoping everything out with 5 cars parked out front?
Right. For all he knew, somebody could have snuck in without him seeing. No.
Right. Well, I appreciate you calling in. I'm going to get to some other people, but thank you for calling back in. Or I said calling back in. Where are you calling from again?
I'm calling from Laguna Beach, California.
Oh, wow. Shout out to California. What is it? 12, 11, 10? It's 10 a.m. there?
It is 10:02, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Shout out to you for calling in, and shout out to California. And thank you for just being here. I appreciate you being here and calling and voicing your opinion.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You have a blessed day. God bless you.
You too. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Good call. Good call. Not a serial killer, but he's definitely a mass killer now. Yeah, definitely a mass killer because of 4 people. You know, he killed 4 people, so.
Call from
John.
What's up, Don? You live.
Hey, buddy, it's John from Daytona again.
Or John.
Hey,
Okay.
hey, bud. I just wanted to clear something up. I went back and watched what we talked about, and some people were saying that I was telling you to shut up or anybody to shut up. That's not at all what I meant.
Right.
What I mean is the speculative.
And this is the detective, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The speculative insults directed at the police as to their investigative techniques and what's being done. I mean, shut up about that. There are a plethora of cases that have been solved by people like yourself and YouTubers, and trust me, the police value that, and it's very important. I mean, we've solved many cases because of people on the internet. But you know, people were attacking me, saying, "Oh, don't listen to anything he says." He's saying, "Shut up," and then he's speculating. I'm not speculating. I'm giving my opinion on what I saw. But that's not at all what I meant. So I just wanted to clear that out because it bothered me a little bit. I wasn't telling anyone to shut up. I was just saying, look, don't insult the police and speculate on their investigative techniques and why they are saying some things and they're not. No one knows what it takes unless you've been in law enforcement or you've got investigative backgrounds. You don't know what it takes to put a case together because the smallest thing can cause a mistrial, can cause suppression hearings of evidence. There's all kinds of things that people don't realize, and they think that we can just go out there and solve this case. Oh, we think this guy did it. Let's go look him up now, guns blazing. That's not how it works, man. That's why attorneys are so rich. Look at O.J. Simpson. Clearly, in my opinion, he took a Bowie type knife and he massacred 2 people. He got away with it. I mean, this could potentially happen in this case. And that's not what people want to see because, trust me, if they lose the case or the guy doesn't, I don't know if Idaho has a death penalty or what they have, but, you know, if they drop the ball and they screw something up, they're going to get crucified. So, you know, just my point in shut up was, guys, stop with all the insults with the police. And that included, you know, the father that called them cowards. I get it. He's very emotional. I would be as well. But, you know, sometimes you got to step back and look at the facts and think about, you know, what it takes to close the case and put somebody in prison or in the death penalty phase.
Yeah, no doubt.
You follow me?
Yeah,
I'm not,
I see what you're saying.
I in no way was trying to be rude to the audience or yourself. I was just saying it's frustrating coming from law enforcement to hear some of this stuff that's being said. And, you know, when people are, you know, for lack of a better term, to try and be tactful, they're ignorant. They know what it takes, and they don't know, you know, when you interview and you interrogate somebody, you know, there's Miranda. This guy could very well be on pins and needles, just thinking he's going to get arrested at any moment. But also, the police may be leading him to believe that he's not a suspect. They may have already interviewed him. Yeah, we got you. No worries. Give him a sense of security, because if him and you spook him, this guy may commit suicide. He may take other people out and commit suicide. You'll never know the truth.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense for sure. They could have definitely, interviewed him, but at the same time, I don't think if they knew who it was, they're watching him very closely to make sure he doesn't commit again.
Exactly.
Until they have a very strong case against said person, if they're already on their trail. But why do they want this white vehicle if they know who the suspect is? That's just that's where my argument comes into place.
Well, you heard the he drove the nail in his own coffin, or the smoking gun theory. Like I said, that body cam footage, if you go back and you watch it, you see a white vehicle leaving the scene about the time of the homicide. Now they have the video at the gas station, which is well within the time frame. So I think, that they're looking for that smoking gun to be able to, put the nail in his coffin and put this guy away. Because of, all you got to prove is beyond a reasonable doubt. And, attorneys make a living doing this stuff. And, this department, I haven't looked at it. I don't know how many sworn officers they have, but I'm sure it's probably under 100. So I give props for immediately reaching out to the FBI and getting them involved. But, I'm curious to hear the 911 call when they finally release that, because there's a lot of speculation on that. It's quite plausible that one of the girls woke up and saw him and ran out and fainted, and a bystander saw her faint, like they're saying. But, we won't know till we hear the 911 tapes. But in my opinion, looking at that body cam footage, I believe, and this is just me, I'm speculative right now, but I believe that the perpetrator parked in that elevated lot behind that residence, and that car leaving, you can see it go left to right, and the lights disappear. I believe that's when he left. If you look at that time and then look at the time of him passing the gas station, I think you're going to find that that's pretty accurate. That's why they're looking for the car.
What would be your description of the killer? Age, range, etc.
It's very, very personal to kill somebody with a knife.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have balls. This is not somebody that's going to be a timid individual. This is going to be, and again, this is my opinion. I've done analysis, behavioral analysis and stuff through the years, and went to all kinds of schools and training. Mm-hmm. But this is going to be a guy that is probably a pretty bold fella, somebody that could be, he's not going to take crap from anybody. He's probably argumentative, very aggressive, and he's not going to be some little timid guy that went in there with a grudge. He's not going to take out 4 people unless he absolutely got them with element of surprise and they were all laying down.
Mm-hmm.
From what I'm hearing, there's defensive wounds. I would imagine the male subject, probably put up a fight, and he doesn't appear to be a slouch. I think this guy is probably going to be. You're going to find he's going to be somebody that's in your faith, and he stands up for himself, and he's not going to be this timid little wimp.
Do you think this guy was hiding in the house before they got home?
Quite possible that he parked up on that. Look, you know where I'm talking about.
You're breaking up a lot. You're breaking up pretty heavy.
You hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Did you see the part where they had the detectives in that lot behind the residence up on the hill that kind of gave you a bird's eye view of the house?
Yes, sir.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
I think that he probably parked up there, and he may have very well, because let's face it, you're in a pretty secure area there. There's not a lot of burglars. There's not a lot of crime. So people forget the locked doors because they're comfortable. So he could have very well just walked down in there. Again, I'm speculating, and went in there and lay in wait in one of the girls' bedrooms. Perhaps he wasn't there to intend on killing all 4 of them. Maybe he just wanted to have an encounter or confront one girl. But 2 girls wound up in the same room. Probably cuddle up and go to sleep together a lot, throughout the years. They've been together since they were little girls, and he had to take both of them out. And then somebody heard something, again, speculation. But, I just wanted to clear up the fact that I'm not telling anyone to shut up. Only thing I want people to realize is that these guys are doing their job, and shut up about criticizing what they're doing. If you think you could do a better job, then you need to go to the academy and get your degree and become a cop. But until you do it, and you walk in their shoes, and you have to go to court, and you have to potentially look at losing a case because of a mistake, shut up about it, because it's not right for you to criticize these officers that are doing their job.
Right. Absolutely, man. I appreciate you calling back in and clarifying that. I didn't really feel like that from you, but I mean,
No,
I appreciate it. I know the chat
said,
was going crazy.
Yeah, the first thing you said was, "I'm not going to shut up," and that's not
Yeah,
what I meant.
No. I was referring to a comment. They were like, "He's saying to shut up," but I was in that case. I was like, "I'm not shutting up," so it don't matter. I mean, I respect your opinion all the way through thoroughly.
Everybody's got their own opinion or perspective on this entire thing. And again, we can all sideline quarterback this. It could be a female. Highly unlikely, but it could be. We just don't know. But I personally, from experience, I think that when they do apprehend this guy, they're going to find out that it's an in-your-face guy that doesn't take crap from anybody. And you don't get up in somebody's face and stab them to death without balls. I mean, come on. People can overcome you and take a knife. This guy's very confident in his skill level. He's very confident.
Right. Yeah, he's definitely got to be confident to walk up in a house with 5 cars there.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that
your confidence level is at an all-time high at that point for me.
Yeah, and in my opinion, I believe he has knowledge of the interior of the house. He's been in there before. People are speculating that he had a relationship with one of the girls. Again, don't know, but it's definitely a crime of passion. Somebody was very angry, obviously.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, definitely. I'm with you on that. I appreciate you calling back in and clarifying that. And a lot of people said that we're not the whole shut up thing. That's what I was responding to, and I was like, I'm not shutting up.
Yeah. That's not what I meant. I didn't mean to.
Now there's people in chat. What's your badge number? I'm dead, man.
Yeah. You do a good job, man. I enjoy it.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. And God bless you again. You can call back in anytime. If you think of something else you want to talk about, call back in.
God bless you. Have a Merry Christmas.
You too, brother.
Hope they solve this. Bye.
Good call right there, guys. Good call. Give him a hand. Round of applause for the guy, man. That's a good guy. It's a good guy. Make sure you call in. The numbers on the bottom of your screen right now, 219-885-9690. Next caller on the line here.
Call from B.
Hey, this is Fee. I called yesterday.
Hey, welcome.
So I'm going to go back to... Hello?
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay, cool. So the interview with the neighbor, Eamon, I think it was the guy from last night that kind of creeped everybody out. If you go back and play that recording and compare the voices at some point, you might find that that's the same voice. So just put that out there, right? Do that. And then I don't think he's a killer at all. However, I think he may have seen something, because some of the things he said, he was like the killers. He used it in a plural sense. I can't remember exactly when, so check that out. He said it very definitively. And then he said, well, I know for sure the side, glass. And then he will not for sure. Like, he kept having to correct himself from making definitive statements, which led me to believe that he maybe saw something. Then he said when he was sleeping, he heard when they came home, but he said while sleeping, and then he corrected himself then. And then went on and said, well, I heard the door close, then I heard another door open. So you heard a whole lot of doors. You heard a whole lot. So I was just following him thinking, this guy is creepy enough to have witnessed everything and feel like he has the information. That's why he's inserting himself for the fame, because he is a shallow kind of person. He's someone who is an introvert and accustomed to not having a voice and living vicariously through others. So that's just my take on that.
Yeah. So do you think that? What do you think about him as in general? Like, do you think that he could pull off something like that?
No, because the caller after him kind of helped me to pull it apart. Because at first I was like, oh, hell no. And then after she broke everything down, I was like, yeah, I don't particularly see him having the skill set mentally to be able to maneuver such a. But he did say, he was like, and then there was no evidence. He seems really proud of someone not being caught yet. He's very fascinated, as if he's proud of the whole scenario and this person getting away with it. But I don't know that he has the smarts for it. I'm not sure. That's the part. But I did listen to Donna, the psychic, and she described someone who looks dead on like him. And the fact that he is a chef, although she said it's someone who works with food, with bread specifically. I mean, in all honesty, we all know this. You can't judge a book by its cover. That dude might be brilliant, and we just can't tell. And he's throwing us all off, and he's getting off on it. I mean, who knows? Who knows if he's sick? I mean, and at some points when he was talking, his eyes like got big and I had a moment where I was like, if I was alone with him, I'd be scared as fuck. Like I would want to flee the scene. So,
yeah, no, that I don't know, but when that dude gives me creep vibes. Like,
yeah,
that's just me though. Everybody else is different. Everybody's like, oh, well, when I look at him and I'm looking at him as like a profile, and I'm like, if I was a detective and I was sitting on that end of the spectrum, I'm looking and I just look at that dude looks creepy as fuck, like he's a creep.
Absolutely.
That's just me. And that's not me passing judgment. When he speaks and talks and says everything that he's saying, I'm an introvert and this and that, but I had felonies and I had distribution charge and I had this. You're not too much of an introvert if you're out there drug dealing, in my opinion.
Yeah, and then the way he spoke of the knife and he's enjoying this. I definitely get that. And I definitely get creep vibes. But then, with Jack S, I definitely get the silent stalker who has some major mental issues, perhaps, and anger issues with the girls, and then there's the boyfriend. I mean, this is definitely one of those crime. I have never, this is a freaking movie. Like, really, is this even happening? Is all this real? And it is. And so I'm stumped. And that's not easy. I always feel like I can figure things out. I have an accounting, auditing background, led audits. I could peel things apart, pull them, whatever. I always found myself to be great at research, but I really don't know.
With this one, right?
I don't.
He throws you off. Or this whole case in general is just it throws me off because there's so many. I feel like with everything that we have in front of us that we were told that we could see, there's a few people that could have the motive from, just being in the era that I grew up in and killers that I've seen just through all the shows that I've seen, like See No Evil and every show of some, Forensic Files, Crime 360, First 48, Dateline, and just, all the research and stuff. And that's basically research. When you're watching these things, you're learning things.
Right.
After seeing all that, you never know.
Exactly. You really don't.
And it puzzles me when it comes
And
down.
it's scary
because
you
don't
time. Know. And even the whole community, and then the church thing, and then and then even the neighbor brought up, they're in animals and killing animals, and it's like he's saying a whole lot, almost to confuse the situation, if you will. But I mean, goodness gracious, this is like, who done it? Who the hell done it? So I just, in all realness and in all respect, I pray. And I literally pray that this person, whomever did this, I just pray that they're caught quickly.
Me too, because it's like I said, it's what right now we're looking at a month and 3 days You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? We're looking at a month and 3 days. The most right now we got as a big headline for this case is this white vehicle. And yeah, this white vehicle right here. This is what we got. This is what we got so far for this case is the white vehicle to our left, which isn't even a good image of the vehicle. So it really, it stumps you there. Man, this case, I'm losing sleep over this case. I really am.
Same. And by the way, I love your show. And I feel bad because I got to walk the dog and I'm late on it. And I'm just like, well, I have work to do and I'm doing it while the show's on. But the cop who was just on did say something that stood out to me. He said, that the footage that we saw of the cop arresting those kids, the back, that light in the back, he said he believes it was a car, leaving a white, white car leaving the headlights. And they know that that's the same car that was driving by the gas station and that I'm not sure if he said they know, they suspect is what he may have said. And they just need to connect the dots. Like they're in the process of connecting the dots. So I'm hoping that they know who it is and that they're just putting a solid case together so that they can convict this person or people.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And where you calling from?
I'm calling from Cali. I'm an LA
you in
girl.
Cali too? I got a lot of Cali folks. I got people from Australia. I like the diverse crowd that comes in here, and you guys are awesome. And you have a great mind. I like how you broke everything down right there. I do appreciate you calling in, and I do appreciate you watching and just being a part and actually having the balls to call. Well, not balls, but you get what I'm saying.
Well,
having the cojones to call up and yeah, exactly. And we said it at the
Absolutely.
same time, but having the kahunas to call up and speak your opinion, because I feel it's important. Like I said this to a couple callers already. You guys watch us all talk. Everybody who's on YouTube about the case. I feel it's important to let the community voice their opinion too, and that's why I decided to do call-ins, because I love hearing everybody else's opinion. I see people's opinions in my emails, but it's like it's different when you hear somebody call you and tell you their opinion.
Absolutely. And I want to say to you, what makes you unique is your authenticity. I literally feel like I know you. I feel like I'm down for you. Like if you call me and you're like, "Steve, we gotta, look at." I'll be like, "What are we doing?" "Okay, I'm in." Like you really touch and reach the audience, and I love you for that. I love the people on here. I love the comments. And I feel like again, you do pull in a diverse group of people. From young to old, from black to blue, from you name it. I mean, we're all in. We're all in here, and we're all different. And as long as the respect is there, I think that we can figure anything out.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
absolutely. What's your name in chat?
My name is Fee, and I need to get in chat. I'm so busy watching it on TV, so I'm gonna handle that because I'm not much of a chatter, if you will. I'm more of a talker, as you can tell.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever.
But I am a subscriber, and I do want to. I'm going to be a part of sending donations in. So
No.
See that? I
appreciate when people do that, but that's not what this.
But I want to.
That's not my purpose. My purpose is to try to, I just like reaching people, and if I could reach people and maybe help somebody, I'm fine with that. Like God, my purpose being here is not for a dollar sign, and I'm a musician, and a lot of people, at once I wanted to make it somewhere with music and stuff like that, but I just looked at the way the industry turned and everything, and I'm just like, nah, I don't want to be that person. I just want to I want to get my story across. I want to help people.
Beautiful.
Because we all have a past. I'm pretty sure all 1,300 people in here have a past. And the only thing that I want to do is give the community a voice, give the people a voice to speak in general. And that's always been a goal of mine, is to build a community. That's why I call it Rev Gang family, because in general, like, people that are close to me aren't my blood. And those are the people that are the most closest to me. People that I've met through the internet or doing what I do now are like the biggest family to me, rather than people that, put me on this world, which is the truth.
Totally agree. totally agree. It's so interesting you would say that. I'm going to leave you with this because I don't want to be selfish. Listen, you know, it's interesting how God, universe works. You thought you wanted to be a musician, and what you are. I listened to one of your tracks or something, and I thought, oh, he's good. However, you were able to be open enough to let yourself be moved into where you need to be. And that's allowing us to have a voice. You were using your voice in your lyrics and in your music, and then you were like, oh, wait a minute, I need to let my audience have a voice. That's the music. And this is where you're thriving. And that's how, when we listen to what we're supposed to do in our lives, that's where we end up. We end up not doing exactly what we thought it was supposed to be, but exactly where we're supposed to be. And you are where you're supposed to be, my brother.
Thank you, man. That means a lot to me. I appreciate you. That's
Yeah.
a great way to end it. Thank you so much for calling
You're
in. I
welcome.
appreciate you, see.
I appreciate you too. Bye.
Thank you. Good call. Good call. Great call. Yeah, so shout out to everybody out there showing love. But man, this is all we got is this vehicle, guys. This is all we got. This is all we know. This is all we really can see right now is this fucking vehicle. And it's killing me. All right, hold on. Here we go.
Call from
Will.
Will, you live? What's up, brother?
My man Rev.
How's it going, brother?
Love the track, man. You dope as you know. Love it, man. Keep spitting them bars.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. The knife, man, is very interesting. A lot of time people insert themselves in things to keep close, but I'm not sure if you talked about it or I'm just in late. Nancy Grace last night had someone on, and they caught a Twitter feed, a 4-chain Twitter feed, with a DSL and a Billy talking about planning the murders. Takes 19 minutes to go and come back wearing painter gloves, discussing it was more than one person there, not saying more than one person did the actual stabbings, but that it was more than one person and a possible driver, getaway driver. And that may explain the police saying occupants in that white car. Another thing was this person that was discussing this was saying almost a third person, someone that heard or knew or got information from the actual suspects or those who know them, said 2 weeks prior to the murders and 2 weeks after, they've been ghosted on social media. And they said the reason was there was an incident at the party between Ethan and Maddie's ex. They got very disrespectful. I guess Ethan allegedly, based off this Twitter feed thread, was talking ish to Maddie's ex and he wasn't happy. But I thought that was interesting for them to pull that feed. It has to have some validity to it. I'm not sure if it's completely true. Maybe it's total bluff. However, I think that's very important given that timeline that we still can't figure out with those. So that's all I wanted to say, my man.
I appreciate you pointing that to me. Now, where can I find that at? Because I heard that I must have been on call last night, but my power kept going out, so I really couldn't tune into anything. When my power went out last night, my phone was at like 20%, so I had to come back on live and end it, but I didn't really get to catch up with any videos because I passed right out when I laid out because I had been up for like 19 hours streaming.
I listened to a few people, man, but I've been rocking with you. I called, I left a message, I tried to text it. I'm gonna put it in the chat right now.
Can you email
video.
it? Can you email it?
Yeah, I can send it right to you.
Yes. I'll put it
an hour and 34-minute mark. You're gonna blow your mind, bro.
I need to see this because that's why I was just completely silent while you was telling me, because when you talk Nancy Grace, that's my second wife, so you know,
man,
I'm locked in.
In that Twitter thread, it threw me left, man, but it's starting to make sense with the occupants, multiple people, and I've been saying this possible more than one person, that car that was there, the fight with Ethan and Maddie's ex, like all of it is just eerie, man. You got to check this out, man.
Yeah, I definitely got to check it out because what you're speaking. Yeah, I definitely want to hear about it because that's been a thing I've been seeing in the chat is about that Twitter thing with Nancy Grace and all that. So now I'm curious. I need to see it. I need to play it for the viewers, and we need to talk about it.
Absolutely. So where can I send it to? Is the email on your page right now?
Yeah, I'm gonna put it up on the screen right now. Hold on, let me type this in, and then I'm gonna put it up on the screen, and I'll play it. And I want to go over this because that's
man, it's crazy. This is crazy, man. This answers a lot of questions.
Yeah, it's on the screen right now. Matter of fact, I just put it on the screen for you. The email is right there, so I'm waiting for that thing like it's a Christmas gift.
Wait, I can't see it. I see live number. Is it in the chat?
It's in the chat, but I also put it up on screen just now. It's on the main screen. It should be across your TV or computer, whatever maybe if your phone. But it like if you fast forward to where we're at right now, you'll see it.
You got it. I'm about to send it over right now, man.
Yes, sir. I'm waiting for that thing.
Hey, salute what you do. Keep spitting, man. I love it, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. I really do. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your support, brother. And God bless you. Hope to hear from you again, sir.
Oh, you will, man. I'll be at you.
Thank you, my man.
All right.
Good call right there. Good call right there. Yeah, he could be behind on there. Shout out to all the good people calling in the multicultural that we got here. It is beautiful to have such a diverse group and all the beautiful souls that call in. Everybody's different. A lot of people aren't repeating the same shit. Besides, we talk about the dog a lot. Hopefully we don't have to bark on about the dog no more. The dog is out of the equation here. He was locked in the room, barking, no barking. He's used to partying. So I'm glad a lot of people aren't mentioning the dog right now. So I hope I didn't just curse myself to hear about the dog anymore. But yeah, I want to hear about that. Yeah, exactly. Details on 4chan. Exactly. T-REV, I don't know about Nancy Grace wife material. Back in the day, man, come on now. Be hating like that. That's hate. Hate on my wife like that. I might have to come up, you know. Nah, Nancy, I like Nancy. On a real note, I really like Nancy because she's boots to asses. You know what I'm saying? Like Nancy's boot to asses, man. That's why I like Nancy. Cause she's boots to the ass. And that's how you should be. I'm checking emails now. I got a lot of emails. Holy shit. I love it though. Put me to work. I love it. Let me see. 1 second. I'm trying to get this. I'm waiting for this interview to come in. Today's the 15th. Yeah, we need to see this video, guys. There's a couple things we need to see before we go back to watching this shit. Hold up. To talking or act to the calls again. Hold up.
Take us back when investigators first started asking
the
for
update
video.
that came out.
What sources
I seen it.
were you asking to get video from?
Well, we started looking for video the day of the crime. Officers on scene, before I even arrived, had identified certain residences in the area that had video cameras. We know just from past experience that security cameras, doorbell cameras, and the like are very, very commonplace now. And that's a part of our standard procedure is to start looking for a possible video source in and around crime scenes. So we started the day of the crime. And then that expanded as we got more investigators to the area for assistance. And we started putting together teams. And one of our team's sole job was to go through the King Road area, associated neighborhoods, and eventually the main thoroughfares in the city of Moscow, trying to identify videos, video cameras, etc., and then contact those business owners, contact those residents, and ask for copies of that video.
Initially, there was a particular area outlined as where the priority was for asking for video. Why was that area selected?
Well, that area was selected because essentially it surrounds the King Road area. And we know that people typically have to travel to and from. We weren't trying to pigeonhole our investigation into the suspect lives in the area. We wanted to make sure that we covered all the bases. And so as we began to gather more information, we began to expand our search area. You may recall from the second press conference that we specifically put out a plea to the public for any video in the King Road area, and then we gave a defined area, and we put that area on our website as well, asking residents, hey, if you have video or if your neighbor has video, let us know so we can get a copy of that. We understand that video has a finite life, and sometimes systems will start recording over themselves. So we started that process very, very early in the investigation.
Why ask the public for additional help with this white car?
Well, through our tips, through our leads, some of the evidence that came in, we start to identify patterns. And like we said earlier, we are confident that the occupant or occupants of that vehicle have information that's critical to this investigation. We also understand that even though there's sometimes a fascination with a particular case, some people simply don't see the news and may not know that we're looking for it. So if we get the word out there, hey, maybe your neighbor has one in the garage that they don't drive very often. Maybe there's one that's just not on the registration database. Let us know. So far, we have a list of approximately 22,000 registered white Hyundai Elantras that fit into our criteria that we're sorting through. That's an awful lot of information, but it may not be all of them. So the public can help us with that.
All right.
Yeah, this was interesting.
Hold up. When did that drop? Really enjoy your channel. I have you on all day from taking care of my mom. God bless. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you, Linda. I do appreciate you. Critical information occupants. Did you hear that? That means this vehicle is involved. Exactly. That's what I've been saying is the vehicle is involved. It has to be. Miss G says, yeah, just like AAA, the videos are recorded over unless there's a reason to pull and save a particular incident. But now it's just as if you're unfortunate to see a violent stabbing shot can freeze a person. Solid. I like them for the public. I like them asking for the public's help, unlike I've seen in other recent cases, right, Christina? Most definitely. Let me see. I'm still waiting on that Nancy video because they supposedly dig into the okay. Hold up. My man said, what's up, bro? Think it's about hold up, let me find this because you sent me an email, but the Nancy video's not in it. Hold up. Nancy. Let me get to this real quick. Is it on YouTube? It has to be. I'm looking right now. Hold up. Because for some reason, okay. I think we found it. I think this is where you seen it too. I'm pretty sure this is where you seen it.
Oh, there we go.
Everything needs to be combed over with a fine-tooth comb just behind that house on that steep incline that Dale Carson is talking about. So we have a shot of the white Hyundai Elantra. I've looked at it. Stephanie, agree, disagree? You can't see who's driving it.
I agree. I can't see who's driving it. This is referring to DSL and a.
Hold on, I got this. Nancy Grace. All right, let me find this real quick because I'm about to find it right now, ladies and gentlemen. 1 second. I am searching it down as we speak. It is shared usually. Let's see, Nancy Grace. Up. Uh-oh. Think we found it.
Wonderful Pistachios, your healthy snack nut. Learn more at wonderfulpistachios.com.
This episode is brought to you by Hyundai, a proud sponsor of the My Cultura Podcast Network.
The assumption that masculine and feminine roles exist in a lesbian relationship is not.
Whoa! Hold up. Hold up. We're getting played right now. 1 second. Hold up. Let me pop my Spotify on real quick. I need to check something. Why is it installing it when I already have it? Okay, here we go. Got you guys. I got you guys. The last one she dropped right here. Twin. 12-14. See, why is this? I don't get why she never puts them on Spotify. Like the certain ones that I want.
Not the way that people perceive it, because like you just shared, and I happen to agree, is that masculine and feminine.
Why? All right, you know what? We're just going to watch the one that I found here.
Another member that they refer to as Barry.
Now, what can you tell me about claims that the killer wanted to be with ex Xana?
Right. So further in this post, he mentions, Fratanon mentions that he saw Ethan, Xana, DSL, and Barry at the party that night. And that Ethan and DSL have issues reaching back years. Ethan apparently was not on good terms with DSL, talked down to him, made rumors up, and that upset DSL because he wanted to be with Xana.
Is there anything else that's a bombshell to you out of that thread?
The biggest things to me are that he also added that the pair, so both the accused in this thread, talked about leaving their cell phones behind at their house on YouTube using autoplay, so it looked like they were continuing to create data. Also, one of the other accused in this thread allegedly talked about this stuff in detail in the past, talked about wearing electrician's gloves and putting on baggy clothes after and walking away from the scene.
That's incredible.
Yeah. Okay, is that Dale or Chris McDonough?
It is. It's Dale. And I just tell you, that's a fairly easy thing to run down because you got a select pool of people who would know that information who are in that fraternity. And that's where they need to focus energy to rule that out or rule it in.
To you, Chris McDonough, joining us from Cold Case Foundation. I discovered him in his YouTube channel, The Interview Room. Chris, one thing that really grabbed me, so much of that I could discount. One thing that really grabbed me is talking about 19 minutes, walk over there and back, and it's done. How does that jive with the layout of the land?
You know, Nancy, that's it's plausible from their point of location, from the frat house to the target house. But the challenge that I think we need to consider here is the multiple attacker theory. You know, the crime scene, you know, based on the evidence that they've released into the public, i.e., you know, the type of wounds that the coroner talked about, that type of situation, and the challenge that is going.
All right, so if you guys just tuned in, this is Nancy Grace actually talking about some of the 4chan stuff and them creating data for themselves and stuff like that. So make sure you pay attention.
Going to come into play here is there any blood evidence or any type of evidence leaving that house? Because if it was as crazy as it's being described, then you're going to have some type of transfer immediately onto these, you know, if it's a multiple suspect situation. Now that's even a higher risk for the offender.
If there are two of them. But Chris McDonough, think about it, there doesn't have to be 2 people doing the stabbing because we believe, based on the wounds, there is 1 weapon. Could be 2 similar knives, but we're hearing 1 weapon. Highly doubtful that 2 people are going to pass off 1 weapon. But just like the getaway driver, he's not in there robbing the bank, but he's part of it. I could see
Absolutely.
2 people going over there and 1 hanging around outside.
Nancy, that's exactly what this says.
Who's
That's
this?
exactly what this says.
Is it Cindy
It's
Summer?
again.
Oh, what do you mean that's exactly what it says?
In the post, there is also a detail mentioned that Barry, the member referred to as the accomplice, was just a lookout. He did not participate in the stabbings, but went with DSL.
Okay, see, we could be going down a rabbit hole, but the point is, in any investigation, Cheryl McCollum, you can't ignore any detail, even an anonymous post. And of course, cops can figure out from an IP address who posted that. I believe they can anyway.
Well, the other thing is, I mean, he seems to have some information, but does that information line up? Again, if this was about Ethan, why go upstairs? Why would he go upstairs and murder 2 other people and not go into the basement and get the other 2? He doesn't mention the dog. He doesn't mention how he gained entry.
They didn't have an issue with those other 2 gals.
It didn't say it was just Ethan. I thought they also mentioned Maddie.
But this is something, y'all, you can gain just from the report.
You're right. This is completely unconfirmed. But my point is, I don't think that the cops, I mean, we had to get a gas station clerk to go, hey, I found a picture of the Hyundai.
Well, Nancy, I think we need to talk about the car a second. There's 3 points I want to make about the car.
Make them
1,
quickly.
we have it in real time.
Hurry up.
2, we have a direct.
She said, make it quickly. All right. So a lot of people are asking, who's this David guy? He's part of the 4chan theory that's out there. It's from 4chan. 4chan's like Reddit. So
of travel. And 3, we have somebody at 3:00 in the morning that has not come forward.
And you have a way to find the weapon that was thrown out of the window when they turned down that road.
Good idea. Follow the trail to see if they threw the weapon out. Take a listen to our friends at Inside Edition.
Did the bedroom doors of the 4 murdered University of Idaho students have electronic locks like this? A former tenant posted this photo and says all 6 bedrooms had combination locks. It's believed the students had a lock on their door similar to this. This is a keypad lock, and I'm at AAA Architectural Hardware in Manhattan with Richard Brown, who is the owner. Are these things reliable?
They're very reliable when they're installed properly and when they're used properly. You press the code that was pre-programmed in, push down on the lever handle, open the door, and then close the door behind you. And it should be locked.
Hey, Moscow Police, come back here. Meanwhile, Inside Edition has obtained this body cam video taken on the night of the murders, a short distance from the house.
It's one thing to drink in an apartment where no one can see you. It's another thing for us to drive by and see you guys absolutely stumbling down the road.
3 freshmen were cited for underage drinking. Note the time, 3:15 a.m. Police say the murders could have been taking place at that very moment. The 3 were cited near the Sigma Chi fraternity, where Ethan Chapin and Zaina Kernodle,
the frat boy ESL, is also a member of QAnon.
You said the frat boy ESL, so it's hold up. So omny.fm. omny. Oh yeah. So this one right here was, if you would hold up right here, it is detectives through 8 hours of surveillance. This is the one that if you want to hear, do you guys, all right, so let me know, do you guys want to hear that whole entire podcast to its entirety? Because that was just a small segment. If you want to hear the podcast, the full length one, it's 38 minutes long. I got it in full right here. Just let me know. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Or do you think we heard the most important parts out of that? I appreciate that. Hi, I'm from Australia. Been working since 3 a.m. Listening, was working and listening yesterday. Also, I think you were saying. Working to great channel, loving your work. My go-to channel now over you. Appreciate you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Shout out to you. This is what, one for yes. One. I see tons of ones. All right, so I'll play it.
This clip is brought to you by Coca-Cola. The holidays always find a way. Coca-Cola.
Photo or 15,100.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
University of Idaho students found slaughtered in their beds, we think, as at least some of them slept. In the last hours, critical video surveillance footage emerges. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Fox Nation and Sirius XM 111. First of all, take a listen to our friends at crimeonline.com.
Detectives collected 8 hours of surveillance video Tuesday morning from a gas station in Moscow, where a clerk saw a white sedan passing by at 3:45 a.m. on the night of the unsolved stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students. An overnight assistant manager told Fox News Digital that she's been reviewing the tapes a little bit at a time over the past few days, looking for clues in her downtime on the graveyard shift. She said she was not working on the night of the murders. Monday night, she said she reached the 3 o'clock hour and spotted the car. The car drove by real quick, she said, and then it turned down a side street off Highway 8. She said she took a picture of the screen and sent it to an email address police have set up to receive tips, and a few hours later, detectives gathered up the footage.
You know what? I hate people that say, I told you so. I hate that. I try never to say, I told you so. Got an all-star panel, but first, I've got to go to Cheryl McCollum, forensic expert, founder of Cold Case Research Institute. She's at coldcasecrimes.org. We fought in the trenches. I, as a prosecutor, she is a forensic expert for 10 years and more. Cheryl, how many times have I screamed, look for video? Remember when this became pertinent in the Alex Murdaugh case when a stranger shot him in the head on a rural road?
Absolutely.
And I said there's going to be no video footage on that rural road, but what about the turn-ins to get to the rural road? Sure enough, I believe it was at Ebenezer Baptist Church sitting right there at the turn-in with the camera front and center. And here you had to get a gas station clerk to find the video of the Elantra. Really? Here's this girl, this woman in her spare time coming through video, and she basically has to deliver it on a Christmas tree. I mean, just thank God we've got the video, Cheryl.
Thank God we've got the video. But Nancy, even more specific, on your show, I even said, I'm looking at the camera right now on my phone. I can see the gas station.
Yeah, you did. I mean, should we just, you know what? We should start downloading Crime Stories and uploading it onto the FBI website for a piece of sake. Guys, not only do I have Cheryl McCollum with me, I'm going to go one by one as I go to them. But guys, remember, as I tell you over and over, I'm not your school marm. This ain't high tea at Windsor Castle. Jump in if you have an idea. Clearly, the police need them. They need every idea they can get. And I'm not suggesting they're not good. They're fine. But the more people thinking and analyzing, the better. I want to go now to my new friend, Chris McDonough, and I believe his wife, somebody he keeps calling honey on the video that he has, and the interview room. And it is, I've spent way too much time on the interview room. He's director at the Cold Case Foundation, former homicide detective. You can find him at coldcasefoundation.org. Chris McDonough, question. And Fox Nation, if you could show that video that we're talking about that was obtained from the gas station. In your video, you are driving up very slowly the main street there in Moscow, and you turn left, as I recall, at a gas station. Is that the gas station, or is it?
Yes.
That is the gas station.
No, that's not the right one. That's not the right one. No, it is. It is actually on another approach, Nancy, into that area, meaning from the main 95. So there is a way around that A&W down at the corner there, which is on the video.
Right.
And the the gas station that this vehicle is seen is approximately 1 mile away as a crow flies to the house. And there is a back way to get into the student, campus area. But once you're on that main road there, Taylor, you're stuck. It's one way in and one way out.
Okay, let me just digest what you're saying, because Taylor, I don't know how it starts, but it turns into something that almost looks like an alley, and it goes up between houses, which, as you point out, those houses do not have video surveillance on them, as you were looking for any other cinder blocks in your video. And you go up Taylor, and there's the house, the front entrance, Jackie, right there.
Thank you, Tyler.
So you're telling me this car speeding by, it was going at a pretty good clip. The white Hyundai Elantra in question is speeding by 1 mile from 1122 King, which is the murder house. 1 mile as the crow flies at 3:45 a.m.
Right, and I couldn't tell personally if the vehicle's leaving or coming towards the area. And what the challenge with that vehicle, though, is once it gets up onto King Street, where 1122 is, they have to go up that road there and around that building and back down the side of the house, and then come either park on that street or park in that parking lot behind the house, or park in the parking lot next to the apartment complex.
Exactly. I've argued to juries many a time. I'm going to throw this to Irv Brandt, Senior Inspector, U.S. Marshal Service International, Chief Inspector, DOJ. It goes on and on. Brand new book coming out, Solo Shot. It'll be on Amazon in January.
Well, hopefully your doctor's appointment was all right.
Author of Flying Solo, Top of the World. Irv Brandt, as I have argued to many a jury, nothing good happens after midnight.
So hold up. Are you guys saying that this is old? Or this was yesterday? I see that it came out yesterday on the 14th at 1:43 p.m. I haven't heard this specific one yet, but you guys are saying that this isn't the one. Hold up. Let me get this right. This is not the one you're saying. Well, this isn't the one where they talk about that. So let's be specific here. Hold up, Nancy. Somebody said they were on Twitter Space, something. Right?
Night. This is 3:45 a.m. What is this car doing? Speeding, we think, from the murder house. At the time of the murders are placed between 3 and 4 a.m.
Oh, that's correct, Nancy. You'd be able to narrow down the reasons fairly quickly as to why a car would be going specifically into that neighborhood. Like you said, there's one way in, one way out. It's not like they were going somewhere else. They were heading into that neighborhood for a reason. So it's imperative that they identify that vehicle and the people that were in it.
We have looked very carefully at all of the homes, and there are a lot of them. You can't really tell from the picture we keep seeing on TV. It's very...
All right, so you know what? So you're saying this ain't the one with the 4chan? Yes, it is at the end. So
congested, very...
Again, if this...
Also added...
Don't do that. But according to Frat Anon, who we don't know who it is, has so many details about the Sigma Chi fraternity. People in the fraternity.
Right. Y'all are talking about this ain't it, but it is.
For students. I don't know. They need an army of people to help solve this case, because you got hundreds and hundreds of hours of video from all over town that they're coming through. And thank heaven this gas station clerk come through the video herself. But I also want to talk about somebody named Frat Anon. Frat Anon. In CB Talk, you call it his handle. It's his online persona. Joining me right now, Sydney Sumner, crimeonline.com investigative reporter. She has been combing through social media. Now remember, we don't know who Frat Anon is. For all I know, it's Jackie under the covers in bed at night making up a story.
What?
But it has, when I put a witness on the stand, for instance, Dale Carson, Cheryl McCollum, Irv, jump in on this. When I put a witness on the stand, well, I do it before I put him up on the stand. You look for details, a story rich in details that you can corroborate, which lends credibility to the witness. Agree, disagree?
No, I agree, Nancy. But what you're looking at when you put them on the stand is their potential credibility. Are they argumentative? Are they full of themselves? Are they narcissistic? And that really bears on credibility.
Yeah, it really does. But what I'm talking about right now is we don't know the source of, we don't know who Frat Anon is. But after reading what he's posting, it is very rich in corroborated detail. Okay, Sydney Sumner, you're on. What did you learn from combing through social media?
Nancy, I found screenshots of a 4chan thread while combing through Twitter.
Did you say a 4chan thread?
4chan, 4CHAN.
4chan.
It's kind of like a board website, so anonymous people can all discuss similar interests.
Right.
And the Idaho Murder has a dedicated board. So on this board, there's comments coming from one user that say, I don't know why you're referring to killer when it's killers, plural, because they've been planning it for a long time. And I believe this person, Frat Anon, is a member of Sigma Chi at Idaho, at the University of Idaho. Mm-hmm. And he is discussing a possible suspect referred to as DSL.
Now, hold on. You and I know who we think DSL is. Let's just stick with DSL.
Yes.
What about the great likelihood it's not DSL and we're dragging DSL through the mud? So let's just don't do that. But according to Frat Anon, who we don't know who it is, has so many details about the Sigma Chi fraternity, people in the fraternity, events within the fraternity, even going back to Bishop Kelly. He referred to Bishop Kelly. We looked it up. It's a high school in Boise where we believe a group of the Sigma Chi's went to high school. So what is the gist of what is being said by Frat Anon?
Basically, this guy posts that you can see the King Roadhouse from DSL's Sigma Chi room.
Okay, so that's identifying somebody that sleeps at Sigma Chi house, which is common in fraternity, sorority houses. Some people sleep there, many do not. Okay, so someone that sleeps at Sigma Chi.
And it goes on to say, once that third floor light in the King Road house went off, they did it. 19 minutes total, walk included. The detail comes in, talked about this stuff. I'm using a nicer word to replace what he actually said. Talked about this stuff at Bishop Kelly and Sigma Chi.
Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. We said at the beginning, I did, or Cheryl did, somebody did, maybe it was you, Dale, social.
Don't you think it's crazy that they're mentioning this shit? This is insane to me. I'm going to open up the lines after this, so make sure you guys are listening carefully if you want to talk about it. This is insane.
Media could also hold a key to unlocking the mystery of who killed these 4 students. I don't know. They need an army of people to help solve this case because you got hundreds and hundreds of hours from a video from all over town that they're combing through. And thank heaven this gas station clerk combed through the video herself. But I also want to talk about somebody named Frat Anon. Frat Anon. In CB Talk, you call it his handle. It's his online persona. Joining me right now, Sydney Sumner, crimeonline.com investigative reporter. She has been combing through social media. Now remember, we don't know who Frat Anon is. For all I know, it's Jackie under the covers in bed at night making up a story. But it has, when I put a witness on the stand, for instance, Dale Carson, Cheryl McCollum, Irv, jump in on this. When I put a witness on the stand, well, I do it before I put him up on the stand. You look for details, A story rich in details that you can corroborate, which lends credibility to the
word. That he also added that the pair, so both the accused in this thread, talked about leaving their cell phones behind at the
narcissistic, and that really bears on credibility.
Yeah, it really does. But what I'm talking about right now is we don't know the source we don't know who Frat Anon is. But after reading what he's posting, it is very rich in corroborated detail. Okay, Sydney Sumner, you're on. What did you learn from combing through social media?
Nancy, I found screenshots of a 4chan thread while combing through Twitter.
Did you say That's a 4chan thread?
4chan, 4CHAN.
Okay.
It's kind of like a board website, so anonymous people can all discuss similar interests.
Right.
And the Idaho Murders has a dedicated board. So on this board, there's comments coming from one user that say, I don't know why you're referring to killer when it's killers, plural, because they've been planning it for a long time. And I believe this person, Frat Anon, is a member of Sigma Chi at the University of Idaho. Mm-hmm. And he is discussing a possible suspect referred to as DSL.
Now, hold on. You and I know who we think DSL is. Let's just stick with DSL.
Okay.
What about the great likelihood it's not DSL and we're dragging DSL through the mud? So let's just don't do that. But according to Frat Anon, who we don't know who it is, has so many details about the Sigma Chi fraternity, people in the fraternity, events within the fraternity, even going back to Bishop Kelly. He referred to Bishop Kelly. We looked it up. It's a high school in Boise where we believe a group of the Sigma Chi's went to high school. So what is the gist of what is being said by Frat Anon?
Basically, this guy posts that you can see the King Roadhouse from DSL's Sigma Chi room.
Okay, so that's identifying somebody that sleeps at Sigma Chi house, which is DSL's common in fraternity sorority houses. Some people sleep there, many do not. Okay, so someone that sleeps at Sigma Chi.
And it goes on to say, once that third floor light in the King Roadhouse went off, they did it. 19 minutes total, walk included. The detail comes in, talked about this stuff. I'm using a nicer word to replace what he actually said. Talked about this stuff at Bishop Kelly and Sigma Chi. DSL and Ethan, got in a fight that night. Xana, X, allegedly was talking stuff.
You're saying SHIT when you're saying stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and you're saying, is he referring to Xana as X?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And it goes on to say DSL also had problems with Madison. This stuff has been brewing, since Fall Rush last year. They went quiet on social media.
Does that information line up? Again, if this was about Ethan, why go upstairs? Why would he go upstairs and murder two other people and not go into the basement and get the other two?
Now, what can you tell me about claims that the killer wanted to be with Xana?
Right. So further in this post, Frat Anon mentions that he saw Ethan, Xana, DSL, and Barry at the party that night, and that Ethan and DSL have issues reaching back years. Ethan apparently was not on good terms with DSL, talked down to him, made rumors up, and that upset DSL because he wanted to be with Xana.
Is there anything else that's a bombshell to you out of that thread?
The biggest things to me are that he also added that the pair, so both the accused in this thread, talked about leaving their cell phones behind at their house on YouTube using autoplay, so it looked like they were continuing to create data. Also, one of the other accused in this thread allegedly talked about this stuff in detail in the past, talked about wearing electrician's gloves and putting on baggy clothes after and walking away from the scene.
That's incredible.
Yeah. Okay. Is that Dale or Chris McDonough?
It is. It's Dale. And I just tell you, that's a fairly easy thing to run down because you got a select pool of people who would know that information who are in that fraternity. And that's where they need to focus energy to rule that out or rule it in.
To you, Chris McDonough, joining us from Cold Case Foundation. I discovered him in his YouTube channel, The Interview Room. Chris, one thing that really grabbed me, so much of that I could discount. One thing that really grabbed me.
If after this, 37 minutes, 41. As soon as this is done, I'm opening the lines. We need to talk about these DSLs right here.
He is talking about 19 minutes. Walk over there and back, and it's done. How does that jive with the layout of the land?
You know, Nancy, that's it's plausible obviously from their point of location, from the frat house to the target house. But the challenge that I think we need to consider here is the multiple attacker theory. You know, the crime scene, you know, based on the evidence that they've released into the public, i.e., you know, the type of wounds that the coroner talked about, that type of situation, and the challenge that is going to come into play here is there any blood evidence or any type of evidence leaving that house? Because if it was as crazy as it's being described, then you're going to have some type of transfer immediately onto these, you know, if it's a multiple suspect situation. Now that's even a higher risk for the offender.
If there are two of them.
Good
But Chris
question.
McDonough, think about it. There doesn't have to be two people doing the stabbing because we believe, based on the wounds, there is one weapon. Could be two similar knives, but we're hearing one weapon. Highly doubtful that two people are going to pass off one weapon. But just like the getaway driver, he's not in there robbing the bank, but he's part of it. I could see two people going over there and one hanging around outside.
Nancy, that's exactly what this says.
That's
exactly what this says.
Is it Sydney Summerhill? Oh, what do you mean that's exactly what it says?
In the post, there is also a detail mentioned that Barry, the member referred to as the accomplice, was just a lookout. He did not participate in the stabbings, but went with DSL.
Okay, see, we could be going down a rabbit hole, but the point is, in any investigation, Cheryl McCollum, you can't ignore any detail, even an anonymous post. And of course, cops can figure out from an IP address who posted that. I believe they can anyway.
Well, the other thing is, I mean, you see,
they're bringing so much attention to this that what she just said is probably what they're going to do. 18 minutes on body cam from when the house lights go out until the four people in the background. Damn.
Seems to have some information, but does that information line up? Again, if this was about Ethan, why go upstairs? Why would he go upstairs and murder two other people and not go into the basement and get the other two? He doesn't mention the dog. He doesn't mention how he gained entry.
They didn't have an issue with those other two gals.
It didn't say it was just Ethan. I thought they also mentioned Maddie.
But this is something, y'all, you can gain just from the reports.
You're right. This is completely unconfirmed. My point is, I don't think that the cops, I mean, we had to get a gas station clerk to go, hey, I found a picture of the Hyundai.
Well, Nancy, I think we need to talk about the car a second. There's 3 points I want to make about the car.
Make them
One,
quickly.
we have it in real time. 2, we have a direction of travel. And 3, we have somebody at 3:00 in the morning that has not come forward.
And you have a way to find the weapon that was thrown out of the window when they turned down that road.
Good idea. Follow the trail to see if they threw the weapon out. Take a listen to our friends at Inside Edition.
Did the bedroom doors of the 4 murdered University of
is that direction of travel could be critical, because if it is in the area where that original report where the dog incident took place,
Correct.
That would be very interesting correlating evidence.
Take a listen to the Moscow police.
We have information of a white vehicle that was in the area either during the time frame of the homicide or around the time frame of the homicide, and we are just wanting to talk to the individuals who are in that vehicle. They may have some valuable information for us, and we're looking for a 2011 to a 2013 Hyundai Elantra. So any assistance you can give us, anybody that owns one, anybody that knows of someone who owns one or may have been driving one, if you could get a hold of us through our tip line or call us directly, we'd appreciate that.
Another update, Stephanie Pagona is joining us from Fox News Digital. I understand that at least one of the victim's parents have hired a lawyer for what?
Yes, that is
I did. I checked it. Oh, that's
correct. So Kaylee Gonsalves's family has hired an attorney. This attorney will deal not only with speaking with police and law enforcement about obtaining information regarding this case, but also is now the point person to speak with media about this case.
So what do you make of that, Dale Carson?
Well, I just don't know. And see, the way all of this is working.
Not what I want to hear.
Well,
I'll tell you, Nancy.
Jump.
Her daddy thinks this investigation is his, and he is dead ass wrong. They are not going to tell him anything. They're not going to tell his attorney anything. This is an open and active investigation, and anytime they meet with him is a courtesy. He has no right to any information yet.
Take a listen to the Moscow police.
Please stick to official news releases for information. Tracking down rumors and quelling rumors about specific individuals or specific events that may or may not have happened is a huge distraction for investigators, and oftentimes is the result of social media propagation. And it is very, very frustrating to investigators and hard to stay on track. Finally, I just want to add that we do have a lot of information, and we are specifically keeping that information safe. We're not releasing specific details because we do not want to compromise this investigation. It's what we must do. We owe that to the families, and we owe that to the victims. We want more than just an arrest. We want a conviction. We owe that justice to Xana, Kaylee, Madison, and Ethan.
Guys, the tip line, 208-883-7180. We wait as justice unfolds. Goodbye, friend.
Oh, yeah. Do you hear that? That is true. Hold on. Let's see if there's anything else.
And recaps. Against Omicron, so you and the
Oh, fuck that Omicron. You can carry that shit somewhere else. I'll pass on the Omicron, Nancy. Thank you, though. Yeah, so there's our vehicle, guys. But anyways, who drives that? The lines are open. 1, 2, 3. Anybody who wants to call in, you want to talk about anything, go ahead and call in. The line is open. The line is open. Let me see. All right, let me go through some more comments here. The dad is mad with grief. She said you had JKR, you said you had your friend Frankie call in last night. I remember that. Or was that you? All right, here we go.
Call from Little Miss No Name.
Hey, what's up? You're live.
Hey, T-REV, what's up? So I was just calling about the ski mask Snapchat picture. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Okay, so in one of the pictures you can see the ceiling, and it looks exactly like the stick jugglers' ceilings. So that's basically it.
So that you think that in that picture it looks like the ceilings of the stick jugglers?
Yeah, and I mean it kind of looks like his eyes and mouth too. That's hard to tell, but definitely looks like his apartment ceilings, like the same wood panel ceilings.
So maybe it's the same, either a house in that area that's like that, or
Yeah, it could be another unit in that same building, but I mean, it just was interesting to me.
I'm gonna have to go back through all the pictures and everything that was sent to me, because I've had that one. I've had that photo
Yeah.
you're talking about, and now I'm curious.
It's on another channel's latest video. I don't know if I can say who, but that's the easiest way that I know how to find it.
I mean, you can. Who are you talking about? You can tell me. I don't care.
Oh, okay. You know Drip Drop Crime Circus?
Yeah. I don't care
Yeah.
about that. I'm not that shit don't bother me.
No, some people are weird about it. I don't know what the rules are.
They'll be like,
but-
no self promotion. No.
Yeah.
No self promotion or no promoting other channels. Don't mention other channels on my channel. No, I'm not one of them guys. Those are fucking weirdos.
All right, cool.
I don't
so
like people
it's
that
on
do
his
that. I'm
latest
sorry.
video. Yeah, that's nice. It's on his latest video about JD, and he has those ski mask pictures, and I mean, you'll see it. It looks exactly like Stick Juggler's
We
apartment.
just watched that video earlier. I wasn't paying attention. I was watching, but I literally wasn't paying attention to that specific part.
Yeah, it'll probably jump out at you now.
I watched that video earlier, or actually, we all watched it because I played it. But now you're making me want to go back and re-watch it.
I think you should.
You're making me want to go watch it again because I'm like, fuck.
I mean, you could just skip to that part because it's just the screenshots of the masked guy.
Yeah, but no, I don't ever want my callers to feel like they can't mention where they seen something at or anything like that. That's fucking goofy. I hate when people are like, no self promotion or no this or no that. No, like I get why you said that though, because a lot of channels like do not like that. They'll silence you fast or delete your message or anything. But
Right.
I personally don't give a fuck.
All right, well, everybody, it's on Crime Circus
Yes.
channel.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's it. That's all I had to say.
Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you.
No problem. Thank you. Bye.
No problem. Yeah, I don't. That's not how I rock. I don't rock that way. I do not rock that way whatsoever. Call. You can call it. Whoever wants to call in next, the line's open. Glad to be here. Appreciate you. I appreciate you guys. Like, I mean, let's see. Yes, you did. Screw. Best. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Hold on. Here we go. We got a couple coming in.
From Jessica.
Jessica, what's up? You live?
Hey, Rez. Thanks for taking my call. The show is awesome. I wanted to just kind of piggyback off of the last caller, the Ian, what is it, Nash or something like that. Just kind of going back to him, like Nancy said, it is going to take basically a village to solve this case. So it's a good thing that all of us are on it because it's going to take all of us detectives to solve it. So appreciate all of y'all's work, Rev crew. And then I just wanted to say, like, as far as Ian, like, all that stuff he wrote on Reddit, it's coming off as manifesto. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know you're about to be in trouble for something, and then you just put all that information out there about your whole life and how people have come from meth addict parents, and then they do all this harsh stuff. And then he's trying to say how he changed his life. Like, I actually took the time to read, and there's a lot of things that kind of stood out about what Enon was saying. And it's like, even after the murders, how he said he went to work and he was completely disheveled. A cook there was looking at him like bewildered at his behavior. And remember, the detective said that whoever did this is going to be totally disheveled after the murder. And there's a witness at his job that he works with that basically he said himself was wondering why he was so disheveled at work. Do you know what I mean? So, like, it's giving manifesto, the whole Reddit thing that he put online. Like, he's confessing, basically putting his life story out there as to why he could have done this.
Yeah, that's.
What do you think?
Yeah, that's. So you kind of think it's a manifesto?
I'm thinking I mean, it's giving manifesto. I mean, just thinking back on a bunch of cases that have happened over the last 60 days with all the like mass shootings and things like that, and everybody putting their manifestos out, these long paragraphs of, you know what I mean, drawn out stories. And I mean, his story was completely drawn out. And I mean, just inserting himself the way he did in that interview. And when I say insert himself, I mean, the interview was very extensive. He couldn't stay on topic. It was all over the place. Did you watch it?
Oh yeah, I watched. I've seen 2 of them so far.
Do you think it was all over the place? What's your thought?
Yeah, I do think it was all over the place, and he just has some very weird characteristics about him that I've seen from others in the past.
Exactly. So, I mean, before I end the call, like Nancy said, it's going to take a village for this case to be solved. So, we got, these are our suspects, you guys, and we got to rule each one of these people out until the person is caught. So, allegedly, he's a person of interest as well, along with Jack D, Jack S, the other Jacks, David Loach, allegedly. I want to put that out there. I mean, they're all suspects until the killer's caught. Period.
Everybody
Because
must be looked into, right?
They're sketchy. Yeah, it's giving sketchy from all these characters. And it's like, how can this town that have had no murders in 7 years have all these sketchy people in like a 2-block radius?
Absolutely. I mean, it's super, super, super weird. How I don't know this especially the whole edit on Facebook thing.
Exactly.
I didn't hear nothing, and then all of a sudden.
And did you hear that he also showed up with a cut? He mentioned that to the cops. He had a cut. He cut himself at work that day of the next day. He said that he cut himself after the murders because he was so nervous at work trying to chop things. So he basically like excused away why he had cuts on his hand. Did you guys know that? Talking about Enon. He stated that in the interview, like that's why he had cuts on his hand, because he was like very distraught about the murders. But you also stated, Enon, that when the detective came to talk to you, you didn't know anything about a murder. He was just coming to question you if you heard anything. So why would you show up to work so disheveled? It's like, it's giving manifesto, and the truth is probably going to come out sooner than we think, guys. But thank you for taking my call, Rev. Appreciate it.
No, thank you for coming up, Jessica. I appreciate you. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Arizona, Phoenix.
Shout out to Arizona, and I appreciate you tuning in.
All right, for sure, every day. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Good call for sure. My gut's telling me this is a revenge killing. My monitor just shut off. What the? Line's open for whoever else wants to call. I'm trying to read. Okay. As soon as I get to reading comments, they call right in. So I'm taking it. Let's go.
Call from
Josie.
Welcome. You're live.
Hey, T-REV.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. It's a little loud. I'm in New York, so I apologize if you're hearing some outside stuff.
No, I don't hear anything.
Perfect. So I want to talk about what's probably not the norm as far as, I know the chat has issues with like psychics and stuff. So I want to talk about there's 3 major psychics that have worked with the FBI and stuff like that. And they all have some certain themes.
Oh, shout out to Perplex in the chat. What's up, Perplex? You're good, though. Keep going.
So there's the psychic. I know yesterday you touched on it, or someone in chat did. There's the astrologer. I think her name is Val, and she works with a psychic who's really not that interesting, but he's very accurate, apparently. I think his name's Todd Siegel. So there's him. There's another psychic, Donna. I think Mama D has hit on some of it. But they all keep saying, number one, that if this guy isn't caught, and they're all pretty consistent, I think, except for Todd, that it's one person, that he's going to do it again.
Right.
And they all have a food theme. So you have Donna with the apple, right? Which a bunch of people have brought up in chat.
Yeah, I've personally watched that Donna's all the way through.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. I mean, after the Daybell thing, I'm sold on her. As a skeptic, I'm sold on her. She went like right down there. It was horrible. But you know, she worked with the government. The government believes her. So I'm kind of trying to stick with psychics that, you know, are credible to LA, right?
Right.
So they all say that it's going to be someone no one expects.
Mm-hmm.
There's a food element to it.
Right.
What else was there a common theme with? That they all always say look up, and there's another psychic that says that he didn't leave the way that he came in. They all agree that he came in through the sliding door. So I'm just curious. I know because you do the spirit box and stuff like that, like your thoughts on the psychics, if you've watched any of the other ones. Those are it's really weird to see psychics pretty consistent across the board, and that's what I'm seeing here.
Yeah.
Especially that he's going to strike again if he's not caught, and it's someone that everyone is not going to expect. All three of them say that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm stumped with it. You know, there's several people in this case that just look weird, but if you ain't heard it from law enforcement, it ain't true, right? But in general, though, like a lot of those things are interesting. I've watched Donna, I've watched Mama D personally, I've watched several different, you know, people in the field that you're talking about, and I've did spirit boxes myself, and I've gotten I don't know if you listened to my session.
I did.
The one that I uploaded, the one that I thought was most interesting is when it said frats are involved with a dude's voice, and then the woman's voice comes in and says 2 of them. And it's clear as day. Like if me and you talking on the phone right now, it's clear as day how it came through.
And Todd Siegel, I mean, if you can stomach that guy because he's super boring, like he just has like zero personality, but he's like 110% accurate and has worked with the feds. He says the same thing, that there was like kind of along the lines of the 4chan stuff, like there was a person that helped, but there was only one person in the house.
Right.
And they also, like the Donna, she talked about like a tree with a bench around it. And Todd Siegel talks about a clock. Well, if you go on Google Maps, someone did the work. There's a spot called Friendship Square, and it has both of them, like an old-timey clock.
Yeah.
And a tree with a bench. And that's where they both say that this person had interaction with one of the girls.
I don't know this.
Yeah, I mean, you know, take it for what it is. I was just curious. I know because you do spirit box, so I get that, you know, you believe in, you know what I mean? I'm trying to stick with credible psychics because I know, like, you get a lot of,
That's what I like looking for. I like looking for people that made sense in the past before cases were solved, and that actually, that's what I look for. Credible. I don't look for these. There's a lot of fakes out there, and that claim, you know what I mean, that just want to get along, and hopefully they hop in the algorithm is what they're hoping, but in reality you could see from the fake and the real.
Yeah, Donna, after the Daybell case, I'm sorry, she called that and more. The things that she had in that channeling, I don't ever want to hear again in my life. And that was 8 months before they found the body. So yeah, she sold me right off the bat there. But I was just curious because I've never seen like a lot of psychics line up that way.
Right. So I mean, who do you think, I mean, stands out to you in this case? Are those 4chan's posts, do they mean anything to you? How do you feel about it?
You know, I'm an older person, and you know, I'm in my 40s, but I'm in a Discord with 20-something 4chan people, and they're like, you know, and one of them lives in Idaho, and he's like, yeah, take that with a grain of salt. You know, a bunch of people talk shit on 4chan. That said, we've had people that have solve things on 4chan, right? So,
Right.
you know what I mean? I'm not leaning either way. I just found it very interesting on the psychic end that, you know, they line up with a certain theme. Usually you hear like, oh, you know, one will say it's the ex-boyfriend, or it's always the, you know, the boyfriend or someone close to them. All three of them are like, nope, it's someone you're never going to expect. Someone that, you know, the neighbor guy, the juggler weird guy that did the AMA on Reddit, he was a little weird to me. But I'm just trying to keep an open mind and hope that they get what they need.
My man said N40s and believe in psychics. Yeah, bro. Some you must have
If
seen
you've
all the
ever,
psychics that
yeah,
give
if you've had it
the real
happen,
ones a bad name, because there is. I most definitely seen. You haven't seen the detectives that work with psychics. You might want to turn on some channels or not channels. You might want to actually go to some shows, because there's very accurate psychics out there, and people don't believe. But that's I respect the people that don't believe. But when the shit's right in front of your face for you to see, you gotta.
hey, to
You know
that
what I mean?
person, to that person in chat, they should go and listen to Donna's full reading on what her mother did to her children. And that was posted and uploaded to YouTube a full 7 months before they found the bodies. And
I don't push shit on nobody. You know, if they want to, people will be like, oh,
I'm
well, this
just
don't
saying,
mean
you
that, or
can't
this.
deny it when it's there. Technology works both ways, right? So you can't sit there and say like, oh, you know, this psychic, you know, psychics are stupid. Well, if someone puts the exact same manner that turns out to be true 7 months later,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I mean, right down to, I mean, she mapped it out. She mapped out the land. I mean, I get it. If you want to be skeptical, I knew I'd get some shit, but I was just curious because I know you do work with Spirit Box, so just wanted your take.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been doing ghost investigations since I was 15 years old. I loved it. I've always went ghost hunting and shit like that, and I've seen shit with my own eyes, so I already know that there's another side and that there is a spirit world and stuff like that. But that's a whole different league.
I mean, have you seen any? I know you said you listened to Donna. Did you find anything that resonated with you that matched up with your spirit box?
Yeah, there was a few things that came through. Stuff about bread and I have to go back through and listen. I have a bunch of it clipped, but yeah, there's some things in there that hit with it for sure.
Cool. Well, that's all I wanted to talk about.
If you go listen, there's some things in there. The first time I covered this case, I went in blind with a spirit box session, so it's kind of crazy, but yeah. You'll have to go listen to that first one and see what you find. There's some crazy shit.
I know I heard your most recent one. I'll check it out though.
Nah, I did like a 5-hour live or a 6, 7, or maybe 7-hour live where it was straight spirit box the whole time. On this case, jumped right in and got some crazy stuff in there.
Cool. I'm gonna check it out. Well, thanks for taking my call, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. I hope you have a good one. Bless.
You too. Have a good weekend.
Shout out there. I mean, not everybody's with that. Not everybody's with that type of shit, but it is what I believe. What I believe, you believe what you believe. I don't judge you. You don't judge me. Simple as that. If you do pass judgment on me, then this ain't the right place.
Call from Aaron.
Aaron, what's up? You're live.
Hey, Austin. How's it going today?
I'm good. How about you?
Good. I'm wonderful. I'm glad you still have the photo of the car up, because I found this inconsistency, and it's been driving me bonkers about this picture of the car. So I was hoping I could show you guys and see what you think of it. So basically, do you see how black the street looks here in this picture? And then the white on each side, because I think it had snowed. There was snow on the ground the night of the murders, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you see, this is just like, there's lanes, like there go one each way, right? And it's very black, the street, right? So can you do me a big favor and pull up Google Maps on your screen? I was looking at this Food Mart gas station because I was just taking a look at the Google Maps because I wanted to see and imagine and confirm which way the car was driving, right?
Right.
So if you go to Google Maps and type in 802 Troy Road, that is the gas station. And if
You said 802 what road?
Troy, E as in
Okay.
Tango, R Romeo, O Oscar, Y Yankee.
I got it. Well, I got it right here already. Boom.
So like go to Street View. Can you pull it up so everybody can see it?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me grab it right here. I got it on there now.
Okay, if you click and go to Street View, basically this gas station is in between two streets. So there's Highway 8, which I think they also call Troy Road. And then on the other side of the gas station, there's, I think it's called White Avenue. But what's interesting is when I was reading through the news article that was talking about how the cops were getting the gas station footage of the white car, and they spoke with the employee who apparently was not working the night of the murders, but assistant manager, and was looking through the camera footage. And she had said that the car was driving down Highway 8, which is also, I think, called Troy Road. But if you go to turn yourself around to the right, from what you've got right now, move around to show Troy Road. Like turn around from your view right there.
Okay, hold on.
Instead of showing.
Now I was just
automatic
looking
car-
at that because somebody mentioned car wash, so I was looking at that. I was like, okay, maybe that's because they said, oh, the picture was taken from a car wash, so I zoomed in on that just because I thought that maybe that's what they were talking about. That just says automatic car wash on there, so I was like, okay.
One thing also, I couldn't find the camera. Like I was anyway, but
that's what I'm looking
first
for.
point. So take a look right there. Do you see how Troy Road? There's more than 2 lanes.
There's a camera. Maybe.
Oh.
Right on the side
Well,
here, maybe.
No. Well,
see where it says
wait,
entrance
go
right
back.
up here.
Yes, I do.
I think that's a camera. Honestly, it looks like one. Kind of.
Maybe you're right. But like, if you go look the other way, go back to the street. You see how the street, the Troy Road, it's not only like whiter, it's not so dark black as the road in the picture. And also there are 3 lanes. There's a middle lane, middle turning lane, and there's 2. There's one each way. And it's very lighter colored, like almost grayish, whitish. But go walk to the other side of the car wash and check the other street on the other side of this Food Mart. No, go right. Go through the gas station and take a look on the other side of the gas station.
Yeah, you're
the
talking
road
about
there
that
to me. No, turn right. Yeah, that one. So look how black the road looks there. Like it looks darker, right? And it's also only 2 lanes.
Right.
And then go back to the car. It just seems to me like that the car looks like it was on that road going towards the house. Then if you were to put the 112 King Road and compare where this is, it looks like it was on that road where they were. Like it was going right past the gas station, bam, like that. And then it was very odd because another thing I noticed in the article was that it said that the assistant manager said that It was going down Highway 8 and then it turned on the side street. Well, what side street, if you look not on the street view, but if you just look at, you know, the Google Maps, I couldn't find any side street that you would be able to see within a camera, within a security camera there. I don't know, besides going straight through on White Avenue, which turns into Steiner and it goes straight to the freaking 112 King Road, which I just found was very interesting. So I wanted to show everybody that. And I don't know, what do you think? It's just something I thought was odd, and I kept looking at it thinking, I don't know if they're giving the correct information here. And also, if this, I know a lot of people think that this white car is a red herring, you know, and they're just trying to distract us. But if it's not, and it is important, and maybe the killer was in that car, you know, I thought it was interesting to compare that to the thoughts about the frats being involved, which I do think that the frats could 100% be involved. But if they were guys living at the frat house, which is so close to the house, why would there even need to be a getaway car at all? Why would anyone need a car? They would just go home and it's freaking right there. Nobody would need to be leaving the area. And also, one last thing, and I'll leave you with, that was interesting to me, and I'm sure the police probably know it, is if a car went in or out that way and they got footage of that, you know, it has to have been going the other way too at some point. So they must have more of a timeline. If the perpetrator took the same way out that they did in, which is not necessarily true. But you'd think maybe if they've got it going one way, you'd think that they may, by looking through the footage, know quite a more concise timeline if they've got that information both ways when the car came in the area and then out. Okay, so that's it.
Yeah, no doubt. No, that's a good. I'm glad you paid attention to like the detail and stuff. It just sucks. This photo is so shitty.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It does suck because like we don't. I don't know. They got to have better shots than this. Like, come on. Like, this is all this the best we can get out of them.
Yeah, and I mean, I know it was really dark, but it looks more black to me, which would be, and I don't see 3 lanes. If that's snow on the other side behind there, I don't see that as the 3-lane road. I mean, with the middle turning lane, that looks to me more like the White Avenue. So I just thought it was interesting. It seems there are inconsistencies in a lot of the information that we're getting. So it's interesting, and it's interesting to speculate. But
It's a bullshit ass photo, though. I'll tell you that much right now.
Well, I mean, she took it. The whole reason I even was looking into it is you can see her fingers there. She took it off the screen, and you know how I don't know when it doesn't do this, but sometimes you'll take a picture, or there'll be a picture and it's flipped from the actual view. You know what I mean? Like it's turned, like you're seeing it as if it's like a mirror. So that's what got me into even looking at the street view around the gas station, because I was trying to imagine, is this really the way the car was going? Which, you know, I think maybe that this picture looks more like it's heading to the scene. If you go back to Google Maps and type in directions from that 802 Troy Road to the 1122 King Road, you can get a pretty good idea of, you know, how, I don't know, how straight shot it is directly to the house. And if you do it by driving, it's just 4 minutes. But if you do it by walking, it's 30 minutes to that location. I think the detective or someone that called in yesterday was saying, you know, maybe they parked the car back there and then they walked there after the killing and like then sped off. But that would be a long walk, 30 minutes, to have nobody see them. But it is the middle of the night, so you know. All right, those are my thoughts.
Thank you. I
Hopefully,
appreciate you, Aaron.
it was entertaining to everyone in some regard. But have a great rest of your day. Appreciate you so much. And I enjoy listening to you while I'm working. And obviously, everybody else does too, because you have quite a few people in here these days. So
Thank you,
I'm glad
Aaron. I
found you.
appreciate you.
Sure. Y'all take care. Have a good rest of your day.
You too.
Bye.
Interesting. All right. Next, let's see. I don't know. This photo is just so ass. You know? Like, I don't know. That photo is trash. I feel like that you could set up to be the same vehicle.
Call from.
All right. What's going on, man? You live?
What's up, my man? Bring up that Google Maps real quick. I want to say something. I did a video on this last night, about 10 o'clock.
You did a video?
Yeah.
Alright.
You go back to that Google Maps where you just were,
Uh-huh.
in front of that food mart. Go down that White Avenue. On the other side, where you're, keep going straight right now. Keep going straight. Make this right here. See how she's describing this car, this attendant, as she's describing how a white car passed by. Now go up there by the gas station, by the car wash.
Mm-hmm.
Right over by the car wash. You see where you see the other camera on the other side? There's another one right here on this side of the building. Now, what I feel like she means is that the car was going towards the other way where you're pointing, right? This camera caught the car. Look at this first street right here, Rev, on your left. Like don't look at like you're going down. Right now, you're looking right at the gas station. But if you look towards the left, there's the first street right here. Go down that street. You're going to see a white Hyundai on your right-hand side down there.
Talking about down here?
Keep going straight. Make this first left. Right there at that street you just passed. Go down there. Go down the street.
You're way behind, so you're telling me to take a left
Okay.
when I'm like, you're 10 seconds behind.
Oh, okay. All right, right here, where you're at right now. Now look to the right. You're going to see a white car.
Oh, yeah, this ain't gonna hold up. We're like way off. Yeah, this is exactly where the lady told me to go yesterday.
Yeah,
You're talking about this vehicle right here.
No. I'm talking about the vehicle that's the second house on the right as soon as you make that turn.
But yesterday somebody brought me right here where I'm at right now, looking at this Elantra.
Yeah.
See that Elantra right there? Somebody brought me to here yesterday.
Yeah, go back the other way towards the beginning of the street.
Hold up. 1 second.
Yeah, go back the other way towards the beginning of the street. There's a white car that's parked over there.
To the beginning of the street.
Yeah, keep going straight. Right here on the left right now. Right here on the left.
You're talking about this
beginning
one
of the
right
street.
here? Or no,
All right, now turn around and head back or look towards the dead end. This first house on the right here now. The first house in the white car right here. Go up there and check out that white car. And look at the emblem on it. That first house on the right.
Talking about this white car I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, right there. Now listen, this is all I take how the car attendant said. The woman in the food mart. She shows that she said a car came off a side street and turned on to look like Interstate 8. So what she meant is, I think that car, that camera that's putting off that car wash, she saw it coming off this side street. It made a right and went right in front of her camera. That's what she's talking about. That's a Hyundai right there. You get into a better angle and zoom in on that emblem real tight, you'll see. See the back window? See how it kind of matches the other car? You got to get on the other side. That's a coupe right
Somebody pointed this out yesterday, though. So I've seen both of those.
Yeah, that's a coupe right there. But this is the side street. This is how I take how she meant a side street. Okay. If you look, that is a Hyundai right there.
I mean, I get that, but what the that glitch into the map or something? What the fuck?
Yeah, what it is if you look up there on the top right-hand side, it's switching dates on you.
That's way new. I mean, the thing for me though, bro, is that's way newer than the 2013.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? That's way newer than the 2013.
Right. So that's just, I mean, I don't think that's the car. I don't think that this vehicle right up here has anything to do with it. I think the person was a lot closer.
This is the launcher right here too.
Yeah, that car right there don't fit the profile as far as
that's silver. Somebody showed me that yesterday. That's like grayish silver.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, that's all I had. I believe that you saw on the side of the car wash. That's what that is.
You keep breaking in and out for some reason. I don't know if you're like on Wi-Fi calling or you keep going in and out on me.
There's a camera on the side of that car wash right there, and I'm thinking that that's where it passed because you see right inside this like double curb. That's what you're seeing in the police in the video. You're seeing that right there. You're seeing this white curb.
You're super breaking up right now.
Looks like a sidewalk. You're seeing this white meat.
You're super muffled right now. I can't hear you.
Yeah. Well, it must be I'm breaking up. I'm probably because I'm moving.
Yeah, you sound muffled, like you're talking out of a toilet bowl with some water.
Talk later.
Nah, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for calling in. All right, yeah, I couldn't hear it. It sounded like toilet bowl with water, like talks. You know how somebody talks out of something. It just like I couldn't hear, man. I could not hear. But yeah, I see what he was saying, but that car is way too new. I don't even know if that's the one he was talking about, honestly. Like, he's 10 to 15 seconds behind me. Like, he's telling me to turn when I'm way somewhere else. But yeah, line is about to be open right about now. Line's open now, so. Yeah, it just sounded, I don't know how to explain it. Toilet bowl, whatever you want to call it. Shit, it sounded like blocking. I don't know. Could drop another parent interview today. I seen it, Tyler. I seen it. I seen it for sure. All right, here we go. Every time I go to read comments, here we go.
Call from Susie J.
Susie J, welcome. You live.
Oh, hello. Who are you?
T-REV.
Hello. I've got a delayed reaction. I'm watching actually your broadcast on the TV. I'm ringing from Zurich, Switzerland. I've been watching you for.
I think you're right. If you turn your TV down, you'll be fine.
Okay, I'll just turn it down.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, as I said, I'm ringing from Zurich, Switzerland, and I've been watching your broadcast. It's absolutely fantastic. It's great. I actually watch Grizzly because she's in the Netherlands, and I've been following this Idaho fall for a month. I'm going to make this quick because I'm ringing from Switzerland. I'm ringing from Europe, and
yes,
I just want to point out two things.
I have to point out one thing. You have a beautiful accent. All right, now you got the floor.
Oh, thank you so much. Right, this is going back to the body cam of the police officers at the Banfield. And there are just 2 points that I would really like to stress.
Yes,
seeing that the police are looking for this white Elantra. This is to do with another car that is actually in the body cam of the police officers. I don't think anybody else has seen this. I wrote you an email as well. I'll try to get this right. Okay. When they leave the actual Banfield and the two police officers walk across the road to their car. The first police officer, it's not visible on his body cam. He goes into the car. The other police officer accompanies the three young men across the road.
Mm-hmm.
And this particular view comes from the second police officer's body cam. And it actually shows a black truck. I don't know what you would call it in America. It's got no back on the truck. I don't know what you call those. A pickup truck? A pickup
we
truck?
don't pick up.
Anyway, it's a black one. It goes past very quickly, but it definitely is there. Now, the point I want to make is that Jack D, he drives a black truck. And you can see this. You can see this in one of the videos of Jack Decor plus Murphy the dog. The car that he's putting the dog into is a black truck. Now, my point is, if the police can prove that he was there at the same time, that is another positive identification. And I just think you need to look at that video again of the body cam, because the truck is definitely there. It definitely drives past.
What's the timestamp on it?
About 3:12, 3:14.
Because there's plenty. Which one? Where did you watch that at?
I watched it from here. I watched it from home. And I think it would have been on your channel when a couple of days ago when the body cam was first put out.
That's because it's on a lot of channel. It's on like a lot of YouTube, so it's like I try to figure out. I watched it from Law and Crime. I know that.
Right, I can't remember. I honestly can't remember. But it's definitely there. And it's the second police officer's body cam. It's not the one that first walks across to his car. And the other thing I want to point out is also with the police body cam is that we all know about the four in the background that walk past very, very quickly. I'm going to refer to the fourth person in that. When they walked by, it looks like he's a little bit behind the other three. He actually either trips or stumbles. He lunges forward, and he is definitely wearing a white hoodie. Okay. And they're the 2 points I wanted to make. Yep. That needs to be looked at again.
I'm on the. I got it on right now. Second, it said second body cam.
Okay, good.
Car is green.
I'm watching it actually right now.
Yeah, I just put it on. Thank you, Andrew. Let's see.
I'm so surprised I got through.
You did. You got right through.
I was really happy. Thank you.
No,
really
I'm glad to have you. I'm glad to have you.
I don't watch the true crime shows that often. The last one I watched was the Gabby Petito case through Grizzly. And this one has just really fascinated me. And I really, really hope they get these people. This would be such a shame if they don't land these guys. I personally think it's probably, if they can put JD and Jack S together at the same time, at the same place, that's just another piece of evidence. And another thing I wanted to point out, Jack D is quite a bit older, I think he's about 26 or 27. He possibly could manipulate Jack S into doing things that he maybe didn't want to do himself. And I also think there's probably 5 people involved, including the fraternity guys. So I really hope they land this, and I hope they get it right. Keep up the good work. It's amazing. You're doing such a good job.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you. I'm looking for this truck to come by. Is it?
Oh no, I'm watching this now. It's much further on. It's when they reach the road, and the first police officer walks across to the car, and then the second police officer accompanies the 3 young men across the road, and they stand by the fire hydrant.
I'm
The
getting
first
to it.
police officer, it's after this point. It's a bit after this. Right, the first officer now is walking across. I'm watching it now. Walks across to the car. He actually gets into the car. The other police officer walks across with the accompanies the three young guys, and they stand by the hydrant. It's coming up now.
Okay. I'm looking for it right now.
It's coming up now. Yeah. It'll be there in just a second. It's very, very quick, but this black pickup truck goes by real fast. Here they come. The three young boys come over now. Now it's going to happen really quick. From the other police officer's body cam. There's such a delayed reaction here from my voice to you.
It's like 10 seconds, I think.
Oh, gosh.
I'm looking for it. Let's see what we got.
It's not from this police officer in the car. It's from the body cam from the other police officer. Picks it up.
Oh, they put it on the, you know what it was? They put that. Let me see. They had it 1 and 2 on here. This is the extended. So I wonder if it's from this one and maybe you, let's see. We got up here. He's standing at the vehicle. Is it before this part where the 3 kids are standing here?
It was when the other police officer walked them across the road.
Let me get him right here because I want to get your point. I want to get your point across before you get off here. So
I appreciate that. Thank you. Josh, I hope it's got to come through.
Yeah, because this is the extended footage, and you said this is when they're walking to the road. Okay, so here goes this guy walking across the road. The officer's already in his car right there.
Yeah, that's the first officer. There's another. No, the first officer now is walking to his car, but the 3 guys and the other officer are not yet across the road, and it's on the other officer's body cam.
Yeah, this guy right here.
It's not the guy in the car, not this officer. It's the other one.
Mm-hmm. The one that got pulled up now, the one that's standing outside with the boys, right?
But he came from inside the car. Where is the other officer?
This is officer. There's one. This is officer 1, and then they have the next one, Marcus, too.
Oh, goodness.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking for that truck, though, that you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a black, so I would call it a pickup truck, a black pickup truck, not old, a modern, a new one. And I then looked up JD and Mercy because I knew I'd seen it before. And he's actually putting the dog into this black pickup truck.
Wow.
I think it's JD's truck. Yeah, I'm positive. And what I'm saying is, he was there. You know, they've got something else to work on. Please keep looking for that. If you don't see this, maybe there's another one, but it's definitely there because I've looked at it a couple of times.
I'm looking for it right now because I'm on the other guy. Now, you said this black pickup truck that passed, was it at the exact time that the officers left to go across the field, or is it at this point, or was it around this point, or?
I think this is now too late because it was when the second officer accompanied the boys across the road to where they stand near the fire hydrant.
And then the first officer who first walked across to the car, he's now standing outside the car and he's interviewing. But it was before that. It was when they were actually
I see it. I got it right now coming across the screen. Thanks for the timestamp, chat. I seen that. Thank you, chat. There it is, right there.
Is. That's it. That's the car. That's okay. Now what you've got to do is go back and have a look at JD and Murphy the dog. There it is. It's very quick. It just goes past. It's a black pickup truck. And I then went back. I said, I've seen that truck somewhere before. And I went back to JD and Murphy the dog, and he's putting the dog into the black pickup truck. He's driving that car.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely.
Good.
Yes. That's the one.
I'm glad you caught that. That's a good catch. Hold up. Let me see. I see it right here.
If they can prove that his car, I don't know, you can't see the number plate or anything, but maybe the police can. If they can prove that JD was there at that same time, man, that is really something.
Now, the question is, where can I find Jack D's black pickup truck?
I typed in Jack D plus Murphy the dog, and you will see he's standing there with Murphy the dog, and he's in a black. He's hopping into a black pickup truck.
1 second, I'm looking that up right now.
Oh my God!
I'm looking that up right now. Let's see if we can make a match on this real fast before you get off the phone. I know we're past the time limit, but I want to keep you on here and get this because that's a great catch by you there that I didn't even.
I know. I think that if the police are concentrating on this white Elantra, then they should be looking at this black pickup truck as well because it was there at the same time.
Yeah,
I think that's really a strong point there. And I'm sorry, but they're throwing around Jack D. I was really confused at one stage. I thought, oh my gosh, this is too much. But what if it's like 4 or 5 people, and if Jack D is manipulating Jack S, I don't know. It could be a group of five guys that have organized this, which is just a horror to think of. But you never know what people do.
Now you're you're talking about this right here. Hold up, I got it. I'm gonna save it. Let me save it real fast.
Yes, it's a black pickup truck. That's right. Jack D with Murphy. Yeah, that's what I saw. I knew I'd seen it somewhere else in the last couple of weeks. And I thought, oh my God.
Chat, what do you think? Now this right here?
Huh. Yes. Isn't that a black pickup truck?
It looks like it.
Well, it may be a point. If I can help and I saw something, I thought, okay, I'm going to do this because these 4 students, they really need some justice here, and I really hope they get him, whoever, or get the people responsible. And you're doing such a great job. I just had to try and get through.
Let me go back here and look, though. Let me pull up that video.
Unfortunately, you can't see the number plate on this still picture either. So
I'm trying to see the back of that. There we go.
Yeah.
Let me pull that back.
I don't know. Maybe the pole. It's definitely a pickup truck. It's not like a sedan.
Let me look back here. Where's it at? Go back to the video. I can't really tell, but
I know it's difficult, and you can't see the number plate either in the still photo or the video footage. You can't see a number plate, but it's a thought. And if they're looking for the white Elantra, I thought, why aren't they looking for this black pickup truck? It's there at the same time.
Yeah, the bump. So, I feel like the bumper's different.
Yeah, at the back.
I mean, not the bumper, but the back of it.
Yeah, maybe a little different. Yeah. But I just thought I need to bring it out and say something. One never knows. But I'm sure the police have gone over this footage and this video with a fine-tooth comb, and I'm sure they're quite aware of it. But I just wanted to bring it up. I feel better that I have.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I appreciate you calling up and bringing that up. That's actually a good catch. I don't. It's hard to see in the dark with light. You know, the street light right there, and also being grainy.
Yes. Yeah, it is difficult. A lot of the photographs are, including the white Elantra as well.
That's certainly a black
but-
truck. And I don't mean to cut you off. The only thing that I'm confused about with that is just this part here on the truck. Let me bring up that truck one more time. Is I see half of it. Somebody said they had a better pic. Send it to my email. I did see the chat say that, but right here I don't see this chrome going all the way across like it seems
Yes, I
on
see
this
that
one.
now. Yeah, I do see that now. Yeah.
This seems like maybe this has chrome running across the back all the way by the tailgate. So I don't.
Right.
He said you have better pick. Still amazing catch though. I mean, I really didn't pay that black truck no mind until you just brought it up. So, I mean, good catch.
Well, thank you so much, and I really appreciate your coverage of this. You're doing such a great job.
Shit,
And
you're doing better than
thank
me.
you.
You're catching black trucks that I ain't even look at.
Thank you. And
Yes,
thank you so
ma'am.
much for taking my call.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you calling in, and I hope you have a blessed day.
Okay, thank you so much.
God
Have a
bless.
good Christmas. Bye-bye.
You too. Awesome. Yeah, it was a good catch. That was a great catch. Beautiful soul too. And she's super excited. She caught that. I never really. I mean, I think I seen that truck going by before, but I never really even questioned it like that. She remembered Jack hopping out of that truck, and I've even seen the video where I just got that photo at before, and I was like, hold up. And she put that together. So yeah. The only thing I'd say is the chrome on the back of that truck. But yeah, that's a good eye. The line's open for anybody if you want to call. The number is on the bottom of your screen, 219-885-9693. But yeah, definitely. I see what she's saying. Let me throw these in the trash because this Nissan Altima don't mean crap. That's crap too. Let me pull this back up. Hold on, what else? He had this one too. But that's like hard to put you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know about that. This vehicle right here. I have no idea. I have no idea. Thank you, Cara. I appreciate you joining. Thank you. Hold on.
Call from Angie.
Angie, you're live. What's up?
Hi, I've never called into a show before, but I think your show is great. There's one part of this whole thing that really I think people aren't focusing on, and it might be the reason why the law enforcement isn't talking to Kaylee's dad. Do you remember initially the police said that Kaylee and Maddie and Ethan and Xana all arrived around 1:45 a.m. And then the sister found the video and she said, no, they got home at 1:56. Well, my point is, how did the police know what time they arrived home? The only people that would know that would be the two surviving roommates.
Right.
Also, because there's a 5-hour gap between that they don't know where Ethan and Xana were, but yet they know what time they got home. So my heart goes out to the surviving roommates, but I really feel like they know more than they're saying, and I feel like they didn't do it, but they may have helped clean up.
Right.
So, and I think the white car is another question I had. One of the, I don't know who the white car belonged to, which roommate, but there was a white car already there. If you go back and look at the photos when they removed the cars, I think it was a white Chevy, like a Chevy Cruze. Could someone that was there have left in that car, and maybe they're throwing out this white car trying to get, the perpetrators to know we're on your trail. The other thing is, if the roommates, I'm speculating, were the ones that told the police what time everyone got home, they would also know where Murphy the dog was.
Right.
So, yeah, I think, I don't know. I've gone all through this, all through my mind. I've been watching your show. I've been listening to everyone, but some things don't add up. And I really don't think it was Jack S. like everyone thinks. I think Jack S. knows what's going on. Yes, he was acting suspicious, but what if he was the lookout? What if Xana and Ethan were already dead before Maddie and Haley got home, and maybe he was trying to keep a lookout for them so that they wouldn't walk in on what was going on. I don't know, but I've gone in my mind over and over and over, but I just think that there's I think the roommates know more than they're saying.
Right. So you think the Bethany and Dylan know more than what they're telling everybody right now?
Yeah, because if you go back and look at the, not police reports, but the updates, it says that they arrived home around 1:00 in the morning. And then the other 4 arrived home around 1:45. But then they had to go back and change Maddie and Kaylee to 1:56 because of what the sister said. But how did they know what time they got home? The only people that would know what time they got home would be the surviving roommates and the deceased individuals.
Right.
So, yeah. So
no,
that's
I get what you're saying. That's a good theory. I mean, so who do you think ultimately, in your opinion, who do you think ultimately, carried out the crime? Like, I mean, the killings. If from your theory and who, I'm just trying to collect what so you think Dylan and Bethany had something to do with like setting them up allegedly?
That, or I think because there was no blood, according to what I've been hearing, somebody on the inside had to clean up. And if they knew what time everyone got home at 1:45-ish, then unless they went right to sleep, they to me would have been awake around that time. So I was leaning towards Jackass, but then the Fortran stuff that I read about yesterday, I don't know, but I think they cleaned up the place.
So you think they cleaned up?
Mm-hmm.
If they cleaned up, I mean, I'm trying to think here because, man, this is hard to think about because now you're making me think here. If they cleaned up, I feel like the police would be onto that.
Well, if everybody thinks Jack D or Jack S did it, then they would be onto them too. So
no, I'm saying though, if they cleaned up, these are roommates that live there. They don't live elsewhere. So what? They cleaned up all morning and waited to make that phone call and play, oh my God, I passed out on the lawn and just acted, or and then had somebody else come in and commit?
No, if they cleaned up after the perpetrators did what they had to do.
Yeah, no, that's what I said.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I said. I just said it ass backwards, so my bad.
Right.
But what I meant was exactly like, okay, so Dylan, your theory is that Dylan and Bethany cleaned up after the perpetrator did what they did, so that means that somebody else was involved. That you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So do you think
Right.
it was
I think
revenge
multiple
killing?
people. I have no idea. I don't know. But the other question I have is why was Kaylee at home already? With her parents and then decided to come back. Was she at home because she was being stalked and she was hesitant about coming back? I don't know. There's just things that don't make sense. But
yeah, there's a lot of stuff that don't make sense. I mean, they got lawyers, so allegedly, they got lawyers. But yeah, most definitely. I mean, thank you for sharing your theory.
Yeah, but the time thing, how did the police know what time they all got home? The deceased individuals. That's what I want to know. So they had to get that from somewhere or somebody.
No, absolutely. Well, maybe they were corroborate. I mean, they had to corroborate an alibi. If they were, you know what I mean? Like they had to, they had to go in and say, hey, they're in a house where 4 people got murdered. So you're going down to that police station and you're going to talk. Or you better, whatever. They got a lawyer that day or whatever, or however it worked out. I'm not talking about a lawyer present. They had a lawyer present, got their story right, and they said that. I have no idea. But what I'm trying to say is, yeah, I mean, that's what I could picture. Well, I don't know if Dylan and Bethany went in that day when they were to be questioned and said, I'm not going to talk without a lawyer here. I don't know how that happened or if it even happened that way. But I mean, one way or another, Dylan and Bethany had to talk about that night.
Right.
Either way you look at it, you're in a house where 4 people died, so you're going to have to talk about what you did that night.
Yes. My point exactly.
So my thing is just, what was their story? Supposedly they got home at 1 a.m. is what I heard. So
right. So they were home. So who told the police that the others got home around 1:45? How did the police know that? Somebody had to tell them that.
Oh, let me see this one. They sent me this one. This is a better picture right here. Wow. The best pic I've seen yet.
Well, that's all I wanted to say. I don't want to take up time from other callers, but I love your show, and I think you're very patient with all of your callers, because if I had a show, I think I would cut some people off after about 2 minutes. So
yeah, no, I'm about to start putting the timer back on.
Yeah, but that's just my take. That has always bothered me. If the police they don't know where Xana and Ethan were for 5 hours, but they know what time they got home. How do they know that? So,
right. Well, I mean, supposedly they were at that Sigma Chi party.
Right, but didn't the police say there was a 5-hour gap? They don't know where they were between 9 and 1:45.
Right. I thought they were at the Sigma Chi party. From what I've seen, they were at the Sigma Chi party and got home at 1:45 a.m.
Then that must have been recently updated.
But it always, I mean, the shit's been changed so much that it's just, it's ridiculous at this point. How they went with everything, like how it all first started off with the Uber, private ride. Right. The Kaylee and Maddie got home at 1:45. No, it was 1:56. That's why they got community backlash, for a week and a half into the case, from all the inconsistencies.
Right. Well, I didn't know that had changed, but from what the last that I had seen or watched or heard was that they were trying to account for that 5-hour gap. So,
They
but
said
that's just my
that.
thought.
I wonder if they were just covering while they investigated, but just thought of the people. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying there. Okay,
Right, because if they said the time was 1:45, and then the sister pinpoints the other time, then the roommates weren't, or whoever said that wasn't telling the truth. So, yeah. So, just my thought.
Well, thank you for calling and sharing. I appreciate you.
All right. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Yes, ma'am. It's hard to think with a toothache. Good gracious. But we don't stop. Anybody that wants to call on next? Here we go.
Call from
John.
What's up, John? You're live.
Hey, John. The T-REV. Wow, I made it through. I was going to
Yes,
say, John.
sir.
So I just, you know what? I think that we're all invested in this thing, and I just wanted to cover a couple of things, if that's okay.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
All right. So when the police came out with the weapon almost immediately, I'm wondering if the attacker dropped the sheath because they knew what kind of knife it was. I thought that was really interesting. The second thing that I noted about this case is that it seems that the house on the hill before 11/22 had a 3D camera up in the light post, and they probably watched their driveway. So they probably picked up this Elantra as it was leaving the area. So to tie that to something, it's probably at the corner bar or somewhere downtown, because that's what they say. Well, we saw it in two places that night. And then here's for all the sleuths out there. I don't want to say any names because I don't know the characters. If you go back to the food truck video, watch number 8 and number 9, and watch how he covers with his girlfriend and Maddie. There's some dynamic there. It's the best video to watch is called The Last Hour of the Food Truck, because you see the full dynamic. And I had a couple of notes. And then here's my what if drawer. And this is kind of out there, and it's kind of morbid. Are you ready? So the calls that were made that evening, the 3 times, and then there were a few times to, I assume, Jack from Kaylee, and then a couple from Maddie, and then a final from Kaylee. I was thinking that maybe Kaylee was calling because she heard something. She runs over to Maddie's room, says, call Jack. And you don't assume that you're going to call the police when it's just a friend's house. It sounds like a fight. She tries calling, and the last call was made by Kaylee's watch.
Right. No, I'm listening.
And that's it.
The floor is
That's
yours.
it. That's all I got for everybody. Yeah, I don't want to keep everyone, but thank you so much. I've been watching. It's
Man, you got 8 minutes though. You got 5 minutes and 40 seconds.
Nah, that's all I really had. I really do feel like the food truck spells out some really clear dynamics of relationships if you watch. There's a number of characters, but 8 and 9 were the most interesting. Without names, I don't know who these people are, and I certainly don't want to publicize anything. I'm not saying they would be a murderer by any stretch, but there's definitely number 8 covers for number 9 to make sure the girlfriend is occupied while Maddie's in play. The whole thing is bizarre. And then there's these other 2 characters that walk in. I don't know if anybody's noticed them. They don't order anything. They look at the menu and then they move on. And they're in the dark down the street, and you see them looking back. And they're kind of weird. I don't know. Reconnaissance, maybe, maybe not. But everybody becomes a suspect when you're watching this stuff. Anyhow, that was my 2 cents. I'll let you go. Thank you, everyone. Good stuff. Great comments. Great callers.
Appreciate
and I'm
you,
totally invested. All right, you take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah, you too, brother. Thank you. Good call. Good call. Shout out to him. Ah, 100% clove oil. Thank you.
from?
Christian.
What's up, Christian? You live, brother? What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, man? Just
Yeah,
chilling.
So what's your theory on this, man?
Man, I've been listening to a lot of podcasts, listening to a lot of people, and I think it's somebody who is kind of like a serial killer in a sense. I think it's somebody who lives kind of out of the town a little bit and comes in that area for business or something, for work, something work related. And these people have bumped in, the girls, the victims bumped into him probably at that corner bar where everybody goes. It's like a legendary bar. Everybody goes to it, and either he got rejected or something, and it triggered him to start stalking these girls because it was all planned out. Everything was clean. I don't think these young college kids are going to be able to pull off a clean crime scene like this with a knife. You know, I mean, that dude that was in the house that died, he was a pretty good sized kid, man. He wasn't no small guy, you know. And for there to be no blood trail, I think they broke. I listened to somebody broke it down from the vantage point of a kill zone for that house, and it's set up perfectly for it because there's not a lot of side windows. So a lot of people can't see through there, you know, when something goes down. And the woods is in the back there. So stalkers usually are like peeping toms and creepy and stuff like that. So that was an easy access point right there where he could park somebody and park somewhere a little and walk over there and watch these people. He could do it at any time at nighttime. And the clear vantage point of looking in the windows, the sliding glass doors. So you could see people, you know what I mean? And
right.
And, you know, I think it's somebody who decided it needed to go down that weekend because it was people going out of school, holidays. And I think he probably even bumped into him multiple times at that corner bar. I just think there should be more stuff going down at this corner bar. And we hear about the food truck and all this stuff. I mean, it's a college area where everybody eats at late at night. So if you have videotape of every college place that has a food truck late, there's going to be a creepy dude that's hanging back. You know what I mean? And hoping that they might be able to go home with them a little bit. When they bounce, boom, it's cold out there. They're going to bounce out too. You know what I mean? It don't necessarily mean he was just, you know, preying on them, watching them and stuff. A little bit, but not like I'm going to go kill you or be a lookout. And I think if there was a lot of connections with stuff, somebody would have already started singing. You know what I mean? This is something that was done low key and planned out. And the dude was talking about how some serial killers, when they're watching their prey like that, they do stuff like make stuff. Like if they have a knife fetish like that, they're cutting on a tree while they're watching them back there. Like see if there's any carvings on any kind of deal where they get infatuated stuff, you know, with the deal. But I think we need to go back to the corner bar. I've looked up pictures on the online, trying to look in there at the bar, and pictures of the gallery, and they got all this stuff a little bit. I don't know, but they need to talk to some of them bartenders and some of them security guys, the guys that's been there for a long time. They can catch some weird vibes from people. You know what I mean? There's been no talk out of this corner bar, and that's where they were at. You know what I mean? Like, if you talk to some of them security and some of them bartenders and say, hey, man, this is kind of a guy, 25 to 30, you know, maybe, you know, he's just a drifter a little bit, comes in here every so often. Does anybody give you some kind of weird vibes? Or have you heard girls say, you know, that guy, he's a little bit older, he's kind of weird vibes, you know, a little bit, you know, like, I think it would be easy to follow those girls home. Yeah, everything's so close there. It's small.
They got cameras in the corner club.
Man, they need to be looking into that. I mean,
they need to. I guarantee you. I'd be willing to put everything on the line. They already have that and are going. I've already been through it.
Yeah, I mean, because that was where they were, but we haven't heard anything from that. You know, it's a hit.
They're not going to tell us they went through that. But
no. But I figured, like,
common sense, detective wise, like just knowing from
looking
at cases in the past, we already know they've been through that.
Yeah, because they were known to be there. You know what I mean? So they have to scope it all out. But I just figured there'd be some kind of if it's a legendary bar that's been there for a long time and it's like a thing of the college and everything, there's got to be some other stores around them that might have some possibility of some cameras or somebody lurking in that area at Cornerstone, waiting for them to go hop in their Uber and then, follow them home a little bit or something, and then, I mean, if everything's in driving location real close, I don't know. I could be way off, but I just think if it was a young kid, it wouldn't be as clean as it was. I feel like it was something planned out. There's no blood trail outside. I think the killer probably was in the house when the girls got there.
Right.
He could have easily been inside the house already waiting for him. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's just, there's a lot of different things. And I just think that corner bar is going to have a lot to do with it. I think that's where you meet people. That's where you can bump into people. That's where, that's how you can, and something went down with that with somebody who was already twisted and they just did the craziness, you know what I mean? But just something to think about, man. I've been watching this stuff and listening to you guys and everything, and just trying to help out a little bit. We're all trying to figure out who this was.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy. It's crazy, bro. There's tons of different characters in this case,
but
man.
he was strong enough mentally and physically to just go up in a house with just a knife and just execute 4 people. Like that takes, you got to feel real confident you can get away with it. And when you're doing it with a knife, you're wanting to be quiet. You don't want to get caught. They don't want to get caught. You know what I'm saying? If they wanted to, they would just use a gun and just shoot them or something. That's faster. You know what I mean? So I just don't understand how there's no blood trail outside. That's the part that means they took time to clean up, in a sense, themselves, not the situation, but because you're slashing people and you're in fights and they had, there's going to be blood splatter, and there's going to be, I think that's how they could tell which knife it was, by the way these corners, they all have seen thousands of this stuff, and they can say by the entry wounds and how massive they were in different areas what kind of knife it probably could have been, but there's got to be a mess. I mean, there's got to be splatter everywhere, unless they were just sleeping and he just came down on them, which I don't think that's how it went down. But unless he was in the house already. He was in the house already, you could sneak in there and pop, especially if they're drunk, just passed out a little bit, daisy, you wait a little bit for them to pass out. I mean, but you would think they would have stuff on them. He would have blood or something on him, but and there wasn't going to be nothing outside. No shoe prints. No.
Yeah, there's really no telling what they got, man, in there. They got 121 pieces of evidence, or 103. First it was 103. I know the number went up a little bit, but
yeah,
I mean, this case is just, I don't know. It's got my sleep schedule fucked up. I'll tell you that much.
Sometimes, yeah, but I mean, sometimes when it feels like something that's so crazy, I mean, he had to have known this was going to be a big case. You're talking about 4, kids in college and stuff. They're all over social media, and it's, social media. He had to have known, but he just wanted to get it, and I mean, to leave the scene clean.
Yeah, brother. I appreciate you calling in. I'm gonna have a couple more people call in that way. I can get it going there. I appreciate you, man.
Yep.
Thank you for sharing, brother. All right. Anybody wants to call, get their theory across, anything like that, go ahead. Let's go. I always thought it was Jack D from the food truck too. Feels like a rage. Hold on, let's pull up their pictures, man. This vehicle. Let's pull up, where's the pictures at? Hold up, let me get this caller first.
Call from
Tyler.
Hey, what's up, Tyler? You live?
What's up, T? I was wondering if you could pull the food truck footage back up with the dudes that had the Kobe jersey on and the burros. It just seems kind of weird to me that, I know in one of the frames, Maddie like hugs the guy, and I think the Burrow jersey. And then I know, like, I've heard you guys talk about it in previous lives about maybe the dude going around back doing some kind of deal. Look kind of sus. So I just wanted to kind of revisit that because I don't know, like what goes through my mind is like, I know they're saying like the roommates woke up at 11 and then they called their friends first before they called the cops. I mean, I often wonder if there's like drugs involved where they're cleaning up before they call the cops so they don't find stuff, to implicate, or like even with the frat people with that party that was going on, why, for a while they didn't know what went on between, the time frame. Was there drugs going on over there too that they didn't want to like implicate themselves in, which is why people haven't really been talking. They've kept them themselves so they don't like self-implicate. But yeah, I just thought that the food truck video with the hug right there and then like, going around back with the other girls was just interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to look at different angles,
Shit, I've watched that video footage a lot.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah, I just thought that was interesting. But I mean, I keep going back to the 4chan stuff about, the detective said earlier in the day about seeing the lights in the body cam, turn on, turn off, and then dip. So it's like, did the two dudes from the frat roll over there? One guy was to look out in the car, and then, after D was done, roll out and then allegedly disposed of, weapons / clothes, whatever. Maybe they pulled plates off the car, which is why maybe they haven't been able to identify that. I mean, I don't know. It just rolls through my mind like that.
Yeah.
But,
so, I mean, what's your theory on the case? What is it? I mean, I'm curious to hear.
I bounce back and forth. I mean, I do think it was somebody that was scorned in a sense that somebody's mad, right? For what reason, I don't know. Just the 4chan stuff gets me because it's so detailed and it shows a motive, with allegedly with somebody being upset, previous beef, going back years, being able to speculate in front of people about how to pull off like a perfect murder type deal, knowing that like they can, walk from here to here. I mean, may have gotten a car, may have not gotten a car, left their cell phones behind as far as keep data recording so they don't get pinged.
Right.
So I mean, I don't know. I mean, that is more plausible to me than per se like a serial killer or like just a weird stalker chilling in the back by the trees, But I mean, I don't know. I mean, I bounce all around. I mean, is it drug related? Is it not drug related? Is it just because somebody's upset because somebody made fun of them in front of their friends and then they just are sadistic like that? Like, I don't know. It's just, I bounce it all around, man, and just nothing really makes 100% sense to me.
It throws you to the loop.
It does, because it's like, one second you're like, oh, that could work, but then if say the dude was in the back and was sitting in the car waiting for the guy to come out. Well, if that's the case, they're going to know that where to get the car from. They would know if it was his, right? They would know if he drove a white Elantra. Are they going to borrow it from like one of their friends that's in a sorority or something like that? Well, they're going to easily track that down. So, I mean, if that's the case, where do they get the car from? Because, I mean, the police would know that. And also, like, with the 4chan thing, the only thing that gets me is Ethan's brother's in the frat. So, like, is he going to sit there with a code of silence and not say anything to anybody when he thinks one of his frat brothers killed his brother? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I look at it on that aspect too. I mean, is it drug related? Because I know that Xana's dad changed the locks out on her room like the week prior, 2 weeks prior, or whatever. I mean, why? It was a party house, like, were like felt unsafe in there, like, what extent is that? And then you have the roommates with the time lapse calling friends first. I mean, I understand it's probably a horrible scene, and you're, running around, not understanding what's going on, going into shock. But I mean, was there any type of drugs that was going to not implicate somebody else? I don't know. It's just so much. I mean, it really ends up 100%. But I don't know. Just wanted to call and bounce that around. Love it. You're doing a great job. Appreciate all the calls. I listen to it. It's good hearing everybody's points of view. just want a resolution to this to, give the families, closure and be able to grieve. But it's just nothing fits into a bag, And I'm sure LE and the FBI and everybody has way more information than we even have a clue about. And I'm sure they're probably just trying to get an airtight case on whoever they think. And maybe like the mediums and psychics say, it may be somebody they least expect, So, obviously the people don't want to get caught. So I doubt that they would come on air and give interviews, all right? Because if they're going through that to be able to not use a knife, go in the dead of night, get in and get out and roll, and they still haven't, had an arrest made yet. Obviously they're not going to try to be in the limelight with the media to get recognition, all right?
Right.
They're probably watching, but they're not I don't think that they're going to get in there and try to talk to anybody like the neighbor was. So I don't know. I'm sure they have a profile that they're not sharing for a reason. And it may be the profiles like I've heard in past videos of Greek life, so they don't want to freak anybody out. That's the profile they give to somebody that is in the fraternity sorority system. So then it's really going to freak people out. So I don't know. I think by, like you said, by New Year's they're going to have an arrest, and whoever they come out with may be somebody that we never even have heard of. It'll just blow us away and be like, dang, and they weren't even on anybody's radar. And it may be like the last caller saying the Corner Club. That's maybe why they're tight-lipped about that, because they haven't released any of that because they know this is vital information. May be able to see somebody lurking in the corners out there, be able to use facial recognition to figure out who they are. Who knows? But the dudes in the jerseys definitely are dealing something. And I don't know if they're a frat or what. Obviously, Maddie knows because she hugged the dude. So, I don't know if those are frat dudes, maybe, or what, but it's interesting.
Yeah, man.
It's interesting. That's just a different angle, but I'm not going to take any more time off. I appreciate the call, man. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for keeping this going. Love the RevGap family. Everybody in here is awesome. The chat's awesome, but just another angle trying to bring in.
Yeah, I appreciate that, brother. Most definitely.
Have a good one, too.
You too,
Have a
brother.
good one, man.
Thank you. Good caller. We'll watch this one real quick. I see people talking about it. I'm trying to kill off this fucking toothache, man. I got a wisdom tooth growing in right now, and all of a sudden I was fine, and then all of a sudden it just started rocking my jaw. We'll play this real quick.
All right, so some people were saying that this is not Maddie making contact or kissing or whatever, biting number 9's hand. So what I did was I slowed it down, I zoomed in, made it bigger, and I'm gonna do slow motion and then back and forth. So we're gonna be going forward and backward, see what's going on. It's gonna give us a bit better idea and a better picture of what's happening. So here we go. Going forward, backwards. So it's very obvious that she's pointing her lips towards his hand. Now, we don't know if she's making contact 100% from this angle, but you can't deny that her head tracks with his hand. Look. Boom. His hand goes up. Her jaw goes up with the hand. There we go. This is backwards. This is forward, backwards, forward, backward, forward. So, is she making contact? We can't say for 100%, but there is something else I found while I was looking at this, and I don't think anybody else has seen it, and we can also decide what's happening here. So as I was going forward, I noticed something. Here it comes. There it is. Okay, so look at her lips, and you tell me, what is she doing? So this is going forward. So look right here on her lips. Forward, backwards. To me personally, I don't know if I'm right or not, but it looks like she's doing a little, like a kiss motion with her lips. She goes, that's what it looks like. She's doing a little kiss to him. Could I be wrong? Yes, of course. And I know there's going to be people in the comments telling me how wrong I am, but that's what it looks like to me. And if it looks like that to me, there's going to be a lot of people who see it the way I see it. Could we all be wrong? Yes, it's possible. But I'm telling you what I see. I'm seeing her, Maddie, pulling a little bit of a kiss towards the number 9 guy, whoever the hell he is. She's obviously drunk. She could just be doing it as a joke, or nothing. She's not trying to do nothing more than just a little kiss, but it's right there. And that's what we see. So yeah, that's that. Everybody else can decide what you see. This is what I noticed. I slowed it down, zoomed in, adjusted the the brightness level, so we can see a little bit better. And that's what it shows. Everybody can debate, theorize in the comments. I don't think this is going to change anything about the case. This is just a little extra, something that we noticed. Okay.
A playoff push is. I want to actually rewatch this video again. I actually like this video.
Steep hill, and you can even see the reflection of.
I'm ready to rewatch this again. I'm about to kill this a toothache off while I'm watching these videos.
This is a brand new Jack Decor video where we take an even deeper dive into the happenings in Moscow, Idaho, and we try to get to the bottom of, did Jack live in that house that I previously showed you? I think after watching this video, you might form an entirely brand new opinion if you ever doubted me. Let's jump right into this and find out. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Crime Circus. My name's Drip Drop, and I'm your host as usual. Tonight, we have a brand new Jack Decor video, and I just want to start off with the disclaimer. Jack Decor is presumed innocent of any and all crimes. Anything discussed in this video is purely speculation and opinion. However, I'm going to show you some pictures that might shock the conscious and provoke some thought from you, the viewer. I've previously released another video on Jack Decor. If you haven't seen it yet, check it out right here on Crime Circus. I've also released a video on Jack Showalter, the alleged hoodie guy. We're going to dive right into some new information I've uncovered, some photographs that I've obtained, and we're going to have a discussion about this case. For those of you that aren't familiar, 4 college students passed away in Moscow, Idaho. Nobody knows who did it. It's a complete mystery, and this video is not accusing Jack Decor of having anything to do with it. But we're just going to ask some questions and have a little discussion about this case. Maybe we can get one step closer to solving it. First, shout out to the Troll Hunter for sending me some of these pictures and helping further some of my theories. Crime Circus is a worldwide effort between me and you, the viewer. If anybody wants to help support this show, please look for my Patreon link below. My supporters make this show possible, so thank you all. About 90 to 95% of you out there were convinced after my last video that that was Jack's house. Maybe 5 to 10% of you doubted me and said that's not the same house, I got it wrong. Well, I hope every single one of you is watching this video, and I'd like to hear what you have to say about these photographs I'm about to present. Let's jump right into this, starting with a big boom. What do you think of this picture right here? I previously showed you this picture where Jack may live. Some of you doubted. Well, let's take a look-see at this picture right here. We've got Jack on the left and Kaylee on the right. But what's extra interesting about this photo? What do we see in the background? I do believe we see the very house discussed in my previous video. And that was a Crime Circus exclusive theory. Some people stole my video and didn't give me credit, but you heard it here first, breaking news from Crime Circus. Anyways. For those of you that still aren't convinced, let's zoom into the real estate photo and have a closer look. As you can see, that's the exact same window. It's the exact same bricks. It's the exact same concrete below. And you can also see part of the door, which is also an exact match. So, what do you think now? You remember that video that allegedly showed Murphy running around that house? Same house. There's a photograph of Jack and Kaylee at that house now. I could probably end this video right here with my point proven, but this is Crime Circus, so we're going to go a little deeper now. As you can see from the satellite view here, we've got what may be Jack's house on the left side, and over on the right side was Kaylee's house. There's only about 216 feet in between these two houses. That's less than a football field away, and I've previously said that's about a 30-second walk. I now think that's about a 20-second walk. Anyways, let's take note of this house in the middle with the white roof. You can see it's surrounded by rocks and a chain link fence in the background. And what do we see here? We see a picture of Jack and Kaylee. Some people have told me that Kaylee was way out of Jack's league. You leave me a comment and let me know down below. What do you think? Was Kaylee out of his league? Or do good guys actually win sometimes? Then again, in the end, she had broken up with him and was allegedly moving to Texas alone. So maybe nice guys really do finish last. Moving on, looking back at this satellite image from above, we can now see we have in our possession a picture of Jack, allegedly at the house on the left, as well as allegedly at the...
Holy shit. Good God. I'll tell you what. That toothache fucking hurts like a mug. I just had to use this shit. Good gracious. All right. If you want to call back in, let's go. I know a lot of y'all don't want to watch this. We already seen it. Call in. You good? I had to numb my shit. That shit hurts. Talk about a motherfucking... Talk about a wisdom tooth growing in. We're good now, though. If you want to call in, go ahead. A lot of people want to watch this. If you don't want to watch it, let's go. Call in. I'm good now. I'm numb.
Call from
Isaiah.
What's up? What's up, Isaiah? You're live. What's good, brother?
Wow, that's a trip that worked. Okay, cool. Not much. What's up? First of all, bro, toothaches suck. I just got over one a couple months ago. I'm crying. I'm crying inside for you. It's the worst. But hang in there. I just wanted to get a couple of things out of my head and into the phone. But first, I just want to that lady. I don't know what her name was. She called earlier about the time thing. I don't know if I wasn't listening right. But was she trying to say like the roommates fell asleep like immediately? I don't know if she's mixing things up or if I was mixing things up. She was talking about it like if the roommates were the ones who kind of like holding back information. The killings were supposed to happen like before 3 and 4, right? 3 and 4 a.m. or was it 2 and 4?
You said what is it? Who? Kaylee and Madison?
No, the murders. They said
no. Between 3 and 4 a.m.
It was between 3 and 4. That's what I thought. Okay,
that's what they're guessing. They're guessing that it happened between 3 and 4 a.m.
Gotcha.
Now
okay,
I mean that's like a guess though, but
yeah, I wasn't sure. It sounded like she was trying to say like they were hiding more, and I was like, what's so hard to believe about them falling asleep in an hour? Unless I wasn't adding the times right. But anyway, I just want to confirm that because I wasn't sure if it was between 3 and 4 that they're guessing or assuming. But one thing, I'm actually a body language reading expert, and it's what I've been doing for about not expert, but I've been doing for 4 years now. I feel like in my lifetime I've been doing it a lot more on my own. But for me, you know what? The truth is, this case wants everyone and no one because you can make a case for literally everybody and nobody. It's insane. But I will say, right off the jump, Showalter in that video at the truck to me shows so much signs of awkward body language. How many times do we put our faces in our phone when we're uncomfortable? I mean, she had her phone like glued straight down. Her eyes would not leave it. And I didn't see her texting. I didn't see her read. What would she be reading? An article? Like she would not pick up her head. Like maybe because she didn't want to make eye contact with him or like recognize that he's there or whatnot. And I recall the time where she lifts her phone up even and it makes it look like she's about to take a picture of her friend.
Right.
And in reality, she had the camera reversed trying to take a picture of Jack behind her. And you can even see the dude like literally awkwardly just turn his body away from the camera so he's not getting a picture taken of him. Like all these little things were awkward. The second he gets to that pickup truck, he walks back, gets out of the way, puts his hood on, hat backwards, all that stuff. And he knows there's a camera. That people know they're Twitching, live streaming from there. From what I heard, it's pretty commonly known around the campus. So for me, off the rip, his body language. I don't even know if all the other stuff's true about him in Africa and all that stuff, and denying test samples and like forget about it. Right home to it. Like he's definitely got to be him. But at the very least, just reading his body language was for me a big tell on like awkwardness. So here's one thing to put it down and staple a little bit. Like for instance, when they left, what was the purpose of him looking to the left for? If he wanted to just leave right away after he was sure that they left, why would he decide to look to the opposite direction of where he was about to leave to? If not to make sure no one was watching him. or no one was about to see him leave abruptly right after the girls left. So to me, I think it's a very big thing to look into with him. And not to mention a deep honorable mention here is that how often in the case do you hear cops come out right away and start eliminating people? And my thing is that most likely when a college is owning the property that they're on, or like a big part of the property around that area, and they're probably telling them to put tight lips on this, that no one, starts accusing these people on campus. They're trying to hush it a little bit. So I think the college has actually a lot more to do with this than people are realizing. And they probably have a lot more sway in this police office, because it's been people say it's a small little area. So I'm sure everybody knows everybody. Not to mention the guy, was it the president or the dean? I mean, how often do you see the dean just come in like the second or third person speaking, and even he gets a seat at the podium? Whether or not that napkin was wet from real tears or fake, I don't know. But the point is, it just seemed a little bit too involved, considering it was like the first early stages of information. And one of the first things you want to make sure to tell us is that no one that you think it is who it is. Like that, it just seemed way shady. My point being is that they look like just to make sure they wanted to clear them publicly, not so much realistically behind closed doors. And from what I'm hearing, whether or not it's true, Jack
So from a body language standpoint, I don't mean to cut you off, but from a body, you said you're a body language expert, or?
Yeah, well, I do it as a career. As I say expert because I feel like I've been doing it all my life on my own, but for 4 years professionally.
Okay, so 4 years professionally. All right. So what do you think about? I mean, what? How do you read Jack Showalter?
Like I said, so me personally, right off the rip, when you watch him come into the camera, okay, you see him. He's like not. First of all, if the story's correct, he's there to make sure the girls are okay. Imagine if you're there with two girls, you want to make sure, okay, why is the first thing you're doing then backing all the way up and away from everyone and everything and putting on your hood and hiding yourself? As opposed to me, where I would probably be like, hey, you want me to order you guys? Or I would probably offer to pay because it's just the kind of guy I am. But let's just say he don't got the money, although he does. So says his family. But let's just go with that theory. He's just there to literally just awkwardly watch behind them for no reason, to say nothing to them. Then we can go with that theory. And still, nonetheless, if I'm reading his body language, to me, it just clearly shows him not wanting to be, so much visible or outlandish. He wants to be hidden in the back. Now, one time he had to kind of start speaking up was when that gentleman, I don't know what his name was, the guy who seems so very much so wanting to diminish the girls there, by the way. I forgot what his name, the guy with the tan hat seemed to be very judgmental of the ladies and how much liquor they might have drank in that night. But to be honest, I mean, only one of them seemed a little buzzed, in my opinion. I think the other one was just awkwardly showing her face in her phone because she was, uncomfortable with the situation, in my opinion. Once the food was ready and their car was ready or whatever, or vice versa. I think they said the car was there before the food was ready. I don't know what it was. But it seemed like they were urgently trying to leave. And to me, in my opinion, it was because they wanted to urgently get away from him. And they didn't want to cause a scene. Often people don't want to cause a scene, especially in public. I don't know how much their history goes into each other, but all I know is that his body language at that whole entire scene was very, very not, I'm just here to watch over my friends. If anything, you're here to literally stalk your friends. And his body language looks like the reason he'd be there for, to protect the girls from someone like that, from just watching them and lurking behind them. Again, and very specifically though, for me, when she tries to take that picture and she holds the phone up, just watch the way he subtly, I mean, I wish you could have it in video now. You probably do. Everyone's seen it a million times. But that moment specifically, he does this thing where he was standing straight, aiming his body straight at her, his face right behind her head or to the side of her head. But then once he puts that camera, he kind of just automatically just shifts his body weight and now faces completely towards the guy on his left with the tan hat. And I thought it was super smooth of him, but super obvious for me to pick up on body tells. And to be honest, I think at some point he started generally getting into a conversation with that guy because he realized he was looking superly shady, not ordering food. Once he started taking a lot longer than he probably thought it would be for these girls to get their food, he started realizing, all right, I got to start blending in here. Otherwise, I'm going to look like a weirdo just staring at two girls for 20 minutes or whatever it was, so.
Yeah, no doubt, bro. My man's getting his word out.
Did you get all that?
He ain't playing.
Yeah, I mean, there's more to it here and there, but I mean, I'm just saying as far as body lingo, I mean, the dude just is creepy as shit. And again, I don't know about the rest, but they keep saying, I mean, for the most part, we seem to be aware of what facts continue to come back around. It seems like he hasn't given a DNA. If that's the case, I mean, that just screams weird. Now, I must admit, this whole recent thing with the frat and these dudes and the amount of guys it could be and blah, 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 and DLS, I mean, that sounds convincing. I'm just going off of body language. And I wouldn't be surprised. There is a very small chance, in my opinion, that if he had nothing to do with it, then it could very well just be he was embarrassed. He wanted to see if anyone just noticed the girls leaving him, and he wanted to leave abruptly. Either way, for sure, he wanted to make sure no one saw him leave abruptly, getting dissed by the girls. What in his mind it looked like. In his mind, in that moment, it definitely looked like he either got played out by them or he was embarrassed. So he looked to the left to see if anyone saw, and he left. Now, whether or not, say again?
No, nothing. That was nothing.
No, so whether or not he did that because he wanted to make sure no one saw him because he was about to do something, or because he wanted to make sure no one saw him because he just feels how stupid he looked. Now, as far as him personally, if you look up certain details about him, apparently, he doesn't like to feel like stupid by a girl. There's been documented potential incidents with him in the past where he doesn't like a girl making him feel kind of powerless. So that could be dug into a little deeper there. But for the most part, I mean, for me, right off the jump, in other words, focusing on the very facts, like the creepy guy behind them, like, dude, the only reason we're not all over him is because the cops said not to be. And why did the cops say not to be? Because that seems to be one of the main focus. Maybe it's because the college said, put your lips on this, seal it up a little bit, and just figure it out on your own, on the low, until next thing you know, this case blew up, and now they have no power over it. Now people are kind of taking over, and they have no choice but to look into certain things or respond a little bit. But if it were up to them in that college campus, no one would know a damn thing. And I think the college campus hates that there's so much coverage. That's why the father keeps saying what he's saying, because he knows they're all acting hella quiet. And why are they being quiet? He wants someone to be an alpha because the college is telling them to not be an alpha. Keep it on the low because they want some customers next year. So if you tie that whole thing together, it's a lot deeper. It's political in a sense on the underlining. And hopefully I don't have a heart attack in about an hour. But yeah, that's my theory.
Hell yeah, man. No doubt. No doubt. I appreciate you sharing your theory and everything you just said. I mean, it's a typewriter, boy. He got that one out quick. I'm still processing.
Yeah,
man.
You might have to put it on super slow-mo to get some of the details there, but
no doubt, bro.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to put that on 0.5 just to, line it up.
0.25, you might be better off. Yeah,
My man said my man was going in. I'm glad you voiced your opinion, man. You got it out there, and it's definitely out there now.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I didn't tell you my full name or anything, right? Good. Okay. Yeah. I don't want to get.
Nah, you don't gotta hit your full name, bro. Where you calling from today?
Oh, the dirty Jersey, baby. You know it. You should have known right off the rip the way I'm talking, but yeah.
Yeah,
dirty
no
Jersey.
doubt. Yeah, I know the dirty Jersey. Okay, I got you.
It's dirty, just not that dirty.
Nah, I got you, brother. I appreciate you calling in, sharing your opinion, man. Good call.
All right, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good luck.
They said this guy needs to take a breather. Damn. Shit got real, huh? Yeah, my man got through everything he possibly could. All right, guys. Let me see.
Call from
Cassie Roku.
Hey, you're live. What's up?
Hi there. This is Cassie Roku. And I would like to comment on when they found out who knew what time Kaylee and Maddie got home. On the first interview with Brian Eaton, when he had the dad, the mom, and the sister on his interview, and that's when the sister first got angry about the time that they arrived home. And she's honest. She wants everybody to know what time she got home. Well, she said that she saw footage of what time she got home. Now, and then the one with I think the brother and the father and the dad. that's when she had said she went around and to the neighbors and everything, and she saw footage. So I'm thinking, is that blue house the only one with that camera that's right next door that they have blurred out now? And I believe that the sister saw what time they got home, either that or she knew because the dad said they had access to Kaylee's phone. And so they have that information. So it's either the phone or it's either the neighbor's camera footage. But she said footage, so that's why I believe it's the neighbor's house. So if the neighbor's house got that footage of when they came home, I'm sure that they got the footage of the car, of the Elantra and everything else. But maybe they're not allowed to say, or maybe the sister only saw the footage of when they came home. I don't know which, but that's where I can see where she got the time of when they came home.
Right, which is why I'm kind of thinking that's probably why they blurred out, the
house, yes.
Exactly, on Google Maps. That's why I think they blurred it out.
Because now, if the killer or if whoever owns that car, you've seen that, we've all seen the picture with that camera on that house. So those people in that house could be scared because there's still a killer out there. Also, I sent you a video of this lady who made a video on all the 911 calls.
Oh, you sent it? Let me see.
Yeah, I sent it yesterday. I can resend it to you.
Yeah, please do, because there's like 400 emails in here, I swear.
Okay, because there's some in there that a couple in there that it's like early in the morning, and there's a knock on the people's door, and they go and they look out the window, and there's a car out there with their lights on, and they don't see anybody there. So there's some interesting 911 calls before and after. It's not, you don't hear the 911 calls. It's all recorded, so it's all printed out, But you can tell it's legit.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'll send that to you right now, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
No, thank you for coming up and sharing what you think. I appreciate you.
Okay, have a great day, and hi everyone in chat. God bless.
God bless you
Bye.
too. Good call. For sure, good call. I feel like I'm running a marathon. Oh, some people must be behind. All right, so hold up. Let me check something real quick. I want to see if there's anything new that came out, guys. I gotta do my daily check real fast. Let me see. I'm getting a little bit behind. I don't want to fall behind. I need to catch up with any new info that came out, and I just want to make sure I cover all bases on it. I never got to finish this video earlier, which was very long. I kind of want to watch it.
It wasn't quite clear, but it sounded as if maybe he went to law enforcement, but that was not.
This and that, and he's really drawn to those.
Let's catch up on a video real quick. I'll open the line back
Well,
up.
this investigation is not cold. We get tips every day that are viable. We get dozens and dozens of tips.
I didn't get to catch up on any of this. I'm gonna open the line up after this video.
For sure, some of them are not good tips. They're not even relevant to the case. But every single day, we get a good amount of viable tips, and those tips help us do everything from clear people who maybe there was some speculation about, to further some of the theories that we're working on.
Well, it's another day and still no arrests, no suspects, no recovered weapon in the University of Idaho quadruple murder case. This, of course, is the killings of 21-year-old Kaylee Gonsalves, 21-year-old Madison Mogan, 20-year-old Zana Kernodle, and 20-year-old Ethan Chapin, whose bodies were found in their off-campus rental home out in the college town of Moscow. As we are now in the 4th week, there is new information that is coming to light about gas station footage and an interview with a neighbor. And we thought it might be beneficial to do maybe an in-depth review of where we are right now. So joining me to break all of this down, I am joined by legendary homicide detective Phil Waters, who spent 23 years in the Houston Police Department. He investigated more than 400 cases. Phil has been incredibly generous with his time. He's been helping us out here on Law and Crime to understand the inner workings of this investigation. And we are also joined by Lauren Matthias. Lauren was a TV reporter for 10 years and actually a former Idaho reporter. She is currently the host of the Hidden True Crime podcast and YouTube channel, and she has been actively following this case. Phil, Lauren, it's great to have you both here on Sidebar.
Happy to be here.
I like that. You timed that both perfectly at the same time with the thank yous. Lauren, I'm going to start with you. I'm going to start with you because you did something really interesting. You sat down and had an interview on your YouTube channel and podcast with a neighbor of these students, someone who lived in that area. But I first want to start with why you approached him for the interview, because the way that I understand it, he had some activity online and he was making contradictions about maybe what he saw and heard. So can you summarize who exactly he is and what he saw and heard?
Absolutely. His name is Enon Harsh, a neighbor of the 4 victims, and he did make contradictions. You're absolutely right. So after the murder, the day after, he wrote, wow, my neighbors, and I'm paraphrasing here, but I learned that my neighbors have been murdered. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear a scream. He later on went on to edit that post and took out that he hadn't heard a scream and is recently saying, you know what? I might have heard a scream. Move forward, he did a Reddit AMA. And in that Reddit AMA, he decides to mention that he had met the victims, or at least some of them. He mentioned Kaylee by name in that memory of bringing over wine and meeting them, saying they were beautiful and joyful. All of these things kept coming and coming, and I thought, I have got to talk to this guy. What else does he know?
And Phil, I'm going to get to you in a second about what your impression your impression of him in a second. The reason I'm going to do that, Phil, is because Lauren, not even my understanding, I was watching your feed of this, and in the chat room, people were very skeptical of him. It seemed to me, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, that people might think he is the actual killer.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of, it's almost hilarious to me that people think I did it, and they're like telling me like, yo, you did it. And it's like, I don't know. It's kind of like the equivalent to like flat earth theory to me.
Did you think there was anything strange about his responses, and what were people thinking of him?
I do think there were things that were strange about his responses. I think that, I do want to know again more about him. And I think it's fair that people are questioning him in chat. And I want to say, I know that true crime sleuths in the true crime community get a lot of flack from speculating about certain people, but I want to say he is the one that has come forward. Let's lay that out here first before we continue. He came out and stated he might have heard a scream. He came out with the Reddit AMA. He has shared a lot. So what we're processing as a true crime community right now is things he's chosen to share with the public. I do want to lay that foundation here. I think it's fair that people are skeptical of him. First, contradictions, changing stories, going as far as editing his Facebook post to say he heard a scream or he did not hear a scream, and now he has possibly maybe heard a scream. In addition to saying he had met the victims, that was what was most prominent to me in that Reddit AMA. Wait, you've met them? He's never said that before. And then I thought it was interesting that he then said he couldn't remember all of their names in this long Reddit thread, and then referred to Ethan as the boyfriend, her boyfriend. It was the way he said it in the Reddit AMA, referring to Xana. He mentioned Xana and Kaylee by name, said he couldn't remember Maddie, although he does follow Maddie on Instagram, and then said her boyfriend, Xana's boyfriend. He also said that in the interview with me, he called Ethan the boyfriend twice, and I finally said Ethan's name. This is strange to me. For someone that lives next door to these victims, we all know their names and you don't? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, and he said on there that some of the nicest neighbors. He loved his neighbors. They were really nice people. Phil, for people who don't know, you are not only a legendary homicide detective, but also a master interrogator. You've sat across from a lot of people trying to get information from them. What was your take on what you saw from this gentleman? And again, Lauren's right. He came forward. So what's your take on this?
Well, my impression of him is that he has inserted himself into the investigation for his own purposes. I told you before we get on the air here that I was most impressed with his profanities and use of the word "like." So as I look at his.
Yeah, I will tell you that as a broadcaster myself, I took a little issue with it. I think he said the word "like" maybe 23 million times, but other than that, I tried to get to the substance of it. Phil, so
well, it got to the point where I was going to start counting them just for the entertainment value. But I watch him. It's hard to get a real good reading because it's on a video. Of course, he's on a camera and so forth and so on. Because I'm not seeing the total picture here of him, but what I can see through his narrative there, he is using the word "like" because that's a filler word. He's trying to come up with a few seconds there to determine what he's going to say next, and he uses it repeatedly.
Hey guys, Sean Six Larkin here from On Patrol Live. The holiday season's upon us, and if you're looking for that perfect gift to stuff down in that stocking or put under the tree for somebody else, pick up my book, Breaking Blue, Real Life Stories of Cops Falsely Accused. It's a great read, something you don't want to miss. You can pick it up on Amazon.
The body is he does a lot of looking around, and I'm not talking about eye stuff. I'm talking about just his mannerisms. He does a lot of this. And there are a lot of subtle shoulder shrugs. He'll be getting into a discussion and you'll see that shoulder start to pump. Those things together would indicate to me, if I was sitting in the room with him and had a better view of him, that there is a possibility of some deception in what he is saying. Now, the description of this SUV now all of a sudden that has come to light, he talks about, oh yeah, it's this really hot looking SUV, this and that, and he's really drawn to those types of vehicles. That's why he noticed it. I think he said that Kaylee drove a Ford, which is not in his mind a really high end luxury vehicle. And then he talks about the license plate was either Arizona or Montana, and then later on he adds in Colorado. So I guess we're going to cover kind of the Midwest, the Southwest, up to the north part of the country of what this possible license plate was. So a lot of things there in the discussion that don't tell me that he's being authentic. And then what Lawrence talked about here, that the fact that he came out at the beginning of this and said, I don't know nothing. I didn't hear nothing. I wasn't, blah, 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 barely knew these people. And now all of a sudden in this interview with Lauren, all of a sudden he was going to go crash one of their parties, I think is what he said. So my impression of him, and I alluded this, talked about this with you, Jesse. In my mind, if I'm one of the detectives, he's a suspect. He's a possible suspect.
That's the interesting thing, right, Lauren? So my understanding is he spoke with the police. This is somebody who spent time in prison. Did you get any sense from him about what he told them or why they were interested in him?
I didn't. What we do know right now is that, according to him, police allegedly were knocking on many neighbors' doors the morning of the murders, asking if they had heard anything. And he admitted that they knocked on his door and he talked to him and he shared what he knew and he shared about that night. I did ask him specifically in the interview, have you talked to police since? Have you talked to law enforcement since that time? He said he had. It wasn't quite clear, but it sounded as if maybe he went to law enforcement, but that was not said, that was alluded to. So I'm not quite sure, because I did say, did they come to you? Did you go to them? He said, oh, I talked to him. Yeah. Could you share more about that? No, he said, no, it was off record and we moved on, because on my program, if someone doesn't want to ask or answer something, we won't force the issue. But he said that was off record. He didn't want to share what that other conversation, at least one conversation, was with police.
Phil, real quick before, because there's other aspects of the case I want to talk about, not just focus on the neighbor, but what questions do you think were asked of him? And do you think he's been officially cleared as a suspect at this point? Because we know the police department has come forward and saying, we've gotten information, we're clearing suspects, we're following up on leads. Why do you think they met with him and what do you think they asked him?
Well, he's going to be talked to because he lives there. So that's going to be one of the first people as they do that canvas, I'm sure, of the neighborhood. They're going to talk to everybody that they can get in contact with. And I am sure that they may have seen the very same things that Lauren alluded to about these changes in what his, for lack of a better term, his testimony might be. So he make these statements at the beginning, and he's made those statements to law enforcement. And now they may have seen, I don't know, of course, but I'm speculating here that they may have seen the very same post that Lauren saw and other people saw and said, well, maybe we need to go back and revisit this. And there may have been some things that he talked about in the first interview that were unsettling to the detectives at the time. And it's not uncommon. I mean, I did it myself. And in fact, I can recall a time where I brought a witness in, and the longer that I spoke with them and taking their statement, all of a sudden I had an epiphany and I realized that I'm talking to the suspect. I'm not talking to the witness. So, and I'm not suggesting that he is the person, of course. He is a possible suspect, and whether or not the law enforcement, the detectives have cleared him, I don't know. Only they know that. But I think it's a very odd conversation between he and Lauren this morning.
Well, as we continue the discussion about the Idaho case and we talk about, what was found or who was around during that time, obviously him hearing something, this neighbor hearing something is going to be really pivotal. But moving beyond that, there's this new detail that I wanted to bring to everybody's attention. And there is that the police collected 8 hours worth of surveillance footage from a gas station. It seems that there was an assistant general manager who looked back at this footage and had kind of a weird feeling, wanted to look back and saw this white car passing at 3:45 a.m. And remember, this is important because we know the police were asking the public's help in identifying a 2011, 2013 white Hyundai Elantra that they believe was near the crime scene around the time of the killings. We don't know if this car on the footage is that car in particular. Lauren, your review of this case, what are you thinking about this car? What are you thinking about what might be on this gas station footage? Because it is another piece of information that we've just learned.
Yeah, my first answer is I don't know. My second answer, which is where my brain goes, which is where my speculation leads, is this a suspect? And I'd love to ask Phil this because I've wondered, the way the law enforcement worded it, we think they might know something that can help the investigation. They might have seen something. That's fair, and maybe that's true. But I've also wondered if it's further than could this be a possible suspect? And I'd love to throw that question back because these are the things that go through my mind, and I wish I could understand the layout of the town a little bit more too, to understand how close they were or where this gas station is, but those are the things that cross my mind.
So Phil, over to you. Obviously, they collected all this footage. What are they looking for now? What are they dissecting? Who do they bring it to analyze the footage? What are exactly they looking for about this car?
Well, they're going to be looking at and just as an aside here, we talked in the beginning, Jesse, the things that I would be doing. And one of these things is accumulating all the video that you can. When they put out this description of this Elantra, that prompted that manager at that establishment to go, I'm going to go back and look, and here we go. So this is a great lead. There are things you can do to the video themselves. There's some enhancement things you can do to it, but there's only so many pixels. So you're only going to be able to enhance it to a certain level. They're going to have people that are going to be, the detectives are going to be looking at this and trying to determine, is this in fact the Elantra? I know I had a case where I had the video of a vehicle that was leaving the scene of a capital murder, and it was a kind of a side shot, and it was through a window that had some shading on it, but we got the general outlook of what the vehicle was, and ended up determining that it was a 2015 to 2016 model Toyota 4Runner. And I went to, so what I'm suggesting here is that they're going to look at this video and they're going to try to put together the silhouette of that car, and if they can get a distinct picture of it, and then they will start to put it together with different types of vehicles of the same.
Hello, everybody coming in. Make sure you smash that like button. I was just taking a break real quick, grabbing something to eat and try to kill this friggin' tooth pain off. But yeah, man, this is now I'm looking for updates too right now. I'm also looking for updates on the Moscow, but there's nothing on the Facebook, or actually not on the Facebook, but actually on the actual website, because I was just on it on the bookmarks. Here, I'll keep this playing, but I want to show you. There's nothing on there for update
and of the same similar makes and models, and that's what I did. I went to CarMax and lined up 4 SUVs, white SUVs, and we eventually got, because of the rear taillights, we got down to it. So a huge piece of evidence. I know Lauren, she'd like to know she knows those are the suspects, and that's the thing about these types of investigations, and that I've been involved in, the high profile stuff. Look, there is a certain amount of information that detectives are going to release because it is part of the strategy, and they make tactical decisions within the investigation. They're not going to come out. There's no purpose of coming out and saying, hey, we think they.
Did you guys see the update for today? So it says the Moscow department is providing the following information to update the public on the known facts surrounding the 4 murders that occurred on November 13th in Moscow, Idaho. So it says right here that investigators are sorting through 22,000 registered 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. I was about to say Elantras. Listen to me. 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantras that fit into the search criteria, and thank the public for providing additional information about the vehicle. Tips and leads led investigators to ask the public for additional help in searching for the white Elantra. So it's just basically the same update. Nothing has grown on that since. That's really the only thing that they added to everything. So just letting you know.
These are the suspects, because that's not really the point. The point is that we've got a vehicle here. We would like to talk to those people, and we would need the help of the public to getting that vehicle identified and getting those people identified. And now here's what happens. We have a business owner or manager that decides to go look back at some video a month later, and bingo, we've got the vehicle that may be the one that police have been asked to
Shot of
be on the
whiskey.
lookout.
I'll find out how true that is.
And Phil, that makes total sense. Obviously, Lauren, people are criticizing law enforcement here. They feel there's a lack of information coming out. We know that Stephen Gonsalves, we've done a sidebars on this, the comments that he's made about law enforcement.
We've always closely guarded the information that we've discovered at the scene and our investigative information, because we want to protect the integrity of this investigation. And just look at social media and the rumors that fly out there. A small piece of information that has speculation added to it just takes its own life on the internet and starts rumors. And then we find ourselves not only tracking those rumors down and trying to quell them, but also we see our tips that come in are geared more toward the rumor, not the facts that have been put out.
After everything you've seen, and I feel like you and Phil will probably disagree about this, are you confident in the investigation? Do you think that there are things that are not being shared? Do you think that there's been miscommunication by law enforcement? I just saw a report the other day that someone's saying that maybe the Moscow police should hand this investigation over to a different agency. So what you're seeing right now, and we know that one of the biggest dangers is misinformation and rumors being spread. It can derail an investigation. It can target the wrong people. It can create a lot of problems. That can be caused by a lack of information from law enforcement. Do you see that as a problem from the investigation?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about this a bit. And you're right, Phil, we've been on opposite sides of this. As a TV reporter, I was the one calling you and saying, can I get an interview? And you're the one doing the investigation. Right. So, and half of my career was spent in Idaho working with police officers. And then, I am having a hard time with the way police, law enforcement, Moscow specifically, are handling this. I think that they're fueling the speculation. Honestly, every time they bring up in their press releases, the first few paragraphs are "Don't listen to web sleuths" and don't, excuse me, not web sleuths. Don't listen to true crime, the true crime community, the social media sleuths out there. I'm getting calls from the media saying, "Hey, will you talk as a representative of the true crime community, a true crime sleuths, because they keep bringing you guys up. So we got to know what's going on." That's happening because they keep talking about them. Do you know what I mean? That right there is an issue. But let's go to the investigation itself. Yeah, I get so excited to get these releases. I'm like, okay, what's going on? Again, don't listen to anyone but us. Don't listen to the true crime community. It's wild speculation and criminal charges are coming. And then here's what's going on. And then they don't share anything with us. So then they don't hold press conferences, and the media wants to report on this, and people want to know what's going on. And so if the police aren't talking, who are they going to talk to? They're going to talk to the true crime community. If they're not going to be a voice, the media is going to find a voice. We want to know what's going on. I'm going to interview Enon on my channel if no one else is going to tell us what's going on.
To you, Phil, for a response to that is, we don't know what's happening behind the scenes. We don't know the level of progress, and they're holding a lot of details close to the vest. So I'll give you a chance to respond to Lauren.
Well, I would agree with Lauren to a degree. At the beginning of this thing, and to set the stage here, and Lauren, you're more familiar with Moscow, Idaho than I am, certainly. But you're talking about a community here of about 28,000 people. It's a college town. You've got a police force that's got 36 commissioned officers and support personnel. You have, in the last 15 years, they've had 7 homicides. And in one day, they have 4. The chief, at the beginning, the first presser that he held, was clearly overwhelmed by what he had seen and what had happened. And he just did not know how to handle this. And that's not a criticism. That is simply the reality of where that chief was. And so the optics were, from the beginning, was this, as Lauren has stated, this communication problem. Communication problem with the families, communication problem with the media, and the general public. So that started then. That fuse got lit then, and once that gets started, it is hard to put that sucker out. And so then you go forward, and now you have
That's the best who
the
done
police department vis-a-vis the chief comes out and he says,
"Yeah, I'm about to
one
knock
thing.
it out myself."
Now they put a captain up there after that, and he contradicts what was just said. Then they come out later and they reaffirm what they said in the first place. And it just becomes a matter, and really that little discussion was about targeting. And that kind of is a semantic discussion. Clearly these 4 young people were targeted. The unknown here is, did this person know them before they walked in there and did this? Or were they watching them from afar and walked in there and had some weird bone to pick with these folks? We don't know that. But, and then there's the optics are that the police aren't communicating. They're hiding stuff. They're saying things. They're misinformation, this and this. And of course, that lights the fire.
They're definitely
with
hiding
the true
stuff.
crime community.
Yeah, we're
and
pissed.
Now we get all the conspiracy theorists that start coming into this thing. And I will just say, from having been on the other side of a high-profile investigation, many high-profile investigations, that the media has their job, but it is law enforcement's job and the detectives, the chief of that department, whatever it might be, to make sure that they are clearly communicating with the media, the public, and the family. And it's not as easy as it sounds. I mean, people want to make it sound like, oh, yeah, they can just do this and that. It ain't that easy. In real life, this isn't, going to get solved in 43 minutes without commercials. I mean, that's just the reality here. And so they're trying to get a handle on the communication thing. And now they've turned it over to a PIO. which after that first thing with the chief, that should have been done right there. And then the
Shit, I'm still
detectives
walking the dog.
should be feeding the information to the PIO. This is what we can release. This is what we are not going to talk about. And then the chief is, I know there was a big deal made about the chief being asked about an open door and he didn't know anything about it. Look, that's not a big deal. It really isn't. That chief is not being briefed on every detail, every statement, every tip, every piece of evidence that they've gathered in this investigation. He should be being briefed. It's the big picture. Here's the progress. Here's what we've done. Here's where we are, and here's where we need to go. So I'm a little, I don't say upset, but I'm a little disappointed in the fact that this chief is getting beat up mercilessly by all sorts of people, media, true crime people, whoever the people are out there that are criticizing him, and just having been through these types of things. I know in our department at Houston PD, if the scene was a very high profile, the chief might come down and make a couple of statements to open up the questions, and then it would be turned over to the detectives, turned over to us, or that maybe the captain of the homicide division that comes down and does the same thing. But and then if the chief needs to answer a question, he would step in and he would answer the question. So it's just a matter of your experience in these types of events. And I'm sorry, but that chief in Moscow, Idaho does not have that experience. And again, that's not a criticism. That's just the reality.
And look, this is also a college town. It's transient. It's not uncommon for there to be loud noises or screams with parties. It's a very interesting crime scene. Lauren, we're running a little short on time, so I'm going to long on time, I should say. So I'm going to give you one final word real quick about what you'd like to see next, and also, do you have any working theories on where you think the police are going to go? I know it's tough to know. I know it's tough to gauge, but you've been following this case really closely. I'll give you the floor about another 30 seconds or so to give some final words on where you'd like this case to go next, and what you might be planning to do if you have any interviews lined up.
Yeah, where I'd like this case to go next, I'd like to see it solved. I don't think a lot of us thought we'd be here 4 weeks later. I don't know about you two, but I'm surprised. It's been affecting my mental health. I mentioned that in my interview with Enon. I can't imagine. I think that it's a bit.
It's about time somebody said the exact thing that I was thinking. It's affecting my mental health, and that is true. This case right here has got me up around the clock. I wake up at the weirdest hours. It's weird. Like I caught myself waking up the last couple nights at like 2:30 in the morning, just looking. Except last night, I actually woke up this morning around 7.
It's startling for me to think that we're 4 weeks in. It does concern me. It concerns me that this might go cold. It concerns me that they might not know a lot. And when I say that, I mean law enforcement. But maybe their process.
I mean, it should tell you a lot. I'm sitting here with a fucking throbbing toothache. My back wisdom tooth impacted. I need to go actually really get into a dentist, but I'm sitting here and I got insurance too. I'm on clindamycin right now taking it, and I'm still sitting in front of this bad boy. I'm not playing no games. With it throbbing, I'm sitting here. And I don't care. I don't know. I'm just so addicted to it no matter what. No matter how I feel. I'm just all in. I don't know. This case just bothers me. Like I said, it takes it back to the Delphi case, the Missy Bevers case. Shit, I can even go the DC Mansion murders. There's so many different ones.
Seen evidence. Maybe they'll get DNA. I would like us to have more information too. I would rather than them coming out every time there's a press release and chastising the true crime community. I hope that they share with us more information. I hope that there's process. I hope that we learn more. I hope that more people will come forward to do interviews like the one Enon did. Whatever anyone thinks of Enon, I'm grateful he came forward and spoke to me. And I hope that more people do come forward and do interviews. Maybe Phil feels differently, but I can't imagine it hurts anything to have more voices or more people to understand what's going on in that town. And I hope that we can, rather than point fingers and criticize one another for what everyone's doing, is join together. Let's work together to hopefully get justice for these 4 victims in such a tragic case. And I know that we're short on time, but I do have one more question for Phil, if that's okay. I do want to ask him what he thought about Enon saying that he thinks it's funny people are accusing him of this crime. I asked him that, and he thought it was funny, comparing that to Jeremy Reagan, another neighbor that's been accused, and he was sort of horrified and upset. And I guess
it was funny.
And I apologize. Yeah. I know you said we're short on time, but I did want to ask an aching, burning question in me. And I'm not the profiler here, but he said he thinks it's funny he's being accused. And is sort of enjoying it. And I just wanted your thoughts.
Funny, this ain't no fucking game. This is what I think about Enon.
Get the fuck out of here!
On that too. Very different than Jeremy Reagan.
Yeah. Phil, tossing that over to you, because I remember you had said that you think he's coming out for his own reasons. So the fact that he thinks it's comical that people are accusing him, what do you think about that?
Well, the term that I would use if I was sitting in the interview room with him and he brought that up, and I think he smiles, maybe laughs.
Tell him, let's go.
We call it inappropriate laughter. That is,
you are fake news. There,
but then he's delivering it in a humorous way, and this is too serious of a matter for him to be doing that. So again, I think he's doing a lot of this when he puts his own little Chef Dizzy or whatever it is he's got on the screen there. This is his own aggrandizement. I think that he's doing a lot of this for. This is his 15 minutes of fame. But again, those little things, Lauren, it's good that you got him on there. I was very interested in that interview. But to your point of that, more people need to come forward. The problem with that is you get people like him or that are worse that come forward because they just want to get their face on a camera somewhere and say a bunch of crap that means nothing to anybody, and it further confuses everybody else. And then again, we have this conspirator theories that start revving up again. Look, I'm just telling you that those detectives, they're not going to release stuff, and you know this, Lauren. I don't have to tell you this, but they're not going to release things that are going to compromise the investigation. And look, they've got over 6,500 calls and emails and tips and all that stuff. They've got hundreds of pieces of evidence. This DNA stuff takes a while to process. They've got so much blood evidence. I'm just telling you, it's a very complicated scene. It's a massive scene, and it's just going to take time. And everybody would like to see this thing solved right this moment, but that's not the reality. But these guys they've called in the state. They've called in the FBI. They're doing their due diligence. These guys are working hard. And I'm confident that it may come down to that, you know what? I had one of these that lasted for 5 months, a triple killing. And I had the entire event on video, had the person on there shooting these 3 people on video. And
right. Trigger warning.
It was only 5 months later. We were doing cell tower dumps, because the guy was on the phone at some point. So what I'm telling you is that what solved that case was a woman scorned. So his girlfriend, his ex-girlfriend, calls, and that's what broke it wide open. And that may happen in this case. You know, what I'm praying for these guys is that they get that phone call.
I'm not sure.
They get that one person that says, you know what, I've got the information, and it's eating me up, and I need to make that call.
Yeah, no, look, I think the best way to explain it is when there maybe is not enough information out there. There's sometimes too much information out there. But look, I think at the end of the day,
all right, I'm gonna check.
We're all looking for the same goal, and we're going to see which way this shakes up. Phil, Lauren, thank you both for taking the time. I really appreciate it. And I encourage everybody to take a look at Lauren's interview with Anon, and they can be a judge for themselves of what they thought of what he had to say. But thank you both so much for joining us here on Sidebar. Really appreciate it. And that's all we have for you here on.
Hold up. Let me pull something up here that I got. I'm gonna have to find the one that I was watching before. Where the hell is it? I'm trying to figure out where I put it at. That hurts like a mug. Oh, it says Elizabeth Vargas on new surveillance footage in Idaho. What?
Police body camera footage captured a group of people who happened to be walking near the home where the killings took place.
I want to see this.
Around
Came
the
out a
same
couple hours
time
ago.
as the murders. Police have previously said that investigators didn't find anything. They may have been stopped for underage
you,
drinking,
Tara. I
but it's not
appreciate
clear
you.
exactly what they have learned from this video. We also know that police have collected hours of surveillance footage from a gas station clerk in Moscow who told police that she saw a white car pass by on the night of the stabbing death. So let's bring in News Nation contributor Elizabeth Vargas for a little more breakdown. Elizabeth, you know, this case is just, it's mind-blowing that there hasn't been any type of suspect. We haven't found anybody, or the police haven't found anybody who could be a suspected killer. The 4 people seen walking in this video, this body camera footage near the crime scene, do we have anything that we can get out of that? I mean, how could it possibly be unrelated when it was so close to the house?
It isn't unrelated. There were 4 people who were close to the house around the time of the murders. It could be completely innocuous and innocent. It was a Saturday night, or actually Sunday morning, but you know, college kids are out and about. There were frat houses nearby. There were parties going on. It could have been kids trying to avoid being arrested for underage drinking, like the kids who were being arrested that we see in this body cam video. So we don't know who those 4 are. Obviously, police want to find them and ask them. They might have seen something. They might have heard something. They might have seen the car that they're now looking for. So obviously, I can't imagine police haven't been trying to track these 4 people down, or that these 4 people haven't actually come forward to say, we were in the area that night and here's what we saw, or here's what we didn't see. So obviously police want to talk it is related, Adrian. It's just a matter of how.
A gas station clerk in Moscow claims that she spotted the white car around the time of the murders, but we know the car didn't have plates. So unless there are these crystal clear images of surveillance footage that would be so crisp that you could zoom in on a picture of the driver, how can this even help the investigation?
Because somebody else might have footage of that white car that does show the license plate. That's a crucial thing. You know, it was about 3 weeks after the crime that police came forward and said, we're looking for this white car. Anybody who saw the white car, please contact us. You know, there's obviously a lot going on that we don't know about. What led them to put out that plea for anybody who saw the car? How did they know that white car was in the area at the time of the killings? You know, so this gas station footage is hugely crucial. Unfortunately, it doesn't show anything. We're not even sure it's the white Elantra that they're looking for. But there was a white car in the area zooming away, and the gas station clerk caught it on surveillance video. You know, hopefully somebody on, you know, a lot of these places have surveillance cameras and are recording footage. Unfortunately, Adrian, in most institutions and most businesses, those tapes are recycled every so often, usually every 7 days, sometimes every month, but usually it's every 7 days. So putting out this plea 3 weeks after the murders, I'm not sure how much video they're going to be able to find, but somebody might have a cell phone video. People are recording videos on this, you know, on their cell phones all the time. Maybe this is cell phone video from someplace else of a white car that could help people, you know, crack the case, that might show the license plate or the occupants inside the car.
You know, this case is getting a lot of attention, like as much as the Gabby Petito murder. Private and online sleuths, they're all over the place, giving their own analysis or read on what they think happened. Is this making it more difficult for law enforcement?
It's certainly making it more difficult for the families. We already know there was a fake video posted out there. Ashley Banfield was playing part of that last night on her show. You know, that can't be easy for the families. People, obviously, in the absence of any information from police, are desperate for a clue. On the flip side, people can come up with ideas and people can notice things. And I think the FBI has done a really smart thing in establishing this website where people can upload videos themselves. Now, there's already been, I don't know how many thousand, hours worth of videos uploaded, and somebody has to go through all those videos. It's a lot of work. There is huge public interest in this case, and that's good. That'll keep it alive, and maybe a lead will come forward. Obviously, as time goes on, chances of that become slimmer. All of a sudden, for someone to wake up and say, oh, holy cow, I've got this video on my cell phone. Maybe this has something to do with it. Or, oh, yeah, I was in that area. Maybe now I'll call police. That's less likely. This has been out there. I mean, you have to be living under a rock not to have heard about this case and not to know what the details of this case are, and not to have heard the police from authorities to please come forward if you have any information. But it's good they're continuing to try. You never know when some sort of snippet of video or some sort of cell phone photo or somebody will remember that they saw or heard something that might be relevant in this case. And boy, do they need it right now.
Yeah, definitely. It would be really nice. A lot of mercy for that family or those families of all those young people. Elizabeth Vargas, always good to see you. Thanks so much.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
Seriously though, I might have to take a break. I'm dead ass serious. I can't. This shit hurts so bad. I'm about to. All right, guys. I'll be back on in a little bit. Hopefully this goes away. I'll come back on and do the spirit box session in a little bit. I appreciate you guys. Thank you all. I love you. Oh my God, this shit hurts so bad. Like I can't even focus right now. I can't even be me. It's killing me. I love y'all.